you sure do. Nice. I think I saw it was Barbridge and just assumed it was your
Grass Valley. I have a Grass Valley.
I gotta be better. I gotta be better about the details. You know?
I have a Cabo, and now because we're going to Santa Barbara this afternoon, I have Santa Barbara one.
Well, it's a nice hat.
All right, that's logged out. Hi, everybody. Am I on? And hi,
You're good.
hi,
We're good.
hello.
Ooh,
It's hectic today.
Warren got the belt.
Warren, get the belt today because we are up in here.
Officially, we are up in here.
I got a button up yesterday for my
What's
dad.
good, y'all? Mrs. Mac, Soren,
Yeah.
I almost
Miguel,
wore
what's
it,
good,
and it
bro?
looks
What's up,
just
cousin
like
Pete?
Kyle.
David, hi. Bronson, our guy, what's up?
everybody?
What's up, Johnny G? Russ Dog is here. Let's go. Yes, sir. Casey Tucker is here.
How much time do we have?
Wheezy, we have 40 seconds. What's up, Bastone?
Biston.
Map 1. Send my regards to Map 2 when you get a chance. What's up, Brian? What's up, Retro? I love a breakfast taco.
Mm.
What's up, Leezy? My man. Hi, Chris. Hope everything's good in SoCal.
David. Behave. David and Soren, your comments go together.
Soaring over California. What's up, Adam? Spencer? What's up, Drew Down? Microwave. I'm so out of whack today.
Are you?
Yeah, dude. I got here on time too. I got my house on time. I got here on time. It's NFL schedule release day though, with my writing job at NinersWire.com. Everybody go check it out. It's a huge day for clicks.
Yeah.
Which drive money.
But you're financially incentivized.
Yes, for sure. So I'm trying to deal with that. I'm trying to get my arms wrapped around that. And then just a general feeling of uneasiness, like we were talking about yesterday, anxiety, and that feeling of it's like there's a problem in my brain. And if somebody said, "Oh, what's wrong?"
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I'm hiding something. I just can't tell you what's wrong. My brain's just like, I got to fill in for Jesse today on D'Lo and KC. So I think it's just knowing that my routine is going to be thrown out of whack a little bit. I'm going to have to stay here late because the schedule releases at 5. D'Lo and KC ends at 4. That doesn't give me enough time to get home. So I'm going to sit around in the office until the schedule gets released.
You got a long day in front of you.
I do, but it's fine. And I think that's just what it is. I think it's just knowing that because typically I get home about 3-4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I think it's just knowing that I think that's where my brain is just thrown me out of whack. But luckily we get to do a radio show where we get to yap at each other.
Yeah. I've got a long day too.
That helps. Oh yeah? What do you got?
I've got to race home.
Okay.
Then race to the airport. And by 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'll be in Santa Barbara.
Hell yeah. Love that for you. Are you flying to Santa Barbara?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. I can't drive 6 hours in a car.
It's 6 hours to get to Santa Barbara?
Yeah, from my house.
Oh, I guess that's true. I guess
It's
I
like
guess you live out in the sticks. That's
like
right.
4 hours from you, but
yeah.
No, I can't.
No, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense.
Anything over like 2.5 hours, I start getting sciatica.
And do you fly out of Sacramento?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like a 45-minute flight. Spectacular.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I imagine. Is it even a full size plane? Is it like a prop jet?
No. It's
propeller.
It's new. Like Southwest flies, so it's
So Santa Barbara.
Yeah.
Is there an airport there?
Yeah, for like the last 2 years, they've opened up and you can fly to Santa Barbara.
This is all new to me.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I
assumed it was like isn't there an airport in like Stockton?
Well, yeah, but Stockton is nowhere near Santa Barbara.
No, I understand that.
Oh.
But it's just like a tiny airport where I don't even know if you could land a Southwest jet in that airport.
No, you can't. But actually, Stockton has a lot of really good deals.
Yeah,
if
like
you're
little
flying.
regional flights.
Yeah, regional flights.
Yes, for
Yeah.
sure. So, but I always imagine a Sacramento to Santa Barbara flight is like on a propeller jet. But I guess it's not that much further to SoCal to like LAX.
No, I mean, like when we were in Europe with the boys, we took a flight from, I think we took a flight from Paris to Barcelona, and then from Barcelona to Rome, and then from Rome back to Paris.
Sure.
And those flights are only $45 a pop.
Yeah.
Per person,
Right.
and like super cheap, and like riding the rails is fun in Europe. But you can take an 8-hour train ride or a 45-minute flight.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Right on. Well, shout out to you. When you said, because I thought you had said you were going to Santa Barbara, but then you were like, oh, I'm flying. That's why I was confused. But it makes more sense because you not only live out here, you live in the sticks out here. So you have a much additional drive time. Plus, if you're doing that in rush hour, it's probably more than 6 hours.
Yeah. I mean, again,
you're fighting traffic.
My back
most of the way
issues,
down
like
there.
I don't like, even when we went to LA to go to Disney, like we flew.
Flying to LA makes way more sense to me.
Yeah.
That makes in my brain, that makes more sense than flying to Santa Barbara. But it makes sense now that you mention it. Anyways, here's some news that Kings fans may or may not want to hear. If you don't want to know how close the Kings were to winning the lottery, mute us momentarily for the next like 2 minutes.
This kind of feels like, I mean, you've watched Beavis and Butthead, right? And you remember the gym teacher?
No, I don't know.
You don't remember the gym teacher?
Brother, I was like 3 when Beavis and Butthead was a thing.
Okay, so the gym teacher, realistically, it's Hank Hill, right? So
yeah. But, same Mike Judge, right?
Yeah. And he would go around saying, "Kick me in the Jimmy." That's what this is like. So Kings fans, hold on.
All right, everybody, buckle up. Zach Lowe was on his own podcast, the Zach Lowe Show, talking to Bill Simmons. And Zach Lowe is one of the media members who is in the room when they do the lottery drawing.
Yeah.
So not when they reveal the envelopes, so it's on TV, in the private room before they go out and do the broadcast on television. There is a private room with media members and a representative from each team. And they're watching the lottery happen. Zach Lowe is describing the scene inside the room and actually lets us know how close Sacramento was to winning the lottery. Here's Zach Lowe. I'll let him tell it.
The first ball comes up 10, and we've lived this movie before where a high number comes up. Everybody's in play with the high numbers. Second ball is 14, which is the highest number. And now there's like, like what? Like now it's just everyone is still in play.
So 10 and 14 means the lottery is officially drunk already with 2 balls left.
Then 11 comes up, is the third ball. And at that point, Justin Zanuck, who is representing the Jazz, and Will Dawkins, who was representing the Wizards, I think Justin looked at Will and was like, oh, like this is the level of murmuring that was going on. Like, this is not going well for us. 10, 14, 11. Here was what was in. Now there's like this delicious 20 seconds where everything's in play, almost everything. If the last ball was a 6, Blazers win the lottery. If the last ball was a 1, Wizards win the lottery. If the last ball was a 2, Pelicans win the lottery. If the last ball is a 3, Brooklyn wins the lottery. If the last ball is a 4, Toronto wins the lottery. If the last ball is a 7, Mavs. If the last ball is an 8, the Bulls win the lottery. If the last ball is a 9, the Kings win the lottery. And here's the kicker. If the last ball is a 5, a 12, or a 13, the Spurs win the lottery for the second time in 3 years.
Okay, so it's not that the Kings got to within 1 ball of winning the lottery, because as Zach Lowe just laid out, there were a bunch of teams who were in play with that final ball.
Yep.
A whole bunch of them, including the Kings. What really hurts is that it was a 7, which is 2 numbers off from what the Kings needed.
Yeah, the Kings had a 9. The Kings had a 9. I mean, this literally feels
just
like
brutal, dude.
When you're at a raffle and you bought like an arm length of raffle tickets for $8.
Yep.
and then you're reading the ticket, and they get all the way to the last two
They're like
digits.
3. Yes, that's me.
That's me. It's still
8?
me. That's still me. It's still me.
0.
Yeah, I'm in.
1. I need a 6. 5.
5. 4. You got a 4. Like, no.
Brutal, man.
Oh.
I was listening to that yesterday, and as he's reading off the teams, I'm like, don't say Sacramento. Like, I know they're going to be in there, but just don't say it, so that way we don't know for sure. And sure enough, 2 numbers. 2 numbers away from having the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, and I think it was either last year or the year before. No, I think it was last year. The Kings were 1 number away.
Yeah, with Wemby, right?
No, I think it wasn't the Wemby draft. I think it was because Wemby
the
drafted.
Ricochet draft, right?
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Which, I mean, you get the top pick last year, and you would have been like,
It's a Ricochet. A good player.
No, I agree, but I think the
Alex
Kings
Sarr?
would have probably traded that pick.
I imagine so. Yeah. So, anyways, if you're unmuted, welcome back. You didn't want to hear how close the Kings got to winning the lottery. Alas, they don't have a pick. It goes to the Atlanta Hawks, and now, as we talked about yesterday, they have a full reset. Okay. Does it help? You
know what though?
Does it make you feel better?
It does make me feel better.
They were close.
It makes me feel better in a way because what it does is it legitimizes the way that the draft happens. That's what I think the cool thing is about the way Zach lays it out, because he says, he brings up that the first ball basically opens it up for everyone, right?
Yes.
Because if it's a low number, most of the teams with multiple picks are early in the draft, right? They're the early numbers. So when it was like the first number was an 11, and then he said the next number is a 14, which again puts the number way up higher on the board. And everybody in the room, it's on the wall, but everybody in the room also has, like, he said, there's like a sheet of paper that they give you, or like a bundle of papers with all the numbers and who has what numbers. And so you're sitting there shuffling through to see where it's going. And it makes me feel better because, again, like, someone can say, well, it makes me feel worse because if they would have, just lost one more game, they would have been tied with Dallas. And then it's possible they would have been in that spot.
Oof.
But that's just like, you would have had to win 2 coin flips in order to get to that spot.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many woulda, coulda, shouldas.
Win a couple more games.
Yeah.
If you win 2 more games, you're in that spot, right?
Well, no, if you would have lost one more game, you would have tied with the Mavs and with the Bulls.
Yeah, but then you're doing coin flips. But if you win 2 more games and you don't advance to the playoffs, you would have been in the Mavs spot, right?
No, because the Mavs were lower than the Kings.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I had that
the
backwards.
Mavs were 11.
I had that backwards.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, very good. NFL schedule releases today, and just to let everybody know where we're at. It is so far the 49ers schedule leaks we have are that they are set to visit the Seahawks in week 1.
Okay.
They will host the Jaguars in week 4, and they will host the Giants in week 9. Those are the schedule leaks so far.
Okay. Yeah.
Just keeping everybody up to date. That the schedule is officially released on at 5:00. No, but I was trying to look for it. Zach actually shows on the podcast on the YouTube show. He pulls out the piece of paper, and it is just a packet of numbers.
Oh yeah.
And which team is associated with which number. And he showed that. I was trying to find that to pull that up, and I couldn't find it.
I like that they pulled the curtain back a little bit, and that, to be honest with you, it's Zach Lowe. He's one of the most well-known, podcasters, one of the most well-known podcasters, but also one of the most trusted.
Yeah.
So there is, Zach is about as honest as you get.
Yeah. He's the classic, like, down the middle journalist type. Like, he's a huge basketball fan. You can tell he loves the sport.
Yeah, and he's incredibly intelligent.
Yeah.
Like, he's a lot of fun to hang out with.
He is super smart. It is so fun listening to him break down games.
Oh yeah.
He's a brilliant dude. Shout out to Zach Lowe. I might try and get him on the show.
There you go.
Other news yesterday, I want to talk more about the lottery and if we can fix it, because I think if we did the lottery where it was just you and me putting the teams in order ethically, I think we'd get a better draft order than the one we got, but we'll talk about that. Some other huge news in sports yesterday that it felt like MLB just kind of news dumped this.
Yeah, kind of weird. I'm surprised they didn't wait till Friday at 5:00.
Very odd. They are reinstating shoeless Joe Jackson, who was banned for his involvement in the 1919 Black Sox scandal in the World Series, where there was never actually evidence that he did anything to throw the games. It's the premise of the movie Field of Dreams.
8 Men Out as well. 8 Men Out is an incredible film.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure. Pete Rose also being reinstated by Major League Baseball, so he can now be eligible for the Hall of Fame. Same thing goes for shoeless Joe Jackson. I know that there are things with Pete Rose not having to do with gambling that came out later in his life that made people not like him, which is 100% understandable. It's very clear, given some of the bad people that are in the Baseball Hall of Fame, that MLB is not going to care about that. So I'm not going to get caught up in that. I hate that it was Rob Manfred who did this, because this was such an easy layup win for baseball for a long time. And I think I think a lot of the pressure gets put on by their involvement with FanDuel, with DraftKings, with Underdog. Like, that is where I think a lot of this pressure came. And I hate that Rob Manfred, who has just been a disaster as a commissioner, he gets this win of like, I'm the guy who got Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson into the Hall of Fame. Ugh. That's what I hate the most about it. Like, another bad person being in the Hall of Fame it doesn't move me.
Yeah.
Rob Manfred being the guy who did this, that annoys me. I hate that a lot.
I get it. Man, I don't know how to feel about it. I didn't think that Pete Rose should ever be eligible, to be honest with you. As someone who literally was sitting on my couch watching him, break the all-time hit record, it didn't matter. Like, I watched Pete Rose play baseball. I'm old enough to have done that. And I appreciated him as a player and just the way he played. I mean, Charlie Hustle is like the most apropos nickname. I mean, the dude was just a red ass.
Sure.
But he cheated. And you bring up the gambling thing, and it's interesting, like how their perspective. Cheat? Well, yeah, I mean, he bet on games that he managed.
He never bet against his team, though.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean you don't bet the point spread and you don't put in a pitcher that you think in one situation, or a pitcher in a different situation, or a pinch hit for somebody. Like, there's too many variables there that he had control over.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm not a Pete Rose fan. But also, this is coming after he's passed away. So
yeah, if it's a lifetime ban, he died. Lifetime's over.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
and as a baseball player, he was great and deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
We have to on the radio side, we have to pay some bills. Let's do that, and we can keep talking about this, because I think this now opens the door and raises the question of like, okay, if Pete Rose can get in, it's Barry Bonds time. Is it?
Or do we have to wait until Barry Bonds is gone?
Right, but there hasn't been a lifetime ban. It's just an unofficial. Okay, I have lots of thoughts on this. We're going to fix the NBA draft lottery as well. And the A's, FYI, kicked the hell out of the Dodgers last night. We got to talk about that. Plus, we've got one team moving on in the NBA playoffs. We might have a couple more teams moving on tonight. Tons to get into in the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. I'm going to save the takes for once we're back from break.
Oh, on Pete Rose?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have lots of thoughts on this.
Check this guy out.
Hey.
Appreciate you, man.
Hey.
Appreciate you.
Joe getting it done, baby.
There we go. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have been to the Hall of Fame.
He's probably working out.
I highly recommend going to the Hall of Fame. Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. It's incredible.
It's a beautiful museum. It's so great. You have to understand, as a person from the West Coast who'd never been to New York before, in my brain, the state of New York was all Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Charlie.
Hi.
What do we got?
We're a break, right?
Yeah.
Before I forget, there's no run it back today.
Oh, that is super helpful. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because 4:00,
4:00.
we have Knicks at Celtics
Yes.
game 5.
Yes.
My man, that's super helpful. Say it.
Medulla oblongata.
We've got a new Jurassic Park. You probably have to do the other one
Oh,
from here on
yeah,
out.
we're going to have to watch that movie and figure out the key line.
Maybe they'll send us free tickets.
Thanks, Charlie. That's super helpful for me. But in my brain, New York was all Manhattan.
Yes.
Right? Like, I know logically that doesn't make sense, but that's just. And then I drove to Cooperstown from Waterbury, Connecticut, was where I started.
Oh,
So we drove through this. Gorgeous. The East Coast is beautiful.
yeah.
But driving up through there, it is just trees.
It's so far
Oh,
out.
It is so green. And then you're driving along in the sticks. You're just driving through the cuts. There might be a farm here, a farm there. And then all of a sudden it's like, bah! You're in the middle of this town. And hey, there's the Baseball Hall of Fame. Like,
And it's like a little
where did this
tiny
come from?
town.
It's like Cache Creek.
Yeah, it's not sophisticated.
Nope.
It's got like a couple of pubs.
It's like, what's it? Old Town Roseville. Hey, there's Joe. Old Town Roseville. Is that what it's called? Old Town, downtown, Old Town. It's like Old Town Roseville.
Yeah, Old Town Roseville, or again, like Nevada City. Like it's very,
just
very
a-
small.
just
Actually, I think Nevada
Product
City.
of a bygone era.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Yeah, it's just so cool though.
Yeah,
So freaking cool.
for my 30th, we flew to New York, rented a car, me and 2 buddies, drove to the Hall of Fame, came back to Manhattan, caught a Yankees game in Old Yankee Stadium,
Oh, that's so sick.
and hung out in Manhattan for a day and a half, 2 days.
Man, that's cool as hell.
Yeah, we stayed up in Cooperstown for a night and then came back down. There's nothing to do outside of going to the Hall of Fame.
No. There's like a diner.
Yeah, it's rough. Sean Bittler, I don't remember tolls. Like it's pretty. It's just well, when we were there, it wasn't green. It was a little like a little brown, but still beautiful. Like and you just keep driving. Truck stops everywhere.
Gosh, dang it! I just need to get an IFB like yours.
Have I been to Bodie? I don't know what Bodie is.
Isn't that the skier?
Bodie Morgan. That's a skier.
No, what was his name? Can't think of his name.
Bodie
No.
Miller.
Yeah,
Bodie Miller.
and that skier.
Mhm.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I know you're not going to be here tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm fired up for Donut Friday on a Thursday.
Oh,
We're going to do something a little different. Yeah, get ready, Joe. We're doing something a little different for Donut Friday on a Thursday tomorrow.
oh.
I need a donut committee shirt. Well, so I need
Ooh,
we
might be the move.
right official.
Official Donut Committee. Are you going to be in the Donut Committee?
Well, I need to start buying donuts probably.
If you're gonna be in it, yeah.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, the other day my friend texted me. He's like, "Are you part of the donut committee?" And I'm like,
Tell that friend no for
Yeah,
now.
I
You haven't been through
said I didn't
initiation.
say
It's a
I didn't
process.
say yes, and
He just
didn't
wants
say
a free
yes.
shirt. He's
That's
here for
fine,
the free
Joe.
shirt.
If that's what you want,
Dude.
that's fine. You can be the official young person of the Donut Committee. Just
He-
making sure we're
I could
staying
be
hip
the-
and young.
The
He wants a
mascot.
a free shirt. He wants free donuts. He doesn't want to pay for the donuts, but he wants to be part of the donut committee.
You know what? That's totally
I
fair.
want-
I love that. No, that's ambition. That's ambition.
I want to have my donut and eat it too.
Nice,
There it is.
dude.
There it is.
See, that's fantastic. Joe Brazil, welcome to the Donut Committee.
There
All
it
right.
is.
So we were talking about the Baseball Hall of Fame and Pete Rose being reinstated, Joe Jackson, shoeless Joe Jackson being reinstated, and the assumption being that they will be there will be either a special vote or maybe they're just included as part of like a veterans committee deal, or maybe they go on ballots since they've never been on the ballot before. But I don't know. I assume that they will receive plaques in the Hall of Fame. So this begs the question, and it's a little bit different because Barry Bonds has not been officially banned by Major League Baseball. Roger Clemens has not been officially banned by Major League Baseball. Alex Rodriguez, Rafael Palmeiro, all of the steroid users or alleged steroid users who have not been voted into the Hall of Fame because of their alleged steroid use are not banned. So MLB can't reinstate them.
Okay.
However, I personally, and if you fall on the other side of this, I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but I personally have long thought that, man, Barry Bonds and that era of player that is being denied entry to the Hall of Fame because of their involvement with steroids, their alleged involvement with steroids, should be in the Hall of Fame. Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa ostensibly saved baseball in the summer of 1998. Steroid users. Baseball benefited so much from this thing.
Yep.
The writers who vote benefited so much from this thing, either directly or indirectly.
Yep.
And to now act as though, you know what, they don't exist in baseball history. Baseball's not where it is without that summer in 1998.
Yeah, I mean, McGwire and Sosa saved baseball.
Big time, or at least baseball as we know it. It's not like MLB would have dissolved, but after the strike in 94, it was a little dicey there for a few years, and then all of a sudden you had two players racing to 60 home runs, and it took over the sports landscape.
Yeah.
And then you fast forward a few years, and you have Barry Bonds chasing 73 home runs in a single season, or chasing that 70 home run record and hitting 73, surpassing Hank Aaron for the all-time home run lead. Like, these were monumental things that happened in baseball history. And to deny them entry to the Hall of Fame, to me, has always been a little bit silly. Now, I've understood the logic because, hey, you know what? If Pete Rose doesn't get in as the all-time hit king because he bet on the sport, and Joe Jackson got involved with gamblers, even if he didn't bet on the sport and didn't accept money, he was involved with the gamblers. That's a no-go. They're out. So because they're out, I'm going to leave all the steroid users out because I think they also cheated. Right? Okay. If that's going to be your logic train, that's fine. But if Pete Rose and Joe Jackson are going to be in the Hall of Fame, to me, okay, that eliminates the barriers now. That barrier to entry for Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and Alex Rodriguez and all the players who should be in the Hall of Fame and are not because of their connection to the steroids or the steroid era should go in now. There's no more excuse for me.
Okay, so my rebuttal to that would be, first of all of these people are represented at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, yes, it's not like Barry Bonds doesn't exist.
They just don't have a plaque.
Correct.
Like Pete Rose has, like, there's a Pete Rose locker.
Yes.
They're like, so they are represented.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I also think a distinction needs to be made between gambling,
okay,
and tainting your stats by using performance enhancing drugs. And so that's where I've always drawn the line. And I get it. Like, we can see like clear points in people's career where they take off, right? But I can also tell you that, like, steroids were rampant in the 80s and the 90s at the college level, where these guys are coming through the college level. And so someone can say, well, I think Barry Bonds took steroids on this date. You can't tell me that you know that for sure, though. Because even if he were to ever admit it, he would admit that, okay, there was a point in this year where I may have taken steroids. But at this point, I don't know that you can believe any of them that they didn't take it years before. Like, again, Mark McGwire could have been taking steroids at USC.
He didn't look like it, but yeah.
Well, he didn't look like, because he was like a 19-year-old kid.
Yeah.
20-year-old kid. But then when he gets to the major leagues and he hits 49 bombs in his rookie season, I mean, you could have at that point started testing and said, okay, what's going on here?
Sure.
But
they that's the thing, is they didn't. There weren't.
Yeah.
It basically wasn't illegal. They decided not to punish those players at the time. Baseball said, hey, we're going to reap the rewards of this.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you retire, ew, no, you can't do that. No. What? It doesn't.
Yeah.
I can't square that in my head. I can't do that. And now, to me, the fact that baseball has taken down this barrier that was there for Pete Rose and for Joe Jackson, to me, okay, let's now remove the barriers for the players who weren't banned for life, and that people are just holding vendettas against, because you know what, we're gonna pick and choose who we keep out and who we don't. Like, I hate that. I hate that a lot.
No, I'm with you. I would just say that it's really difficult. Like, specifically, I think the guy that you can point to, clearly Bonds goes from being like a 30 home run guy to all of a sudden it's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But it's players like Roger Clemens, who, 3-time Cy Young Award winner as a young player. But then there's a point in his career where it's over, where he's lost it, right? And we see it. It happens. He's 30, he's 31, he's 32. He's completely shot. And all of a sudden, he bulks up. All of a sudden, he's back. And at the age of 34, starts rattling off 4 more Cy Youngs after his career was over. And so that's where I get to the point where if making the Hall of Fame is it's based off statistical accomplishments, right? We can all agree. Like, it was always like cut and dry. 500 home runs, 3,000 hits, 3,000 strikeouts,
right.
300 wins.
You're in.
Those are the benchmarks. Well, Roger Clemens would have never, ever got to half of his stats if it weren't for the fact that at the age of, 31, 32, 33, somewhere in the middle there, he started taking steroids and all of a sudden revitalized his career that was over. And so, again, I think that we can reevaluate what, winning 3 Cy Youngs as a young player, and you probably should have been a Hall of Famer no matter what. Like, Pedro Martinez didn't last long enough to win more than 180 games, 189 games, whatever it is. But he's a Hall of Famer because he was so good during his young era, right? Yeah. But that's not the way it used to be. It used to be that you had to hit these benchmarks if you're getting in. And there are players that have like 2,800 hits who aren't in the Hall of Fame. There are players that have 450 home runs who aren't in the Hall of Fame because they didn't hit the benchmark. And so if the game is based off statistics and the Hall of Fame is based off statistics, you have to look at those numbers differently than gambling.
But I guess for me, the question is, and if it's for you, I saw somebody in the chat say steroids are cheating, gambling is not, and you made the case earlier that well, no, gambling can be cheating too. But I just let's put that aside. If that's the take that all cheaters should not be in, okay, fine. My issue with what you said is, okay, how many home runs were Barry Bonds' alleged steroid use worth? Was it, because let's say they're worth 150 home runs, that puts him at, what is that, 612 instead?
Yeah.
That's where that argument falls apart for me a little bit, because, okay, then how much of their statistics are we attributing to that? If it's just cut and dry, they cheated, I think they cheated, they're not getting in. Okay. So are we making sure that none of the members of the Houston Astros who cheated with the sign stealing stuff don't get in?
No,
because it's ostensibly the same. If you're using, now if somebody's signs are bad and you're staring at them from the first base dugout and you go, oh, hey, we can tell that guy's going to throw a fastball right now. Hey, that's one thing. But when you're using technology to film from center field to relay that down to a video person who's doing analytics to break down the signs, and then you're relaying those, that's cheating. So is every person who played for the Astros a cheater and no longer allowed into the Hall of Fame? If that's true, okay. But that just opens a can of worms to me that, okay, now what's cheating, what's not. The bottom line for me is that there are a lot of players who use steroids during the steroid era. We call it the steroid era, not because 1 or 2 guys did it, but because a lot of dudes did it.
Yeah. Most, I don't know what the number is, but it's a lot.
It's the there are rules against it now.
Mhm.
You face significant bans if you're caught for using performance enhancing drugs now, or drugs related to performance enhancing drugs. There are bans now. It's like 60 games and then a full season.
I think it's
and then
80.
a lifetime, or
Yeah.
80 and then a full season and lifetime. Like there are real bans in place now.
Mhm.
But that's now. And if MLB is knocking down that barrier for Pete Rose and Joe Jackson, then I think Hall of Fame voters should respond accordingly.
I think
Just understand that, hey, this is part of it.
I think that there is a way to do it that I think appeases everybody,
Mhm.
where you can have a segment of the Hall of Fame, a wall in the Hall of Fame that, like, I know it sounds horrible, but you could be on the wall where, like, it's a questionable era. But it would be really tough to just call guys out, that especially if you don't have proof. I mean,
Craig Biggio didn't use steroids at all. Never once.
Jeff Bagwell.
Never once.
Yeah. No,
Like that's where I think you put a plaque up. And if you want to say was named in the Mitchell report or was alleged steroid user or admitted to steroid use, fine.
Mhm.
That's that.
There's a lot of them.
No, it's a huge chunk of players.
No, it is. I mean, like Mark McGwire should be in the Hall of Fame. Sammy Sosa should be in the Hall of Fame.
I've given up like passionately defending this or
Mhm.
arguing about it, because I think everybody kind of lands where they're going to land. There's people in the chatty house right now going, "No, you cheated. You don't get in." All right. I'm of the belief that, man, that is an era that baseball benefited from, and those players should be rewarded accordingly.
And I'm of the opinion of, like, so many of the stats are fruit of the poisonous tree.
Sure.
And you can't tell me when you actually cheated and when you
Mhm.
didn't. And, you could have a player who literally his entire career is a fraud.
Mhm.
His entire career from start to finish.
Mhm.
And, like I've got a buddy who played baseball, like LSU Shreveport.
Mhm.
And him and his high school buddy made a commitment that they wouldn't do steroids. They were hanging out, very, very good players, and their catcher was horrible. And came back one summer and gained 40 pounds and had zits all over and had clearly, and then got drafted, and they didn't. And he was bad and they were great. And
Mhm.
they just sat there and went, well, I guess our baseball career ends and that guy gets to go on. And that's tough.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of baseball, we'll get to the NBA draft lottery stuff because James and I are going to fix it coming up here in a little bit.
Got a shovel.
But fix it like correct it, not fix it as in rig it. We already know the NBA is doing that themselves. I'm joking. Hey, man, the passionate defense yesterday from, I think I saw Chris Mannix from Sports Illustrated and Howard Beck. Also, Howard Beck was dropping F-bombs, which he does from time to time, but he was dropping F-bombs. Like,
Shout out Davis.
Like
UC Davis.
He's like, you're stupid if you think the NBA can rig the lottery. And he went through all the process they take and all the thing, and how the person who is telling the person when to draw a ball is not even looking at the hopper. So anyways, we're gonna fix the NBA draft lottery in a little bit. But the A's, we talked about that Yankees series and it being a measuring stick series and how it wasn't covered as such. I'm taking it upon our show to properly cover this series against the Dodgers down in Chavez Ravine, and the A's. 3-game set against the Dodgers, 3-game set against the Giants. That's two very good teams in the National League. These are measuring stick games for the A's.
Yeah.
Yankees, are they a team that's going to hover around 500, or are they a team that's going to compete with the rest of the playoff teams in Major League Baseball? And I got to tell you, that Yankee series didn't go well. The A's were outscored 29-15, and they dropped 2 out of the 3. Dodgers series got off to a roaring start.
Wow.
The A's went down to Chavez Ravine last night. They won 11-1. They beat up Landon Knack, the starter for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They hit 5 home runs last night. Jacob Wilson hit 2.
He's so good.
Your American League Rookie of the Year
now.
Hit 2 jacks last night.
Yeah.
And is now batting, what, 367?
I think it's 364.
Like, oh, God, he sucks.
Yeah, I looked it up.
Batting high, over 360.
And hey, did you know where they batted him?
Where'd they bat him? Look at that. I think he's their leadoff guy now. I think he's been doing that pretty consistently.
Yeah, I think he's probably the leadoff guy. I kind of wish they would get a more on base percentage guy to be leadoff and then have him bat second, just because of his ability to make contact, and the ability to do like hit and runs and stuff. Like there are a lot of ways that you could open up the middle of the field for him. But yeah, I like it.
Yeah, one or two, as long as you're maximizing his at bats. That's the big one for me. Nick Kurtz.
Yep.
A's rookie, who was drafted 9 months ago, gets his first major league home run. Congratulations to him. And then in the 9th inning, you had Andujar and Blade going back-to-back to extend that 9-1 lead out to 11-1. And the A's rolled over the Los Angeles Dodgers last night down in L.A. That's awesome. That's a young team that got knocked around a little bit by the Yankees and then had a day off and then went down to L.A. and said, this is the defending World Series champ, and we don't care.
That's right. No, this was a very, very good game. And look, you want to take it, you don't want to get swept in these series. That's it. Take 1 or 2 against the Yankees. That's okay.
Can you split the 6 against the Giants and the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Can you win one of those series and get a game in the other one? Is kind of how I'm looking at this. And again, if this might be the start of a run for the A's. You win both series, all of a sudden you're competing with 2 of the best teams in the National League, and you start picking up momentum from there.
Yep.
So shout out to the A's. They play again tonight against the Dodgers down at Dodger Stadium in Southern California. All right. We're going to fix the NBA draft lottery when we get back. We're going to ethically order the teams. We are going to put together the perfect NBA draft. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to call the Elk Grove Kia Talk line and join the show, please do. You can also join us on the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, Guy.
Yeah, they moved Mitchell. They put Lawrence Butler down in the lineup, and he goes 2 for 5, 2 doubles, batting .239. Andujar has played really well. It's tough to keep him out of the lineup. Now they're stuffing him at third base. He's batting .319. And Springs is coming around. That's a big deal. He's up to 5-3. Yeah, with a 4.27 ERA.
Need a couple guys who can get outs. I'll answer this for James. James is not going to the Survivor watch party tonight at Drake's Barn because he has to run home and then catch a flight to Santa Barbara for the weekend for his birthday.
Yep. All of that is true. We're getting down to it, though, Steven. Like if Joe makes it through tonight, he's got a shot.
I would love to have a Jacob Wilson MVP conversation, but that belongs to Aaron Judge until further notice.
Yep.
Aaron Judge is going to hit like 380 with 65 jacks.
That's crazy.
It's going to be ridiculous. You seen those stats of
thanks, Russ Falcon.
His last 162 games?
Yeah, it's just
some of the numbers.
And we pulled it up. Was it yesterday, day before? He's leading in hits, runs, RBIs, home runs, batting average, OPS.
Yeah, pick a stat.
All of them. He leads all the stats.
Jacob Wilson, if he keeps this up, will be the runaway rookie of the year, though. Oh, my God. Derrick Henry and the Baltimore Ravens, we won't talk about this on the radio, but Derrick Henry and the Baltimore Ravens reached an agreement today on a 2-year, $30 million extension.
Whew.
$25 million fully guaranteed over the next 2 years. Derrick Henry is an alien. He's old.
Yeah.
How old is that? I say he's old. He's probably like 31.
I don't even know if he's that.
31.
Oh, good call.
Turned 31 this year. but he has so many carries. 2,355 carries. I bet he's the active leader in carries by like so many.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Rushing attempts, active. He's the active leader in rushing attempts by 216. Excuse
Okay.
me, 116. But he's ahead of Ezekiel Elliott, whose career is ostensibly over.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry's got probably another 300 plus carry season coming up.
Mm-hmm. He's probably got 3 more years.
He's at 2,400. Derrick Henry rounding up. Ezekiel Elliott's 2,100. Joe Mixon's at 1,800.
Yeah, Casey Tucker, he is going to go down as one of the better running backs to ever play.
Yep.
Like, does he have 2,000-yard seasons? Or just one?
Just one, but he had 1,921 yards last year. 106 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's nutty.
Thanks for the birthday wishes, everybody. I won't be here tomorrow which is my actual birthday.
He has 32 rushing touchdowns ahead of Ezekiel Elliott, who's second in active rushing touchdowns.
Yeah. And we didn't really get to it yesterday. Rustdog, we're glad you survived your car accident. Sounds scary.
Do you know who's third in active rushing touchdowns? I shouted out Rustdog yesterday. That I'm not ignoring that.
Oh, okay.
Salute to Rustdog.
I
Glad
did as
he's
well,
here.
but yeah,
So
definitely.
I'm not
happy
ignoring
for
that.
you, buddy,
Okay.
that you're doing better.
Derrick Henry won, Ezekiel Elliott too. Do you know who's third among active players in rushing touchdowns?
Rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
Is it going to be someone like Kamara?
No. Good guess, though. He's fifth. Tied for fifth. We could sit here all day, and I don't think I would have gotten this right.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not McCaffrey?
No. CMC's 11th.
What? Active?
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Jones?
15th.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I said we weren't going to talk about this on the radio. We were only going to talk about it on the video streaming side at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. But now we're in the midst of a trivia game. And so we're going to keep talking about it. Derrick Henry has signed a monster extension with the Baltimore Ravens. That's a 2-year extension for $30 million. It includes $25 million fully guaranteed over the next 2 seasons. That sent us down a rabbit hole of ridiculous Derrick Henry stats, because he is going to go down as the top running back of this era by a pretty wide margin, and maybe one of the better running backs of all time. He is the active leader in rushing touchdowns with 106. He is 32 ahead of Ezekiel Elliott, who has 74. Number 3 is who we're trying to get. It's not Alvin Kamara, who's 5th. It's not Aaron Jones, who's 15th. And it's not Christian McCaffrey, who is 11th.
I had, like, I was really close to coming up with a name.
Okay.
I might be able to. I'm gonna say James Conner.
James Conner is a very good guess. He is 7th at 59.
Okay. Wow.
I'll give you the number the player has is 65.
65 rushing touchdowns.
And we're looking in the. I'll give you another. We're looking in the AFC.
The AFC. Okay, so Jonathan Taylor doesn't have that many.
He does not. He is
Yeah.
tied for 12th with. Oh, I don't want to tell you who's tied with.
Okay. Boy.
I'm telling you, we could probably do this the rest of the show.
Wait, Nick Chubb?
No, another good guess. He's 12th. Tied. One of the people tied with Jonathan Taylor.
Okay. Former Cincinnati back turned.
No, Joe Mixon. He is tied with Kamara for 5th.
Dang. I
want to see if the chatty house is.
Austin Eckler?
Nope. Eckler's a good guess. Eckler might not be a good guess. No, he's 19th. Not that good of a guess.
Okay.
Let's see.
Boy, how am I?
Is anyone? I do. The chat does have it. Somebody in the chat does have it. Not gonna say who. I'll give you a hint about the person who has it in the chat. It is not Derek Carr.
Oh, so it's Josh Allen?
It is Josh Allen. Hey.
Dang. I should have got that quicker.
No, what? He has 65 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but you go through like, because I play fantasy football, so you're thinking of all the guys who have had like big touchdown seasons. And he hasn't had a 20, right?
No, nothing crazy like that.
No, but there are guys that have, and that's where I was trying to, the process of elimination, like how many guys are left in the league. Like Dalvin Cook had like a big time one season where he had a bunch of touchdowns. But
so I would have put Josh Allen, if you had just said, hey, in 7 seasons, how many? I would have put him about 50.
yeah.
He has 65.
Yeah, that's
At
wild.
15 2 years ago and 12 last year. Shout out to Josh Allen. What a player. All right.
Yeah.
Let's fix the lottery.
Let's fix it.
I would like the NBA to change how it does the lottery. Because I get that flattening the odds is the whole point of trying to get teams to stop tanking. We haven't gotten teams to stop tanking. They just try and be one of the 3 worst teams in the league, so they have the opportunity to move up to number 1. It doesn't feel like tanking has been curtailed that much.
No.
Is it as obvious? No, not always. Here's my issue with it though. With flattening the odds. Because I've seen the argument of just win games. Well, just if you're worried about it, just win games. Just go be good instead of bad.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when you flatten odds like this, I don't think the Wizards were trying necessarily to be bad last year. Like they knew they weren't going to make the playoffs, but they weren't as deliberate about it as, say, the Utah Jazz were.
Well, even like I've we talked about it the other. I said, hey, like, look, they even traded players, right? They went out, they signed Valanciunas as a free agent, and then they traded him during the season. They traded Kyle Kuzma. I didn't think that was part of an addition to their tanking. I thought that was to collect assets.
Right. That's just a prudent team building move.
No, I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like where, like, again, Utah, I will like die on this hill. Utah is the most embarrassing trash. That was so pathetic. Even the John Collins thing, they could have traded John Collins and gone and got assets at some point, but even that never really materialized.
Right. And that's why the Jazz thing is annoying, because the Jazz are bad. Even if Lauri Markkanen and John Collins and Keontae George and Walker Kessler, even if those guys played all their games, they were going to be pretty bad. They were going to be probably in that 30-win range.
30-win bad.
But they would have been in that range. Not what they finished with, 16?
17.
17 wins. They're trying to game the system by not trading those guys.
Yep.
And going, hey, we're going to try and get Cooper Flagg and drop him onto this team that's ready to compete.
That's already good.
With John Collins and Walker Kessler. And like, they're trying to game the system. Washington's not doing that.
No, Washington
just stinks.
They're void of talent, and they're trying to bring some young players up.
And what sucks about the quote unquote flattening of odds is that, man, Washington just stinks. The draft is how teams like Washington get good players, or at least get the foundation, and then they can, trade and sign free agents and whatnot. Washington gets hosed in this because what's their recourse? What are they picking now? 6th? Wait, I know you got it. Okay. Steph Curry was the 7th pick, right? There's Giannis was what, 14, 15, something like that. Like there's all kinds of, Kawhi was a late pick. Like I get there's different ways that you can draft talent and develop talent, especially in a draft like this one that looks a little bit deeper. You can still find a player there, so it might not be the end of the world. But I don't think that that's right. I don't think the way the NBA has flattened the odds is the right way to do this. I think they need to create a committee.
Oh.
Featuring you and me.
Oh, okay. I'm here.
And we can invite people from the chatty house. We'll invite Joe, a member of the Donut Committee. Kenny Caraway can be involved. In fact, you know what? Maybe the committee will just be ESPN 1320. Get Jesse in here. We'll get D'Lo in here. We'll get Charlie in here. And I think you need to rank the teams ethically.
Okay.
So, for example, the number 1 pick this year, who do you think should have gotten the number 1 pick this year?
Boy, that's tough.
It's really tough.
Yeah, because you know who it should be?
Who?
Portland.
Okay, you think Portland should get the number 1 pick?
Ethically.
Okay, why is that?
because Portland tried. They won 36 games with a roster that I don't think anyone thought they would even come close to that.
Yep.
I think that they continued to play. They won games late in the season.
Mhm.
They tried to establish a culture, and the fact is they don't have enough talent today
Mhm.
to compete. They did sit some of their veterans, but they sat some of their veterans because they had young players in those positions, and they were pushing to try to somehow, get back
They
into
were-
the play-in tournament.
They were fighting for the number 10 seed up until there were like 4 games left.
Yep.
They were playing hard, dude. I love that idea. It wouldn't have been my first pick, but the more you talked about it, the more I like it. Let's go. Blazers are picking first. In that same vein, I'm going Brooklyn number 2.
Yeah,
Shout out to Jordy Fernandez. That team played its ass off.
I agree. And the Portland, they finished tied with the Suns.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what we're
incredible.
talking about.
That's
right?
incredible.
And I agree with you about Brooklyn. And Brooklyn, I might move ahead, but at the same time, they early in the season traded away a couple of players.
They punted too early.
Yeah,
They punted when it became clear, like, okay, we might make the play in. We need to be worse.
yeah. Well, I mean, that
was the spirit of the deals they made.
They really, really need a number 1, number 2, number 3 to build around.
Yeah,
they don't
I
have
agree.
that player, and it's going to be very difficult for them to find that player.
I agree. Who gets the number 3 pick for you? Washington gets it for me.
Okay, that's fair.
All right.
Yeah, I don't hate that. And to be honest with you, I think Charlotte's right there too, because I don't think Charlotte tried to be bad. I just don't think they have any talent, and that's why I was like A-okay with them coming in at the number 4 pick and the way it worked out.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that made sense
Yeah.
for them to be the 4th pick.
Yeah.
Especially to move ahead of teams like Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Who goes 5?
Where
are we dropping Utah? Are we dropping Utah out of the top 10?
Yeah. No, I think
I think putting them wherever, putting them one spot behind wherever we put the Raptors.
Yeah,
I think they should have finished about with the same record as the Raptors.
There's no honor in what the Jazz did.
No, I
at
agree
all.
with you.
Yeah,
I agree.
and for that matter, I'd say the same about the Pelicans. They had injuries, right?
Mm-hmm.
They traded Brandon Ingram. They had injuries and all that stuff, but they also sat Zion Williamson for so many games that it became an issue with them behind the scenes, where he's like, I am not comfortable sitting all these games because now I'm just getting more and more and more of a reputation for somebody who doesn't play games.
Right.
And they wouldn't let him play back-to-backs or anything else. I think that they shut down players early. But then again, they did have a ton of injuries.
Okay, this is fun. I would like to continue playing God with the NBA lottery when we come back.
Okay.
We'll also dive into the NBA playoffs. Is the Warriors season over tonight? We'll find out. Is the Celtics season over tonight? Maybe. We'll talk about that. We'll keep playing with the NBA lottery. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insiders, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. But before we play some commercials for you, I got to tell you about my friends at Underdog. Because Underdog Daily Fantasy is my new favorite way to watch sports, and I think it will be your new favorite way to watch sports as well, especially during the NBA playoffs, where every single game you've got, or every single day you've got games. Every single day you're making lineups. You can mix and match those lineups with, like tonight, we have Knicks, Celtics, and we have Warriors and Timberwolves. I'm probably going to mix and match my lineup a little bit. I'm going to have to see what the numbers look like because there's going to be some adjustment without Jason Tatum. Do I trust Jaylen Brown? Do I trust Jaylen Brown to have a big game? We'll see. I gotta think about that. We know no Steph Curry for the Warriors. Does Brandon Pajemski get out of his shooting slump, or do we keep rocking lowers on Brandon Pajemski and racking up W's? Those are the decisions I'm going to have to make, and those are the decisions you should be making, especially if you're a Kings fan.
Yeah.
No team in the playoffs this year. Maybe next year. No team in the playoffs this year though. Yeah, get on Underdog, build a lineup, and that way you have a team to root for. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. We're going to keep playing with the NBA Draft Lottery. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is with us. We're the Insiders. Back in a second. Yee. Bro, no, hey, that's not JK. That's not the promo code, but the promo code's Kyle MKYLEM. But Fade Kyle should be the promo code because oh my god. It's not even like so during the NFL playoffs with Underdog, I was red hot because I had a really good feel for how the games were gonna go. And like Saquon Barkley, longest rush was always a big winner because he's a monster. Or Saquon Barkley higher on yards was usually a winner. And I had a really good feel for the games. In the NBA, this year I cannot get a grasp on the ebbs and flows because you'll see a player like like OG Anunoby, right? He's the kind of player where typically if he has a couple of games where he has like 6 and then 11, okay, you can feel pretty good about going higher on 16.5 points, right? Because, okay, he's going to have a breakout game here at some point. He's just too good of a player. That just hasn't been the case. I keep thinking, okay, this guy's been bad 3 straight games. This guy's 2 for his last 17 from 3. He's going to hit a couple tonight. Nope. But then it's like if I go the other way and I'm like, this guy stinks right now. He can't hit anything. I'm going to go lower. He inevitably goes 5 for 6 from 3. I just have no feel. I have nothing.
It feels personal sometimes.
Aldrin, I don't know ball. What do you mean it feels personal? Like they're coming at me? Pause.
Play on.
Okay.
No, I feel like it feels personal. Like you bet the under and then like they take that personally. And then they want to attack you and score a ton of points because you bet the under.
Yeah, they're probably sitting there with a clipboard like, hey guys.
And they have your name on it.
Kyle went less.
Yeah.
Went less on your
in the huddle
tonight.
In the huddle, they're like, hey, just so you know, Kyle took the under on 3s. We got to make 4 in the next 5 minutes.
Gotta make it rain, guys. Less.
How about that at less?
Yeah, they're just it's. We'll talk about it.
There's a flickering light in here today.
I have not. Don't tell me which light it is.
I don't know which one it is.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is producing this program. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock for Game 5 of the Knicks and Celtics. That is taking place at TD Garden in Boston. Can't wait. Who wins that one tonight? I kind of think the Celtics get it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Man, I feel bad for Jesse. I think his Celtics are shot.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win the series. Yeah. But I think there's a typically I think I would lean toward okay, there's going to be that injury shell shock and the Knicks are going to smell blood and the Knicks are going to come out firing and the Celtics are going to know they just don't have enough. That would typically be my thought on the game. And given how my underdog lineups have gone, this is bad news for the Celtics that I feel this way. But I think they're a talented enough team that they galvanize around the Tatum injury,
mm-hmm.
and they come out at home down 3-1 and throw one last punch where Derek White has a big game. Jaylen Brown shows why he was the finals MVP last year. And they put together just enough to win one more game.
Yeah, I'm
And
intrigued.
then they lose game 6.
Yeah, I mean,
Boston definitely has a better chance to win than Golden State tonight.
oh,
Like by
for
a
sure,
lot, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think with Golden State, everyone knows that there's a possibility that Steph's coming back next game, and that's going to make the Warriors desperate to get there, but it's going to also make Minnesota desperate to close this thing out.
Yeah, here's the thing with the Timberwolves, because our guy Norm in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you want to join us on the YouTube side, or on the video side, I should say. Our guy Norm asked if the Warriors had a higher or lower than 50% chance of winning tonight. And to me, it's lower. And it's less like, part of me thought, okay, it's sort of how you do about the Timberwolves, where, you know what, this team just doesn't have that instinct.
Mm-hmm.
They mess around a lot. They're going to have stretches of games. They're going to have a couple 3-4 minute stretches of games where they're not going to score, and they're going to throw the ball away, and they're going to take bad shots, and that's going to lose them a game or two. The problem Golden State has is, without Steph Curry on the floor, when Minnesota goes through those 3 or 4 minute lulls where they don't score, it's like an 8-0 run for Golden State.
Yeah.
Not a 17-0 run. And then it stays close. And then at some point, Julius Randle, who the Warriors just can't guard, he's going to go off on a little scoring spree. Anthony Edwards is picking and choosing his spots really effectively. The other night, they were down 2 starting the third quarter. I think they opened the third quarter on like a 17-0 run, and Ant had 14 points 6 minutes into the quarter.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable. And that's where it's just, they have 2 dudes who, when it comes down to, all right, we need a bucket, they have 2 dudes who are capable of getting that bucket. And Golden State just doesn't. They don't have the horses. I don't think it's a Steve Kerr thing. I don't think it's a matchups thing. I don't think it's a man. The Timberwolves are just dominant.
We've talked about this. A lot of it is that the Warriors players are just having to play out of position.
Yeah, that's it.
They're like, the guy who's a 2 is having to be the 1. A guy who's a 5 is having to be the 3. It's unfortunate, but that's the way injuries work in the NBA.
It's not. We knew kind of going into this year. There's a reason they traded for Jimmy freaking Butler, man.
Well, even when they traded for Jimmy Butler, that team still wasn't good enough. I mean, that's what you're looking at. You're not.
Well, they went like 20-5.
They're good enough. They're good enough to win games. They're good enough to be a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
They're not good enough to win a championship.
No, but I do think if Steph Curry's healthy, I think they win this series.
Yeah, maybe.
So the issue, the other issue on top of what you're saying is depth has always kind of been a problem. But you talk about shooting. Brandon Podziemski is one of their guys who they rely on to make shots, and he's not.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this chart that he has one of the worst, or tied for the worst shooting percentage in a 4-game span in a series ever
in NBA history.
Yeah. I guess second rounder later. It's like a,
mm-hmm.
But not good. Like really tough, right? Moses Moody's another guy they rely on to hit shots, and he's unplayable in this series.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, can't hit a shot, can't play defensively. He's done. Quentin Post, another guy who throughout spurts of the regular season and the second half of the regular season after he came up from the G League, and then at various points of the Rocket series, they were relying on him where they'd go through stretches where, man, you know what? Hey, he's 3-4 possessions in a row. He's getting a wide open 3, and he's going to hit a couple of them. He can't play in this series.
I think the Rockets broke Quentin Post. Like watching that series and how they took advantage and picked on him, it really knocked him off his game. And I think that's a big reason why you're seeing. I mean, he's not playing that much, but
he's not playing at all because Julius Randle goes into his chest and scores, and that's it. And he stopped shooting. He's catching on the perimeter and dribbling, and that's not why he's on the court. So he can't play. So they're guys who, because Minnesota the other night, I think, hit 16 threes
Yeah.
At one point, it was 16-5 in the 3-point margin, and we talked about this a
That's
lot with the
wild.
Kings this year.
Mhm.
Or if you're losing the 3-point line by 33 points, it is really hard to go win a basketball game.
Yeah, game over.
It's a ball game.
Mhm.
And that's it. It's just Golden State just doesn't have the recourse. And Buddy Hield is now like, hey, just what you said. It's not, hey, catch and shoot because Steph has warped the defense, 2 quick passes, and now you're getting an open Buddy Hield corner 3.
Mhm.
It's, hey, buddy, go create. Can you create a pull-up 3? That's not his game.
No.
And and on top of this is the other aspect of this. Minnesota is awesome defensively. Minnesota is a very, very good defensive team.
Mhm.
They know exactly what they want out of Rudy Gobert. They know exactly what they want out of guys like Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They never put those guys in position to do more than they have to. It's going to be a lot of Anthony Edwards. Julius Randle's been a revelation. He's been so good. Like, the Timberwolves are a good team.
Yeah.
And they're going to take advantage of a team that if this was the Warriors team for 82 games, they are a lottery team. Comfortably.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to.
I would agree 100%. I'd also say, like, when you can take McDaniels and put him on Jimmy Butler instead of having him chase Steph Curry,
Yes.
it just changes every dynamic. Because now it's like, okay, you can at least make things difficult for their number one guy.
Yeah.
And they don't really have that true second guy. They've got some good defenders, but not great defenders. You know, like Dante DiVincenzo's he's a solid defender, you know, and a lot of their guys are like that. They're like solid defenders, but they're not, 6'8" with a 7'3" wingspan and like, move around the court like a slinky. And that's where McDaniels hit the ability to use him, and even the ability to use him as mainly as a defensive player, because Julius Randle has stepped up and become a 30-point per game guy. It's just made them like extremely difficult for this specific team, like the Warriors. I don't know that like what they're going to look like in next round or anything else, but against the Warriors, it makes them tough.
Let's assume just for the sake of this conversation that they play Oklahoma City. I'm really interested to see what it looks like when it's a player like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or J-Dub, Jalen Williams, who can break a defense down a little bit and get in the lane and be an effective enough player that the defense has to warp and collapse.
Yeah.
Because right now that's not happening. What you're seeing is Jimmy Butler gets into the lane and then he goes to throw it out, but he's passing to somebody who's closely guarded.
Well, it's because they can guard him one-on-one with McDaniels.
Exactly.
Yeah,
or he's getting to the paint against Rudy Gobert, or even he's hesitant to go up over Julius Randle. Like it's easy. It's like watching the Chiefs and 49ers in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, where the Chiefs didn't have to do anything special defensively because their cornerbacks were good enough that they could just guard the Niners receivers one-on-one.
Yep.
And when you have to play defense or play offense against a defense like that, it's really, really difficult.
Yep.
So it's not a 0% chance because maybe Buddy Hield hits 6 threes and maybe Jimmy Butler goes for 30 and Brandon Podziemski finds a shot and all of a sudden we're at game 6 at Chase Center. I don't. Their opportunity was game 3. They smoked it. They were ahead at halftime the other night and the Timberwolves pulled away. I don't know what other pitches they're going to throw.
That's a tough thing. And I don't think they have another pitch. Yeah.
No. And Steph Curry's been ruled out. So my guess is that series ends tonight with the Minnesota Timberwolves going back to the Western Conference Finals. That's kind of crazy. After the Julius Randle, Karl Anthony Towns trade looked like it was going to be a disaster, all of a sudden the Timberwolves are just, back where they started.
I think it's funny too. Indiana is in the Eastern Conference Finals, and nobody, if you were to guess that Minnesota and Indiana would be in the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, I don't think anyone would have guessed that those two teams would make it. Like, you could have guessed one of them had the potential to make it, but
sure.
Both.
I didn't. I thought Indiana's run was I thought their run was legit last year because from a standpoint of that's not a bad team that stumbled its way to the Eastern Conference Finals. That was a pretty good team that maybe they got as far as they did because of a couple of injuries.
Yeah.
But they were a good team. Like they weren't some terrible team. I undersold them dramatically this year. I think they've proved this playoffs that, this is a legit team. They might have been a year ahead of schedule last year getting to the conference finals. But this year, it's not like a fluke. That's just a good-ass basketball team, dude.
No, I agree.
And going into the year, I 100%, if you said, hey, one of those two teams is going back to the conference finals, I 100% would have picked the Wolves. Without question, even after the Karl Anthony Towns trade.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider how good the Cavs looked during the regular season, how good Boston was during the regular season. I mean, Boston won 61 games.
Yeah.
You know, the Knicks, like it looked like, and even the Bucks, it looked like a 4 or 5 team conference, realistically a top heavy 3-team conference. But yeah, things change. They change quickly at the NBA level. It's
crazy. It's so nuts how different the East looks now and the future of the East looks now than it did going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So wild. Do we hey, Joe, I want to get your opinion in here as a Kings fan, and of course in the chatty house we'd love to hear from you. And if you want to jump on the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320, that's 916-909-1320. Are we rooting for Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah, yes. Yes.
Are we indifferent? Are we indifferent?
Indifferent would definitely be the way I feel.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fine stance to take.
I'm just upset in general. I was just talking about this the other day, actually. I'm not mad at him. I'm not really mad at anyone. I'm just mad. I'm just upset. He was my favorite player. So, I mean, yeah, I want to see him succeed. He said what he said after he got traded. I don't really blame him now looking back on it. He wanted to be here. But yeah, I would say I am. I want to see him do good, man. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Very good. A lot of no's in the chat.
I've always liked
Brian
Ty.
said no.
Like, Ty's a cool dude.
Thanks, Joe.
No problem, guys.
Soren said no. Brian says no. We've got an unfortunately yes from B. Perry.
That's exactly how I feel. Unfortunately, I am. Yeah.
I'm kind of anti. Can't get past my bias, says Chris.
And see, that's perfect. Like I feel biased as well. Like, so indifferent, but I want to see him win. I want to see him do good, man.
Yeah.
Jeremiah's rooting for him because he stopped crying about Sacramento. Here's an I'm rooting for Hallie from Clagster. Johnny G says he's rooting for him because people aren't. Leezy's rooting for him. PE Time says go Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of your guys. He's one of the former King.
I think I'm just pulling for the Pacers for the story. I don't have any direct feelings about Tyrese Halliburton. Where I'm like, I want the Knicks to win for Tyrese specifically. Or excuse me, the Pacers to win for Tyrese specifically. Fix that in post.
I would
the Pacers are super fun.
Yeah, they are.
I would love to see this team that doesn't have that like top end superstar punch its ticket to the finals. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'd also like to see Rick Carlisle get a little bit more love because he's been one of the great coaches in the NBA.
It's a good one. Very good.
And, you know, for me, I have a lot of respect for Rick Carlisle. I think he's a wonderful coach.
Yeah. Who are we rooting for? I think a Timberwolves Knicks finals would be funny. After the Cat Randall trade.
Yeah, that would be funny.
And they just wind up facing each other.
Boy, would an OKC Indiana final just be like everyone would talk about the ratings.
Dude.
The ratings are going to be so bad. No.
That'd be good ass hoop.
That's super fun.
Really good offense, really good defense.
That would be a good series.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I think that's the best series. I think that's what I'm rooting for. The new guard is here, by the way. The new guard has officially arrived in the NBA. Yeah. No Steph, no LeBron, no KD in the conference finals. It's a bunch of young dudes. NBA is next. We'll keep talking about those NBA playoffs. And we got a little bit into the Kevin Huerter trade yesterday because the Kevin Huerter trade has now been wiped clean.
Yeah, it's officially over.
The fallout of that trade is over. I want to revisit it very briefly, but I think the Kevin Huerter trade provides a good blueprint for how the Kings need to act this offseason. We'll talk about that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Rick Carlisle has 993 career wins.
Dang.
Yeah. He does not look 65.
How old do you think he looks?
I don't know, late 50s?
Oh, I feel like he always looks way older.
His playoff record is not good.
I'll be right back.
79 and 81 career-wise in the playoffs. Man, he was in Dallas forever. "13 years in Dallas." This is his second four-season stint in Indiana. What's going on, Chatty House? Anything happening? Oh.
Also, I kind of feel like the whole Halliburton thing is it just feels like a relationship, like an ex-relationship, like as time goes on, you feel less bitter about Halliburton and you kind of realize that it wasn't really his fault. I mean, obviously it wasn't, but at first you get offended and then he starts saying things and then, but now as time's going on, it's like, yeah, I want to see you succeed, man. Like I have no hard feelings.
Yeah. And I mean, Halliburton would still be here.
Absolutely.
He'd be a star for the Kings.
Absolutely.
If they didn't make the trade.
Absolutely. And it is kind of out of spite too. Like, so I know I'm just being spiteful and a little bit biased.
Yeah.
But yes, I agree, Perry. The Kings, they just need a new hot girlfriend really badly. Hopefully in the point guard variety.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
I always liked Ty as someone who spent some time with him. I mean, it was during COVID, so we didn't spend as much time as you normally would, but I always liked him.
Seemed like a great kid.
Yeah, for that matter, I really like his dad.
Yeah.
And his dad's a nice guy.
Yeah.
I hope that they let him back in the building for the Eastern Conference Finals.
The way they did that was perfect, by the way.
What, set him down?
Yeah, but they didn't announce a specific amount of time.
Yeah, indefinitely.
He could, but it's not like he's one of those guys who's courtside and everybody knows when he's there. He could just be at a game one of the Eastern Conference Finals, and probably nobody would notice.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it got reported.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure it would. Oh boy.
That's a good point, Wheezy. It is it's definitely a NBA thing. The small market versus large market.
This one?
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Can you catch me up here? Why did Wheezy in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. If you're listening on the radio, 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. When you're not listening on the radio, you should be watching us on YouTube and Twitch. Anyways, what led to Wheezy talking about the NBA media pushing players out of small markets?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
I know what it was about. Okay. It was when you were mentioning I believe it was when you were talking about the ratings between the finals, if it was the Wolves and the Pacers.
Pacers and Thunder, yeah.
Pacers and Thunder, sorry. Yeah, I think that's what he was referencing.
Okay.
Someone said something about TV markets.
Okay. Wheezy said an interesting thing here. He said, my point is the NBA media always push this market size thing. They say X star player needs to get out of X small market all the time. Why? The NFL media never says that. Good point. Don't disagree. I think the impetus behind that is because in I think it's salary cap related. Because in the NBA, bigger market teams are more liable to go into the tax and at least typically go into the tax and go into the aprons, and they can or are willing to pay more than a team like Oklahoma City or a smaller market team. And so I think the the implication in the NBA is Giannis can't contend with the Bucks because the Bucks are too small of a market and they can't put the right pieces around him. So he has to go to a bigger market where they can spend the money to put the right pieces around him or attract the free agents that will come to him and be around him. Whereas in the NFL, everybody's at the same exact hard cap and the league pushes it pushes parity, and there's not a problem of small market teams not being able to keep players because they can't afford to.
Yeah, because I think in baseball, like we've got to a point where the imbalance in baseball is egregious and
insane.
something has to happen. I mean, you can't have a team like, the A's who have like a quarter of the payroll of the team that they're going up against tonight.
Yeah.
And the fact that they won last night and they won 1 out of 3 this weekend against the Yankees, who have the same exact thing. You're talking about a $80 million payroll versus a $240 or $320 million payroll. That's just, it's wild. Like, European soccer has, what is it called? Fair play, financial fair play.
Okay.
Right. So if you are a team that can like raise more money, that can, go out, you sell more tickets, or you sell more merchandise, or you're able to market better and you're able to sell, like, your corporate sponsorships are better, all that stuff. There's still only a percentage of that money that you can use to go towards players. And I do think that Major League Baseball is the one that just stands out, that's fallen so far behind and allowed teams to just be basically welfare teams.
Yeah.
Where the NBA, are there teams that pay less for salary? Yeah. But they also have a thing where, you have to be within 10% of the salary cap. And very rarely is there a team that goes through the entire season that's under the regular salary cap.
Yeah.
Like, there aren't a bunch of teams. And if you're more than 10% under the salary cap, you have to actually pay your players that money. Like the NBA carves it out and says, hey, your 10% is, again, what was the salary cap this year? 155 million or whatever. So everyone has to be at 140 million. If you're at 130 million, you got to write a check to your players for that 10 million bucks and distribute it. You do.
That's incredible.
That's the way the NBA works. And so teams are above the cap, or around the cap. And then it's about, are there teams that go way above the cap? Sure. But they're usually teams that have been built through the draft, and then it's retaining your own players that cost you to go higher and higher and higher.
This is another interesting layer to this. Who said it? I want to give proper credit here. Where is it? Aldrin J said Minneapolis is not a small market. Minneapolis, according to this thing that I Googled real quick, is the number 15 TV market in America. So, or number 15 metropolitan market region / area, according to stationindex.com that I'm looking at right now.
Sacramento is what, 19 or 20?
Sacramento is 20.
Okay.
Just behind Orlando, Dayton Beach, Melbourne, and just ahead of St. Louis. So Denver's 18, Cleveland's 17, Miami's 16. So this is what's interesting, is I think I say small market in relation to the NBA, as in like players don't want to play. Players don't gravitate to Minneapolis. But he's right. I wouldn't call Minneapolis small market. They're number 15. But Miami is always a team that comes up when people go, oh, they should, LA, New York, Miami. Miami's behind Minneapolis. Miami is behind Phoenix in market size. Miami is behind Phoenix, Detroit, Houston, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Boston.
Yeah, but
Dallas.
They're on the beach.
Right. Yeah. It's just, so that's the other element of this, the other layer of this. I saying small market was the wrong verbiage. Aldrin J is right there. It's in the NBA. It feels like there's a league-wide culture of not everybody. A lot of players are just trying to get to one of those cities. Want to get to New York. You want to get to LA. You want to get to Miami. You don't want to get quote unquote stuck in Memphis. You don't want to get quote unquote stuck in Oklahoma City. And Austin Rivers, his podcast Off Guard that I listen to quite a bit. He talks about all the time, like playing in Minneapolis sucks because it's cold. Like, because this season is October through April, unless you're going to the playoffs.
Yep.
And it's cold a lot of those months.
Well, there are people who don't want to go to play for Phoenix because it's too hot.
Sure.
Although there's another group of players that
Probably
love to
love
play in
that.
Phoenix because they love golfing.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox always said he loves Houston weather way more than he likes Sacramento weather. He likes the humid. And I'm like, really? You like humid versus the dry heat in Sacramento? Oh yeah, I prefer that He's like, it's what I grew up in. I'm like, all right, well, that makes
what
sense.
he's used to. So I think that's the other, and I feel like, and that I don't have a good answer for. I don't know why that's the case in the NBA versus the NFL. Like, I feel like it's really rare that that's a talking point for players going into free agency of, well, I want to get to LA. I want to get to New York.
Yeah.
Because the Giants and Jets stink. So you don't see players trying to get to those markets necessarily. It's more, I'm going to go to the team that has salary cap space and is going to sign me to a huge contract because I might have one big contract in the league.
Yeah.
Versus in the NBA, like you're going to get your rookie extension, then you'll get another big extension, and then after a couple of years, you get another max extension. So
yeah,
and I just don't think the opportunities are there as much for that. With like Oklahoma City broke up the James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, Kevin Durant thing because they couldn't pay all of them. They wouldn't pay all of them.
Yeah, and again, you're looking at media market size. Oklahoma City is 45th. You know, Memphis is 48th in America.
Ooh.
New Orleans is 53rd.
Man.
And that's where like New Orleans has a tough time competing. San Antonio is 37th. Milwaukee is 35th. Like these things actually matter. Salt Lake City, 33. They matter because the teams have less money coming in the door with media market size. So like Sacramento has a very lucrative RSN, you know, with NBC Sports.
Regional Sports Network.
Yeah, between $30 and $35 million a year. Like that's a really, really good deal.
Yeah.
Now, LA, I think it's like 200 million or something. Like it's ridiculous. So they have a lot more money coming in the door. Right. And so they do have the ability to go out and spend more money. And also, like, look, when you look at, you know, like ownership, Lake-up ownership in San Francisco has so much more, like so many more billionaires than Sacramento. You know, the guy that you have running Sacramento Kings, like Vivek's not a billionaire. He might be a billionaire now because of the valuation of the Kings.
Yeah.
The network, but he wasn't when he bought the team.
Yeah.
And so, but he's not even from here.
Yeah. Sacramento's got like Kenny Caraway and that's it.
Yeah.
In the billionaire class.
Yeah. I don't know how
Shout out
many,
to Kenny.
if there are any billionaires from Sacramento, but the Bay Area, there's hundreds.
Or at least they live there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No doubt. That's interesting. Yeah. Milwaukee, not a small market.
Maybe not hundreds.
But it's like, it's that is kind of interesting. There's this consensus that Giannis can't win in Milwaukee, and it's not, oh, he should go to San Antonio. It's, oh, New York, the Knicks. Oh, did the Lakers get him? How do the Warriors get him?
Chicago.
How does like that's the I guess Houston is a team that gets put in there, but Houston gets put in there as a team because of all their assets and young players.
They're the 10th largest media market in America.
No.
Yeah, it's a big media market.
Yeah, it is. That's funny. Miami.
Interesting stuff.
Behind Minneapolis, but you will find 0 players who would prefer to play in Minneapolis. Miami's stressful, dude. I don't think I want to hang out in Miami ever. That just seems like a commitment to being a person that I don't want to make. I don't think you can be an introvert in Miami. Not that I'm that much of an introvert, but it just feels like there's a lot going on. Okay, that's fine. What do we want to get to? Oh, Kevin Huerter.
Yeah,
we're going to talk about Kevin Huerter. There we go. We got off of we have a rundown here where we have each segment blocked out, and I got off track, but I want to punt the Kevin Huerter thing today, actually.
Oh.
We can talk about that tomorrow.
I won't be here, but yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, you know what? No, that's fine. We got Jesse tomorrow. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm doing this on the fly in my head. Kevin Huerter. Was the Kevin Huerter trade good or bad? now that it's over, now that everything has conveyed, it meant the Kings don't have their pick in this year's 2025 NBA draft. You got the one really great year from Kevin Huerter.
I think
struggles.
It's a crazy. I think it's a net neutral trade. Like, I think if it would have been, the 13-14 range is probably what Kevin's value was.
Mhm.
And the Kings were hoping they would be really good, and this pick would be more like the 24th pick, right? But at the end of the day, you got one really good season. You got a 48-win season, and there's this other thing that on the way out the door, like when you traded Kevin, you acquired a $16.8 million trade exception. So I don't think I know this sounds really weird. We can't fully judge the Kevin Huerter entirety of it until you see what they actually do with that. If they do nothing with the $16.8 million, I mean, it would still have value because it saved you $16.8 million off the cap, right? But if they're able to go out and do another deal where they get a player that's really good, then you could be extending the Kevin Huerter trade out over, another 4 years, 3 years, whatever it might be.
I just wonder if it was worth it. And according to Joe Brazil, our wonderful producer, founder of Rayleigh's, is from Sacramento. He's worth around $1 billion.
Yeah.
Shout out to Michael Teal. All right. So I have a hard time wrapping my head around because I tend to lean toward the player in this, and Kevin Huerter's 2022-2023 season was really freaking good. And I tend to lean toward, man, you give me one really awesome season, that's worth a pick. What was it? 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road?
Yeah, 3 years down the road.
3 years down the road, that's worth a first round pick. But on the other hand, I don't know that it was worth it to have their draft picks tied up. And I don't know that Kevin Huerter was so good in that 1 year that you couldn't have found an adequate replacement either via different shots on the roster, different shooters on the roster, or just a different shooter who is available for less than that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with you.
And just the way he kind of collapsed in the following offseason because they brought in Chris Duarte, and then the way this season went, and then they deal him this year.
When they acquired, though, Kevin Huerter was like 23 years old, 23, 24 years old. Like, to predict it that a player is going to have such a gigantic tail off in his career.
Yeah.
Like, that's nearly impossible. I mean, Kevin Huerter is still only 26 years old right now. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. So for me, like, I think, again, the Kings are in a situation where they need more players of Kevin Huerter's value in the market.
Yeah, that's where this whole kind of conversation stemmed from.
Yeah.
Because I was watching the Thunder last night. And excuse me, that's not right. Well, I was thinking about it with the Thunder. But the Nuggets, I was watching the Thunder and Nuggets last night, and watching the Nuggets and watching Michael Porter Jr. provide them nothing.
Yeah.
He is so bad. I don't know if it's that shoulder injuries hampering him or what, but it's the depth issue with Denver is so clear. And then you watch that, and then you watch the Thunder, and just this onslaught of players where if they want to, they can go 11 players deep in their playoff rotation, and nobody would bat an eye.
Nope.
You watch the Pacers, who just have this awesome, super deep rotation. Even the Timberwolves have some really good depth where there's never a 5-person unit on the floor where you're like, this doesn't make sense. That player's not very, that player doesn't really work. I think this is what the Kings need to focus on this offseason. If you can make a swing and get Giannis freaking Antetokounmpo, great, cool, do that. But beyond that, I think for me, it's less about who's the best player. They can go get the best guy, and more, can you get some guys in that? Again, let's forget what the last couple of years of Kevin Huerter looked like and the way he tailed off. Let's think back to the 22-23 season where it was just this really valuable rotational player. Not going to be an all-star, not going to be a 25 points a night guy, but an impactful role player.
30-minute a game
starter for you.
Starter. Or, 6-7 man.
I think they need to be chasing that kind of deal where you're finding a quality starter. Give me some quality bench rotation guys.
Okay, so I think
would so much rather have that than missing out because they swung for the fences all offseason.
No, I get you. I think they need both. I think they need to go swing for the fences and try to find a 1A or a 1B or, a 2. But I think at the same time, once they get that deal done, if they can get that deal done, they also have to go find another player the level of, and I'm just going to lump them together, like Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk. And people will go, oh, Malik Monk's way. You know what? 2 years ago, in the first Beam Team season, Kevin Huerter was your third leading scorer at 15 points per game. Like, he was really good.
Yeah.
And even when you traded him, I mean, he finished the season averaging 13.2, 3.2, 3.3. He shot 47.6% for the Chicago Bulls. Like, he looked like the player that you had 2 years ago. And so you need more players of that level if you're going to compete. You can't have flyers. You can't have guys that are below that level in your rotation if you're going to be successful. And so I think, again, would I do it again? Yeah, if the right deal presents itself and you can go get a Bobby Portis or a Naz Reid and it costs you the same exact thing where you're giving up a future first round pick. Okay.
For those guys, for sure.
Well, yeah,
I
but
think maybe Kevin Huerter is a bad
style.
example. Maybe Jake LaRavia is a better example.
Yeah, I'm not giving up a first round pick for a guy like Jake LaRavia.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But I also don't think you're getting Naz Reid for a freaking heavily protected first.
No, unless they're
to be
just looking
frank.
at their books and going, "Oh no, we're in trouble."
Yeah.
And he can
That's
opt
if
out.
he's I don't think he's
Actually,
gonna
both
even
of them
opt
can
in.
opt out, and they'll both free. I'm just throwing two names out.
Yeah.
But it's that level of player. It's not an all-star. It's not a superstar. It's not even that guy who's just below the fringe all-star guy. It's not that guy. It's the step below that, which is league average to a little bit above league average player. And the Kings need at least one more of those guys and a star level player.
I would like to see the Kings be out of the business of when there's 12 minutes a game, maybe 15, where there's a guy or two on the floor where I'm like, should he be on the court?
Yeah.
Is he? Are we sure? Anyways,
We'll
talk about this with Kenny Caraway. He's going to join us for the handoff here in a second. On the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
I would agree with this. PE time. Portis can opt out, and he is a perfect fit. I don't know if he's going to get more than the MLE. The MLE, I think, goes up to $14 million this year. But if you could get him, and I think the one enticing thing for Bobby Portis might be that he gets to start. Like you're like, hey, you're a starting power forward. So.
Yeah, his player option is $13.4 million. He's not opting into that, especially if Giannis is out
there. Yeah.
And he's 30 next year.
Yeah. I'd sign him to a full 3-year MLE, which is like 14, 15, 16.
Question, I would do that so fast.
Yeah. But I don't know if you can get him.
No. I think Naz Reid is going to opt out and get a wild ass contract.
Yeah, he's going to get 20, 25, maybe even more.
Yeah.
I would agree. He's the guy, right? Because of his age.
I would low key move heaven and earth to get Naz Reid.
Yeah.
I would trade salary. I would dump salary to get Naz Reid.
I mean, I think he's only 25. Man.
I know, dude.
Yeah. But again, you could offer Naz Reid a starting job. Yeah, he'd be perfect fit.
Do you know what I think's kind of funny about the whole Giannis and should the Mavericks trade the number 1 pick for Giannis? Should they include that in a deal thing? People were like, no, they would never do that. I saw their president was like, oh, not going to look a gift horse in the mouth or whatever, even though they just did that with Luka. But wasn't the whole trading Luka thing because they thought they wanted to compete now and like win right now? And wouldn't bringing in Giannis like maximize that window? that they were trying to talk, and maybe Cooper Flag does too. I mean, I think Cooper Flag's gonna be awesome, but
Yeah.
it's just
I don't think you have to wait long for Cooper Flag to be really
That's
good.
That was my
That's probably
question. Do
true.
you think he's going to hit the ground just
yeah,
flying?
probably.
Probably.
I think you have to ask yourself this though: is Cooper Flag ever going to be like? Is he going to be a superstar? Like,
Yeah.
I think we all look at him and go, okay, all-star level player for sure.
Yeah, right.
But is he going to be that
A
next
1A.
level?
Yeah.
And
He might be.
he might be. Yep.
It's
Norm, my coffee got way too hot because there wasn't much left, and then I turned it. So now I got to wait for my coffee to cool down, and I have to have a lid on it because I'm in the studio.
We're all good, by the way, Kenny. We've gotten reads and stuff out of the way. So, yeah, go ahead. Okay, so Joe, you log out. Now, Kenny, when you go to log into StreamYard, you should be able to once. Okay, Joe has logged out. So now you.
The Atlanta thing is
I keep
like
punting that one in Atlanta. That's got to be connected to. That's got to be connecting
to one of our computers, just
Yeah.
like some
Something
weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone like in corporate is like really frustrated
need
right
it?
now.
Oh, we have another 49er schedule thing.
Aldrin J, would I be interested in trading back into this draft?
Do you want me to log out of the computer as well, or do you want me to
No, stay
keep logged
every,
in on
keep
my account?
Yeah,
Okay. Yep.
keep everything logged in there. Thanks, dude. Preach.
Norm, I have 3 settings on my coffee cup, so I can set it at 120, I can set it at 135, or I can set it at 150. I'm usually a 135 guy, but when your coffee gets low, it ends up really cooking that stuff.
Okay, what are the 3 cities? Let's punt
I
San
got it.
Francisco and see how that goes. Hopefully it doesn't log me out.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by on ESPN 1320.
Man, this sucks.
Bro, who in LA is
That's
trying to
it.
be on our
I
show?
think it's connecting to different servers like on Odyssey because we're like the what are the things called in Last of Us? What are the mushrooms called?
Spores. No.
What are they called? The somebody in the chatty house help me out.
We're intertwined.
Last of Us. Never seen it. What is it? What is
It's a show about it's kind of like a post-apocalyptic
Mhm.
zombie type show, except it's not zombies. It's a viral fungal infection.
Cordyceps?
Cordyceps. Thank you. Goodness
That's what
gracious,
everyone is
thank you
saying.
so much. Cordyceps. Appreciate y'all.
Mark
Knew it
Souza was
Knew it
first.
was a C. Mark Souza first to report cordyceps. But if they're all connected, so if like you step on one in Sacramento, it might feel it in Fresno, and then the cordyceps that have infested those people will know to come get you here.
Can we get it together, guys?
Did you
Can we
see?
get it together? If you're in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Philadelphia, wherever you're at, can we get it together? I'm gonna say it nicely.
Nice, yeah.
Because there's other things going on in my brain that I want to say, but I'm just gonna say.
Okay.
Let's get it together.
Draymond Green was just fined $50,000 from the league for questioning the integrity of game officials and referring to the 5.5 point spread.
That's so funny.
Yeah, that was crazy. Now, see,
You could tell me the league fined Draymond for anything, and I'd be like, yeah, Like, sure.
Yeah, I thought he might have got fined for that alligator roll he put on DiVincenzo. That I
That's
guess
a good
only
move.
I saw.
That was a real no. See, you guys talked about that yesterday, and you guys want to talk about like, oh, Draymond did this and no, I understand, but if he sinks that arm in and wraps that around, he's getting a tap. That's just a good move.
That's a good move at UFC 241.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Wild.
Here's okay. I'll borderline defend Draymond Green.
Wow. All right.
Borderline defend him. Who told them to get that on camera? The only reason he got fined is because that was caught on the ABC or ESPN camera.
They had it like mic'd up?
No, they caught him like they were, you know how they do on the broadcast. Like there's a timeout and they're like, show Chris Finch. Chris Finch, man, he had his team ready to play. And then they show Anthony Edwards. Oh, Anthony Edwards was great in the second half. Yeah. They weren't even talking about the Warriors, I don't think. They were like, yeah, Anthony Edwards was great in the second half. And man, he played really well. And then they cut to Draymond, and Draymond is talking about the spread.
Like in the middle of the game?
No, it was like coming out of a timeout. There's 25 seconds left in the game. My point is, that wasn't meant for the TV. Like the only reason he got fined is because we saw that on TV.
Good. What a dumb thing to say. What a dumb thing to talk about.
Well, how about why are we panning to him at all? And then he wouldn't have got fined.
Because anytime the camera's on Draymond Green, he's liable to give somebody a little elbow.
What'd he do to Paul George? Remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh, no.
Remember? You don't remember? Pull that one up. Him when they got in a fight with the Clippers. And he's like,
I don't think we want to.
That's what he did.
We're not going to describe what Kenny's doing on the radio. Just saying.
This is a family program, sir. My God.
After Monday's talk.
This is what he did.
Hey, what are you guys going to talk about when Draymond retires?
How much he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Like, what do you?
He'll be in the Hall of Fame, but
man.
Hopefully we won't talk about the Warriors at all. Hopefully they'll go back to what they were.
It's so.
That's right.
There's nothing. I don't think. I mean, there's worse thing in sports. It sucks when there's a player on your favorite team who objectively sucks. Like not necessarily at the sport, but like just like does what Draymond does.
There's
the punches and the kicks and the elbows and all the extracurriculars, and to have them be good at basketball is like, just go away. I don't want to deal with this anymore.
There's a lot of Warrior fans that feel like you.
It's been
surprising
since he got since he got suspended from the 2016 finals. That's it. That was the day. It's like, I'm done. This is stupid. I'm done with this. And here we are 9 years later.
Here's and I've said this a number of different times. This is my biggest issue with Draymond Green. And to be honest with you, it's not even Draymond Green. I told the story about we were talking with Danny in San Francisco when we first started the show. And we'd have these meetings before the show.
I talked to Danny in San Francisco the other day, by the way. He's doing well.
I haven't talked to him in years.
He's doing well.
Tell him I said hello.
Give him a call.
Yes, shout out to Danny in San Francisco.
Here's the process. You call him. You're going to get a text that says, I'm on a call you back later. And then half an hour, 45 minutes later, you get a call back.
Yeah.
It's great.
So Danny in San Francisco, you might remember this. Draymond Green was talking to James Wiseman on a TNT Warriors-Lakers game. He was mic'd up, and he told James Wiseman, he said, hey, if you go over there, just seal him, put your hands up. That's where I want you. I'm going to get you the ball in the post. And that's what you go over there, you seal him, get your hands up. I'm going to get you the ball in the post. And that was on there. And then the next day, Danny in San Francisco, who is a microcosm of most, I won't say all Warriors fans or Warriors media members, he goes, oh, man, the IQ of Draymond Green was just on display. Did you see that mic'd up? Did you see him talking to James Wiseman? I mean, that's the basketball IQ that just takes him to another level. I said, are you serious?
That's not the basketball IQ that does it.
He just told him that call for the basketball. He said, no, you don't, but you don't understand that IQ. I promise you, 95% of the league is not thinking that way like Draymond.
Wow.
I said, are you for real? Are we having this discussion right now? And this is what I've had to deal with for 13 years. He's just so smart. He's just
the frustrating thing about that. He is. It's why he's been able to play center at 6'5" for his entire career.
He is.
Every time I talk about Draymond, I make him shorter.
He is above average basketball IQ. He's not genius level basketball IQ like people make him out to be. He's not. He's above average.
How can you tell?
Because I hear him talk, and the things that he says afterward is common sense stuff. He's never said anything that's been like LeBron. Like I hear LeBron, it's like next level when I hear him talking about basketball. Draymond literally
might just publicly communicate differently though. But I don't think that that's a fair way to judge a player's basketball IQ.
I think it's above average, which is good, right? Like that,
sure.
Which once again, this is also the other thing. I'm like, Draymond is a good basketball player. Like it's above average.
This is fascinating.
No, this is
fascinating.
top level.
No, this is fascinating. This is fascinating. Oh, I am saying that. I'm just not being loud about it. No, this is fascinating because you said Draymond Green is one of the best defenders of all time.
Yes,
you said that the other day.
100% of the time, I'll say that.
How does he do that at 6'3"? If he's not a smart player? Or if he's not a brilliant player, because physically he's just not super talented.
That's not what I said, right? What I say about his basketball IQ, James?
You said it's above average.
It's above average. I didn't say he's not a smart player.
I feel like you have to be. I feel to me, and again, I don't know the intricacies of the sport well enough to know exactly like, okay, I'm going to measure every player's IQ. Like I don't. You know that better than I do. But to me, I've always leaned toward, well, he must be pretty damn smart if he's getting away with playing the position he plays on both ends of the floor at his kind of just like limited skill set.
He is pretty damn smart.
He's not fast. He's not big. He doesn't jump high. He doesn't shoot it that great. He's not super quick.
I'm still hung up with him telling James Wiseman to go in the post and shield somebody off and post up because Warriors haven't posted up in like 5 years, 10 years.
Because they tried it with James Wiseman. It didn't go well.
But this is my point. Like he is a smart basketball player. He's just not this genius level basketball player that people make him out to be. He's just, once again, it's okay to say he's just an above average IQ. That's not a knock.
They've got a lot of high basketball IQ players too.
Yeah, Steph is that.
Yeah.
Steph is definitely that. Steph sees things differently. Draymond and how he's a great defender is he's a smart basketball player and he's strong as an ox to be 6'5", and he can move
6'2"
at 6'1". He can move, right? So he's got physical capabilities and he is a smart basketball player. That's why he's one of the great defenders we've ever seen in this league. But he's not a basketball genius. Like he's not.
Okay. We'll leave that there. D'Lo and Casey coming up next. James Ham, have a great weekend. Enjoy your birthday. Happy birthday ahead of time for Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. D'Lo and Casey are next. We'll be back tomorrow. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham right here on The Insiders, 10 a.m. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Hitter. Until then, drink water. Be nice people. Woo! Thanks, Shady. I appreciate you guys.
I wanted to talk about markets.
What's up, Joe? Good, brother. How are you? I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. Not sure.
I think my dad's just now learning too, because we're transitioning into it. Like, it's still a little handshaky, but it's getting
We'll get
better.
you there.
Like that.
We'll get you there.
Knees, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. One time for the beautiful weather outside. And we welcome you in here to the Wednesday, May 14th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Y'all know what it is. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge
And
me.
we are live.
Slums of Sacramento.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. Shout out to our man Jesse, who's out ill today. I worry about Jesse. I think Jesse got like stomach problems or something. We need to get Jesse checked out.
Yeah.
Some of this
Gotta make sure the health is on par, man. Because
he's got a big fall on the way. We got to get our man through the summer healthy and happy, because he's got a big fall coming up. Yeah, the schedule's dry today. James is out. He don't want nothing to do with us the rest of the week. So we're just hanging out
with
today.
the kids, man. Come on now. We here though. We here.
Yeah, man, we stay here.
We here. We rocking.
Phone lines stay open for you. Y'all know what it is. 916-909-1320. Of course, the chatty house is jumping as always. Shout out to the crew who always rocks with us, even when there's nothing going on in the world, man. Y'all are out there. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Big shout out to the people on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, the Odyssey app, who listen every day, listen regularly, never call, never type, never text, never tweet. They just out there and they let us be a part of their day, man. We are very, very grateful for that. Shout out to my brother who stopped me at Nugget the other day.
Another rich place.
When I was but I was picking up some little like cheesecake mini bites to celebrate on Mother's Day. Yeah. And brother said, hey man, I recognize that voice. I listen to you guys every day. I'm not in the chatty house, nothing like that. He just listens. Got his AirPods in, and he's rocking with D-Lo and KC, man. So we're grateful for that.
Shout out to Brody we saw at Thunder Valley on Saturday. In front of what's the Chinese food spot?
I don't know.
You know, where we met Io.
Yeah, I don't know the name of it. That's a shoot.
It's like
I know the name of one Chinese food place in the casino.
I was about to say
and that's in Elk Grove. That is my spot.
Matter of fact, I don't need to know the name. It's okay.
Hey. D-Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Whatever happens at the venue, that's KSFM business.
Ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Nope.
But yeah, he pulled up on us.
Yeah.
What's up, man? How you doing, man? Like, tap in with you all the time.
Yeah.
Shout out to him,
man. So we appreciate it. We recognize there's never this time of year. There's not going to be a lot of Kings news, and I guess your boy was talking about the Kings this morning.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I heard it actually when he did it, and I mean, it's whatever. Like I look at those.
Mans ain't wrong.
I look at those type of things where I look at them differently. You know, like people, and there's been a lot of people like on social media lately or King's Twitter lately who are like, you know, they tired of the negative outlook that people have in sack media that people.
Oh,
have.
I love that. That's a King's favorite. That's a King's Twitter's favorite. Sack media.
That people on sack media have with the Sacramento Kings, because I mean it does.
Okay,
have,
Mr. King's Twitter, Mrs. King's Twitter. Here's what we can do. We can collectively shove our heads up our ass and pretend like this all looks great. That's what we can do.
Well,
you gonna do this again? Come on, man. This doesn't look good.
I mean,
honestly, if things go great, like great, got another good, like a good fighting for a 6 seed year left.
If things go great, they're in the play. They're a top 16. That's if things go great. Like everything goes perfect. They're top 16.
But for like a year, maybe 2.
But that also depends, right? Like it
yeah,
depends,
I mean,
it depends on, like, if you're a 6 seed and you're looking good and you got Scott Perry in there, maybe you could add to that.
See, and that's the thing. Scott Perry has to do something we haven't seen before. You got to start building out for.
Well, we haven't had competent general manager.
Well, we thought we did.
We thought we did.
We
were wrong.
We thought we did.
Or I'll take that back. Maybe Monty did a good job of getting us there, taking us further. He wasn't good enough for that.
We need this organization as a whole, regardless of the position, has never had foresight. They've never been able to look a couple of steps ahead. And there's no greater example than what we're like. Watching Tyrese doesn't sting anymore because it just doesn't. Like, De'Aaron's not even here. They're both gone. Like, and that's what makes this whole thing kind of like they never looked past anything. They never looked further into anything. I know. I think James said this earlier this week, and like, I'm not going to fight with James. James is a reporter. James knows stuff. James knows a lot more than I do. All I can do is pass on things that were told to me. And one of those things was Indiana absolutely was interested in De'Aaron Fox. And Monty McNair's, everyone talks about Monty McNair's first draft pick was Tyrese. It was first draft pick. What was Monty McNair's first order of business when he stepped into this city? He offered an extension to De'Aaron Fox. That was his very first order of business. He obviously felt some type of way about De'Aaron Fox. And so the idea that, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever that deal was done, that De'Aaron had no value in the league was terribly wrong. And I think I'll shut the hell up if I'm wrong. You heard the same thing, that how deep those discussions were, I don't know. But the idea that no one could look ahead to, let's run through different scenarios here. We talked about this with the Boston Celtics yesterday. What was the Boston Celtics? There's all of these rumblings about what was the Boston Celtics plan if they got eliminated in the playoffs? What was the Boston Celtics plan if they won a second straight championship? Now, what's the Boston Celtics plan with Jason Tatum out a full year? These are all things that Brad Stevens has to think about right now. Brad Stevens needs to think about next year, 2 years from now, and 5 years from now. He has to do all of that. This franchise has never been capable of doing that. And I think the Tyrese Halliburton trade is part of that, or an example of that, I should say. And I think the lack of movement after making the playoffs is another example of that.
I mean, I hear you, and
and that's why I say Scott Perry has to do something we haven't seen before. If you, again, the scenario I gave you, everything goes great this year.
Right.
I think the Kings, top 6 will be interesting, but like, could they compete for it? Man, absolutely. But I don't see it past that, next year, past next season.
That's fair. The way I look at all this, and like, look, there is. I just kind of look. Everybody looks at me like, oh, you're just an eternal optimist or whatever. I don't think it's that. Like I told Matt George when I was on Locked On, I don't think it's necessarily eternal optimist. I just don't think everything's going to be all bad until I see it, right? Because you don't hear me say everything's going to be great, right? I just wait and see for both. I'm not going to say everything is awful and there's no chance and there's no path, but you're also not going to hear me say, no, trust me, everything's about to go all good. I just sit there and I'm just like, all right, well, whatever happens with other teams and with trades and draft picks, none of that matters. They've got to win or lose on the basketball court. And that's what I'm waiting to see and see what they're able to do. But the thing that I will say about that is if somebody asked you in, what would that be? May of 2023. What are the Kings' best case scenario? What are the Kings looking like this year? You wouldn't have said 3 seed.
No,
right?
I don't think so. No,
you know what I mean? So
no,
not to say that it's likely. There's a difference between likely and all this other stuff, but it happened. It's possible. It's the same people who said leading into that series, this team will never make the playoffs as long as Vivek is the owner. They made the playoffs. It's just, it's one of those things that, like I said, I dealt with when the Niners had Jed York as owner. And a lot of people like, oh, they'll never win with this guy as the owner. I'll never go to 49ers games with this guy as the owner. They'll never be good because he's the owner. I'm like, no, they'll be good again. I was the one at that time, not saying like I was Nostradamus, Kenny Damas or something. To me, it was just common sense. But they'll never make the playoffs. The Kings will never. I said, no, they'll make the playoffs. I can't tell you when, but they'll make the playoffs. Like they'll be successful. And I feel the same way about this one. Is it going to happen this year? I don't know. Next year? I don't know. Maybe, possibly. We don't know what Scott Perry is going to do. Scott Perry is a guy that, once again, has connections that we haven't seen here in Sacramento. So we'll see what maybe the situation hampers him entirely too much to be able to execute things the way he might have in Detroit or New York or something like that. But I mean, we'll see what's going on. But I do understand people who say, I'm tired of hearing the negative. That doesn't mean they want people to lie to them or tell them like everything's going to be great. But everything in the NBA is, for some people, everything in the NBA links back to how bad things are for the Kings. It's like, all right, man. Like, we get it. They don't have a pick this year. Or we get it. They have a bad contract. All right. Like, I understand. I let people do what they need to do, but I see people kind of getting tired of that. And I understand. But everybody got their own opinion. Some people, that's how they get through dealing with the Kings, is staying focused on what's wrong with the Sacramento Kings. I ain't gonna break nobody over.
I don't think it's so much as staying focused on what's wrong. It's staying focused on what just happened. And it's that line, like we do this game to game in the playoffs. It's never as good as the last thing you saw, and it's never as bad as the last thing you saw. But we spend 24 hours, 48 hours convincing ourselves otherwise, that it is in fact it. Man, I don't know if Denver got another game in them. Denver and Oklahoma City has been the most entertaining playoff series. Like Denver and Oklahoma City has been incredible. Denver's fight has been phenomenal. Man. And I had a Nikola Jokic realization yesterday that I never thought I would have. I had it last night. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that game. No, I don't have epiphanies. No, man. What grown-ass man has epiphanies? We'll come back.
Geniuses.
We'll talk. Maybe that. We'll talk more. We'll talk more Kings for sure. We can even, continue to discuss this subject, obviously, because a former Sacramento King is on his way back to the conference finals. So we got that. I want to give Jokic his flowers, the Denver Nuggets their flowers. I want to give Ramona Shelburne her flowers. And by the way, since it came up on this show, Aaron Gordon called Cap. Straight out said, yeah, that didn't happen.
I got thoughts about all of that.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. We're just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I wasn't sure if you saw that. I had it in bumper dubbing, but it could be
okay.
It could be a whole. No, we can have it as a whole damn.
I didn't write it in. Leezy sent it to me to make sure I saw
that
it
last night.
It'll probably tie in because what Ramona wrote was right.
Mm-hmm.
That part of her article, Aaron Gordon says it didn't, but the crux of her article was Denver's hopes might ride on Russell Westbrook, and it was obvious last night that they do. But that brought up a whole media pet peeve that I have. So the Westbrook stuff, or
yeah. Shut up. What's Zorb looking at? Shut your ass up. It's very hard to be objectively positive on the Kings. The franchise just dismantled the best team in 17 years in a span of 1.5 seasons, and it's back to basketball hell.
I don't think that's. I don't think the last line is true.
So here's how I look at some of those things.
Okay, can you star that?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do that on the air.
Okay. I'll get back to you, Mark.
Soren, you're about to get blocked.
Oh, the hell Soren talking about?
Jokic is so much better at getting triple doubles than Westbrook ever was. At D'Lo Epiphany, I'm about to throw Soren's ass out of here. Nah, Perry, I don't think we're back in basketball hell. I don't think that. Nah, I don't think that. Now, let's check back in February. Maybe we are, but I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Like, we've been to hell, man. I don't think we're in hell. Okay, Kings fan, I see. I'm gonna start that. We'll get to that. That's gonna come into play later.
Weezy, I see stuff, and I don't. It's not my business to comment. And once again, people can. That's their Twitter. That is them getting their thoughts and opinions out. Who am I to tell somebody not to tweet this or man do whatever they want to do? That ain't none of my business. And how they feel don't affect how I feel. You know what I mean? So do whatever you want to do. But what I would say is the people who are tired of it, it is constant every day, multiple times throughout the day. We are in a terrible situation. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. Every day. So the people who are tired of it, I understand. Like, all right, bro, I heard you the first 7 times you said it. Is there anything else to talk about? Is there anything to talk about as far as like, how do we get out of here? Or with what you have, how do you make that work? So it doesn't bother me, but I do see it. And I do understand the people who are tired of hearing that every day. Every minute of the day, it still feels like. But like the great philosopher Sean Carter once said, what you eat don't make me shit. So I don't care. You say whatever you want to say. It don't bother me. Well, I mean, okay. This sounds pretty rich. When you go to, well, that's the wrong person. You do go to a lounge. Hey, Joe, when you go to an airport and wait, are you in a lounge or are you like in the waiting area?
You know the answer to that. No, it's never a lounge.
I mean,
I tried to get in one time and they said, you don't have the platinum card. And I was like, yeah.
Raise your hand if you, well, we already know Jazzy 510 does. Raise your hand if you go to airport lounges. Pretty damn rich. Pretty damn rich.
I can't with you sometimes, man.
What? It's not rich?
Did you just put your wife on the screen who's in an airport lounge right now?
Yeah. She said it's a good watch in an airport lounge. Okay. That's nice.
It's a good watch anywhere, Jasmine.
It's nice. Like I said,
Jasmine,
one of us in here
goes
to airport lounges when they're at the airport.
You know what was funny? You do all of this. You have the same card I do.
Yeah, it's just like
It's
a debit
the
card.
same
Yeah,
thing.
no,
It is.
what that ain't got nothing to do. What are you talking about, bro? Relax.
So are you choosing not to go to the lounge, but you have access to it?
No, he goes. Like he literally
no,
got
he
the card
goes,
to
yeah.
go.
Okay.
I didn't say nothing about what I do.
And let's
talking about
also
you
say, let's also point out, if you have that card and don't go to the line, you're financially irresponsible. It's literally what you're paying for.
Hey, the lounges is fire, bro. That is. Oh man, that's a game changer. Them lounges are a game changer. I feel like, and I think they'll get a new better one. I feel like the one in Sacramento might be the worst one I've been in, and it's still nice.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
mean,
small.
Yeah. It's the big boys got some of them got beds and showers and
2 levels.
yeah.
The new.
If my airport trip requires that, I planned wrong or I flew really far.
Hey, those things are so nice. I'll go if I'm flying to Stockton. I'll just go to go.
Flying to Stockton.
I'll just go in there to go in the lounge. Yeah, it don't matter. I remember when they were working on the 405 one time, they were allowing people to fly from LAX to Burbank
Mm.
because it was Carmageddon is what it was called.
That's funny. I remember hearing about that. That's hilarious. This all started because one of our very wealthy listeners is listening to us in an airport lounge.
Must be nice.
She was just flexing how rich she was. That's
Must
all.
be nice.
The discussion regarding the Kings continued into the commercial break to the point where I cut it off and was like, let's hold on. Let's continue this. Let's keep this conversation on the air because it's obviously one, Kings fans are, a bit of, they feel a certain way about it, and rightfully so for a lot of different reasons. But I want to bring Mark's comment back up on the screen and let you take over. Our man Mark says it's very hard to be objectively positive on the Kings. The franchise just dismantled the best team in 17 years in the span of a season and a half, and it's back to basketball hell.
Mm-hmm.
And you started to respond, and that's where I said, hang on.
Yeah.
Let's get through the commercial break and talk about this in front of everybody.
That's because you're a professional. You know how to handle these
First
things.
time I've been called that.
Been
called a lot of other things. First time I've been called a professional.
But to Mark's point, I understand anybody that is looking at the Kings situation and is saying, like, this is doomsday. Like, we've got no hope. Part of the reason why you have no hope, unfortunately, is geographical. Because, like, the Kings, I'll put it to you like this. That same Kings team, that Beam Team 1 team, you put them out there today, people are still going to question the future. People are still going to look at you like, y'all, and I think people in Sacramento like, y'all, I don't know if we got enough to mess with OKC. And you see what San Antonio's doing, and you see Houston, like they all got so much more than us. Like Beam Team 1 isn't even enough today to say you're in a championship space. You know what I mean? It's just the West is just crazy. That's my whole point.
Sure.
The West is really, really tough.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect of it. And then, people defend till their little hearts fall out. Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis. They don't really defend Zach LaVine, and no more. They don't defend Malik Monk. But are these guys good or not? Because if they're not good, when I'm critical of Domantas Sabonis or somebody else, like I don't want to hear nobody else say nothing. Because if they're not good, if they're not all NBA players or top players, then that's when you're in basketball hell and you have no hope. But if they're good, the way like can't nobody talk about Domas and say anything bad about him, or Keegan Murray, we can't give him up. Give him $125 million because you need him. Not saying those two are enough. You need more. But if you if these guys are as good as everybody here is saying they are, and they're untouchable, and you don't want to lose them and all this other stuff, then you're not in basketball hell. You just got to find some pieces around those guys.
Is that still the case?
I think it's questionable, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people are like, yeah, you give Keegan you give him $27 million a year. Domantas Sabonis, he's a great basketball player. You just need to put the right people around him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like he's a foundational piece. Just put the right, and I'm not even saying that's wrong, but it can't be both. They can't be that good, those two players. They can't be that good, and you have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way I look at it. Like I think those guys are that good. I think Zach LaVine is still good.
Mm-hmm.
I think Malik Monk is good. I think you have a few good pieces that would make up a good team here in Sacramento, a playoff caliber team here in Sacramento. There are just one or two pieces that you've got to fill. And so I don't think it's like this hopeless situation that a lot of people think it is. I think Sabonis is a lot of what we talked about the last 2 years. I think Keegan Murray can be really good if, you got the right piece around. I think Zach LaVine is really good. That's where I may be alone, but I think Zach LaVine is really good. I think Monk is good. Keon Ellis is good.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Carter showed me some stuff last year. Now you need a point guard. You need another wing. You need to figure out how to make this DeMar DeRozan trade work for you and maybe add one more piece. And if you're able to do that, I think you can be right in the conversation of being a playoff team, a top 6 type team.
Okay. I try to stay off of the discourse in social media worlds. Like I just do not live in that.
Except when the NBA blatantly rigs the lottery.
Well, that one, like, I think that's like one. I'm on like a
David, I don't know how long.
Yeah, that warranted my tweet for the quarter. I think I'm on a 1 tweet per quarter thing. After my De'Aaron Fox retirement. Once I managed to piss off the player, the organization, and everybody, literally got these guys walking around. How does he know everything? Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Hey, if we do this live show, we'll tell the story. We're planning a live show that won't get. I don't know if it's going to happen. We're working on it. It won't get broadcast. If it doesn't get broadcast, we'll tell that whole goddamn story from beginning to end. And it might not be over yet. And if it did, it ended like 2 weeks ago.
Right.
I got a text while we were in Monterey, like, what?
Come on, man.
I'm literally like, yo, what? Are you good? Like, what happened? Oh, yeah. So I text Casey, like, you're not going to believe this.
Oh, man.
But so, like, I understand. I know, Matt's frustrated. Matt will be with us tomorrow. He's got his views on the team. He has ways that it thinks the team can get better, and we'll talk about that later. But I want to talk about, like, the hope is such a fascinating word to me, because hope isn't tangible. It's a mindset. And I guess hopelessness is a mindset also, because it's weird to use the word hope to describe having nothing. So to say, oh, this is a hopeless situation. Well, no, it's not. Hope is literally how you feel. There is nothing tangible to hope. And some people are, to use the line you used earlier, some people are eternal optimists. I don't think I understand the reference, and I understand the title of basketball hell. This is a franchise who, once you dig past 17 years, this is a franchise that for the majority of its existence, from a competitive standpoint, has sucked. This, from a competitive standpoint, is one of the worst organizations in professional basketball. And I've never done the research, but I have to imagine it's probably one of the worst in the history of professional sports.
Yes.
That's reality. Thank you, Joe.
Of
course.
Just the voice of God jumps in. Shout out to our man Joe Brazil, who's helping us out with Jesse. But yes,
I agree.
It's this organization through the majority of its existence, it's what near 40-year existence, has been bad. But there are fans who believe, well, it's literally next year is our year, and we're in May. And the problem with May is Kings are never playing in it. And you're looking around, and I don't think this bothers anybody because of the circumstances involved. Buddy's playing. And Buddy is instrumental in them winning a series. Not just a game. Buddy, goddamn healed, was instrumental in the Golden State Warriors winning a series. Now, I don't think Kings fans were hurt by that. But I do think there was unbelievable. Even this guy. And then you look out east. And for the second straight year, one of the more talked about trades in the league involves Sacramento and a young emerging player being traded. And whether you think he's leading that team to its second straight conference finals appearance, or you just think he's a part of that team that's going to a second straight conference finals appearance. And we'll talk about that. That's going to sting a little bit more. And I said, it doesn't bother me watching Tyrese, especially because De'Aaron's not here. It's just it's just this organization. I think there's a lot of Kings fans that feel the opposite. It sucks watching Tyrese, and we don't even have Fox. Like, we don't have anything. But there are fans who May will pass. And then that first half of June will pass. And so whether Tyrese, plays into the finals, whether Tyrese wins a championship, that's going to be behind you. And then that first moment happens. And we've used this line for years, whether it's June and July for the NBA, or it's April and May for the NFL. It's draft time. It's new league year time. It's free agency time. Hope. The hope for change. And then, no, this isn't a presidential campaign. This is real. February comes around. You got the trade deadline. What gets everybody excited about the trade deadline? Change and hope that it makes your team better. It's harder to have that hope when you're watching Tyrese. It's harder to have that hope when you're watching other basketball teams. But when they're gone, and now this year will be different for Kings fans because there's nothing to focus on when it comes to the draft, unless Scott Perry does something, we're not anticipating. But June, it's not really going to have that feel to it. But that first weekend in July, that coincides with basketball coming back to Sacramento. Then things start to shift a little bit. Then you can talk yourself into, stay tuned, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, or you talk yourself into Dorian Finney-Smith, or Tobias Harris and the return, or some of these guys come in. You talk yourself into making these guys making a difference. And don't tell me I'm wrong in that, because everyone who says this is a hopeless situation right now, y'all didn't feel that way last July 4th or 5th or whatever day that was, because you saw change. You saw something new. You saw something different. You saw a star pick Sacramento over everybody else. Some of y'all didn't read the fine print, though. Some of y'all didn't read that LA didn't have the money. Some of y'all didn't read that Miami didn't have the money. Some of you didn't realize that some of these other destinations didn't have the money, but Sacramento had a trade partner that was willing to take some second-round picks in Harrison Barnes to allow them the cap space to bring in DeMar DeRozan and pay significantly more than any of those other franchises could. Now you got DeMar in the driver's seat of all this because he's getting paid no matter what. And if those Scott Perry and DeMar have a conversation and they all decide that it's best for DeMar to go somewhere else, come July, I don't even know if you have to wait that long, but come hope it's gonna come back.
Yeah.
And again, it's not tangible. You can't touch something and go, oh, this is hope. No, it's just a feel. Whether it's some people have just eternal hope for number 10 in the NBA draft. Doesn't even have a player attached to it. Would you trade the number 10 pick? Oh, no, there's too much you can get there. Oh, what was the Keegan Murray thing? Trade the number 4 pick. Trade the number 4 pick. Trade the number 4 pick. Then Keegan Murray plays 2 games for Sacramento, and his name is attached to it. No, you can't trade that. No. There's something about like the numbers turning into names, and like it shifts everyone's
like
mentality.
a car going off the lot.
But
The second it goes off the lot, the values
it's
change.
different,
Yeah.
right? It's very different, and that hope when you're not watching basketball will return. And unless it's a quiet off season, I think come the start of the year, there are going to be a lot more people, a lot more Kings fans who are going to be able to talk themselves into things that they can't talk themselves into now. Whether it's Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, whether it's the people who don't believe in Doug Christie as the head coach, all of that stuff will return. It's just we're stuck at this time where we're stuck in a month where the Kings have not played in 20 years, and we're watching former Kings and other teams play basketball right now, and it stings Sacramento. Yeah. We saw Detroit play. Detroit has lapped Sacramento. Now Kings fans are like, wait a minute. So we got Wemby and Cooper Flag in the West. There are Kings fans that are like, what's Dallas going to be? What's San Antonio going to be? Is De'Aaron just going to walk into the Golden One Center a couple of times a year and beat our ass? Like there's that sinking feeling, but it'll change.
And the thought of Indiana, I'll use Indiana as an example right now because the whole Tyrese thing and what's always been said as of late is Indiana made the move that the Kings didn't make. They got Tyrese and they built around that and got better. And what people are talking about is they went out and got Pascal Siakam. And this is, I think Indiana's a good team. Absolutely today. And like what I've seen this year, they're a better team than the Sacramento Kings. Last year, I thought they were about even with Pascal Siakam. But we should tell the whole story. They went out and got a player. And do you know how much better record-wise they were than the Kings last year?
No.
A game.
Okay.
They were a game better.
It was 46 last year,
46,
so they were 47.
Yeah, 47 and 35. And they were the 6th seed. They were in the playoffs. The Kings were the 9th seed in the West. The conferences kind of matter to the context of the whole thing. Because
go
ahead.
Can I tell the whole story too?
The Pacers went to the conference finals last year.
Yeah, but they were able to get into a playoff series in part because of their conference. And once they got there, like what I say this year about the Kings, it might have been the same thing with Indy. Just get there, get to the series, and then you're a little bit more acclimated for playoff basketball. That could have been the case with Indiana, and they made their move. They made the move that everybody said the Kings should have made. Record-wise, they were 1 win better. And the conferences play a little bit of a factor. Like when you're in the Western Conference and you don't get a break for 2.5 weeks, it's different than we're struggling a little bit. Who's coming up?
Colorado Rockies.
Yeah. Brooklyn, Charlotte, Detroit, Washington. Detroit last year. You know what I mean? Like, all right, we can use this time.
Detroit was a 14-win team last year.
Yeah. We can use this time to find ourselves as players. You don't have that opportunity in the West. And not only do you not have that opportunity, you can't start the season like Indiana started this year and rebound. And I think Indiana's still, like this year for sure, just still a much better team than Sacramento. But that's the frustrating thing, at least for me sometimes, when you talk about the conferences and the schedule that you get. Yeah, everybody plays everybody, but not the same amount of times. Indiana got 4 games against
Charlotte, Washington,
yeah. You know what I mean? The Kings got
Brooklyn, I guess.
the Kings got San Antonio 4 times. And I think that plays a factor. That's not to stall the Kings out or anything else like that, but the Pacers made their move and they were only a game better than the Kings, in part because of the layout of the NBA. And they use that opportunity of the layout of the NBA to also help catapult them into a run. And then, like I said, starting off the season the way they did, they also had the landscape of the NBA helping them get back on track and find themselves as players or find themselves as a team. I think that plays. Am I wrong for thinking that plays a factor?
I don't want to say you're wrong. I don't think it's fair to feel that way. I don't think I do, but I think it's completely fair to feel that way.
Indiana, let's see.
Also, how many games better was Indiana than Sacramento this year? I think it's 10.
Yeah, let me see. I got there. They won 50 games.
Okay, Sacramento, I think 140.
Yeah. At one point this year, let me try and find the low point. I think this was probably it. December 4th, the Pacers were 9-14.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Like
Tyrese, I think, was in and out.
Yeah, he was in and out, or he just
he had
well.
something. Yeah, he definitely wasn't playing well. But I thought he was injured at the beginning of the year. I actually thought it was later, but it's fine.
9-14.
Yeah.
They were able to, they lost. So they were 9-14, lost to Toronto and Brooklyn to go to 9-14.
Mm-hmm.
But look at this stretch. They were able to play Toronto, Brooklyn, Chicago, Charlotte, Philadelphia, New Orleans. And then they had a West Coast trip with Phoenix, Sacramento, Golden State. They had a stretch.
But this is in hindsight. Like, no one would have looked at that trip with Phoenix and Sacramento at the time and thought, oh, these teams stink.
No, but I'll say that, when do the Kings get a stretch of Toronto, Brooklyn, Charlotte, Chicago?
Well, they had one, didn't they? And it started with a loss to Washington. Didn't they have a stretch with Washington, Charlotte? No, am I making that up?
It was Charlotte, Washington, Cleveland, and Detroit.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's different. It's a little different.
But imagine having 2 of those opportunities or 3 of those opportunities because you play them so much.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to take away from Indiana.
Yes, you are.
I think Indiana's a legit good team. But I don't know, man. The conferences, the conferences kind of, they matter. I think they matter.
But what? Okay, all right. So let's take that for a second. What does that have to do with how? What does that have? Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to ask because.
Well, save it. That's when.
Well, I'm not going to say on the other side. I'm just going to say, hang on. Well, I also have to write this down because I can't remember anything. Conferences and team building. Yeah, this was all completely planned. This is what we were going to do today. Phone lines are open for you if you want to vent. 916-909-1320. I do want to get to the most exciting series in the playoffs so far, the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I want to give Nikola Jokic some love that I don't think that I ever have before. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thanks, Joe.
All right, Joe.
We'll figure out how to navigate. Can you hear me? Nope, sure can't. Oh, you can. You can't hear me. Nope, can't. I can't. I think he's telling me to fuck off or something. What's up, man?
It's Wellness Wednesday.
Yep, we get to color. You guys get to color. That's terrific.
Oh, thank you. More so than anything, I know. You guys just want to be acknowledged.
This is, by the way, this is a shoot. They're out in the
Oh, thank you. No, this is great. This is fantastic.
Just a little bit.
Our staff is coloring for mental health purposes. That's awesome. Thanks, Jonathan. Now I got to email Jonathan and ask him for something. If for some reason Jesse's out tomorrow, we'll figure out how to navigate our uncomfortable reality, because I know that James is out. So is KC. So yeah, it's me. It's me and you, pal. So if something like that happens, we'll figure out how to navigate it. And that's what we do. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay. Oh, that'd be great. Okay. Templates like like the covers. Got you. Okay, excellent. I think we're maybe if you ask about titles for okay. Two things I would be curious about: splitting the shows into 2 broadcasts and titles of the shows, because because the title is important to searching and what the best way to navigate that is. Excellent. Very, very good. Dr. David, and yeah, awesome. That's awesome. Literally no one has ever had a conversation with this person before, so that's fucking tremendous. Actually, didn't know this human being existed, so awesome.
What? The thing that I want to know is, where's my damn money?
It's in his pocket. That's why he's so invested. Go ahead.
God damn it.
All right, pal.
Venmo me.
You see that logo in the center of our screen? This one right here, that keeps us on. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Here's the thing, Tyler J. I say this all the time, and maybe I'm looked at as optimistic. I think I'm a realist. When people are always like, I'm not going to be optimistic, I'm just going to be real with you. No, I'm a realist. They'll be good again. Okay? They'll be good again. Every team gets good at some point. Championship good? I don't know that. When is it going to happen? I don't know that. But they'll be good again. It'll be fine. There might be some years in between where it's just nasty.
No shit, pal. So we somehow this shows.
I don't know how we got here.
I don't either. I truly don't know, but we did, and we're here. So let's talk. Like, I mean, we're in Sacramento. This is what people are here for, is King Station. So let's talk about it.
And if you got your thoughts too, hit us up, man. 916-909-1320. We want to hear from you.
We do. And I can't you were asking, we went through like a stretch that the Pacers had, looking at like a schedule, and you said the conference with the bottom part of the Eastern Conference just being like, we know what it is, like it's bad, like we saw that all year, and asking whether that plays a factor into Indiana getting into the playoffs and just going on a run, like you said all year. Just get there. You play Oklahoma City, you lose in 4, whatever. What if the Oklahoma City Kings series was playing out exactly like the Denver series was? Like maybe it played out like the Memphis series. It doesn't matter. Just get there.
And no disrespect to the Pacers because they're good, but somebody rolls an ankle or pulls a hammy,
Sure.
and they're
you mean like Steph Curry?
yeah. Chet, SGA pulls a hammy and they're out, and you win that series, and all of a sudden you're in the second round. You know what I mean? Just, you never know what might happen when you get there. That was my thought. And I guess the conference situation is a part of it, not the part, right? That's not the sole reason why Indiana has been able to be more successful than the Kings since that trade or in the last couple of years. But I think it does play a part in and essentially what I was thinking and what I was saying is the Kings and Western Conference teams have to be that much more perfect with every decision they make. There is no leeway. There is no time to kind of work through things and get things together. And, hey, yeah, we've lost 5 of our last 8, but it's cool. We've got this stretch coming up. Or, we've lost 5 of our last 8, but we're only 2 games out of the 6th spot. Like, that doesn't happen in the Western Conference for the Kings or anybody. In the Eastern Conference, you have that little bit of leeway where if you make a bad decision or there's an injury or you need time to gel, you have that runway that you don't have in the Western Conference. Once again, not the reason. It's just a part of the dynamics that makes it tough over here.
Let's see what Leezy talking about here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo, KC, Kyle, what's up, everybody?
Leezy, what up, man? What up, Kim Folk?
Hey, what's up, Kim Folk? Hey, I just wanted to jump in on the conversation. I'm loving the show. Hey, I just wanted to say, like, kind of just 2 points is one of the problems with the Kings, I really feel like, is a lack of long-term planning. It kind of doesn't seem like they ever have, like, a real direction. Like, you talked about Monty, his first move was, hey, giving Fox the extension. Okay, then why do you go in the draft and draft a point guard? And then even after that, you kind of fix things and get Sabonis, but you don't take the next steps of getting the Siakam or the Ingram or whoever you want, It's kind of like what Boogie said. It's like the Kings, they wanted to make it to the playoffs and didn't really have a plan after that. I mean, KC, I agree with a lot of your points, man, but do we really think even if the Kings was in the West, on the East Coast, that they're beating the Bucks, the Cavs, or even the Knicks? Like, they couldn't even beat the Magic when they rolled in here, who was a lower seeded team.
Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. I think
Kenny's point was the collection of bad games that you could get to help settle yourself down. And again, I don't know that I necessarily agree with the conferences making a difference, but it does something. Like when you can finish in the 9th seed in the West with the same record as the 6th seed in the East, yeah, that hurts a little bit. Like especially when you lose the play-in game. But that's just what it is.
That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. But you even look at for instance, and this goes to the general manager and the front office of the Indiana Pacers doing a great job. Look at Indiana's draft lately. Andrew Nembhard is really good. Benedict Mathurin is good, but he don't even start for him. You think the Kings could have a number 6 pick on their roster in the Western Conference that doesn't start for him and everything will be okay?
Well, So I think this goes to the point that I was going to ask before the commercial break. Now that we've kind of reset everything, is that doesn't have anything to do with the conferences.
No.
The Siakam trade that Leezy was just doesn't have anything to do with the conferences, and that's where I think a lot of Kings fans' frustration lies. Is it's almost like the Domantas Sabonis frustration. Like, oh, here we go. We're going to miss out on another one. And it's like, I'd rather the Kings name not be attached to something than hear, yeah, Toronto and Sacramento are getting together when Masai Ujiri and the Raptors come to town tonight. Like an hour later, it was reported, yeah, Siakam talks are dead. The hell happened in that hour? It wasn't even an hour. Like 20 minutes. We thought Pascal Siakam might be a Sacramento King for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it was dead.
Yeah.
And there could be a variety of different reasons as to why that happened. It could be returned assets for Indiana. It could be Sacramento's financial willingness, to pay him a certain amount. Or it could be Siakam just saying, I'm not signing here. Like, you can make the trade, salute, but I won't sign here. And at that point, it's up to whoever was in charge of trades in this front office to determine whether rolling the dice on Pascal Siakam and really putting your team in a situation where they have to do well in the playoffs, he has to be a big part of it, and you can convince him to stay. With either a dollar figure similar to Indiana or whatever that wound up being. But we don't know. We don't know which is the reason that deal fell through.
And I always bring this up because we gotta keep the same energy. And I'm part of that. I made the wrong decision probably in hindsight as well, in the hypothetical. But from everything we heard, Keegan Murray had to be a part of a Siakam or OG trade. And we asked the question at the time to Kings fans after he came off a 13, 15 point per game season, shooting 41% from three. Would you trade Keegan Murray for these guys that are on expiring deals? And I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people were like, no. So just go out there and make a big move like Soren said. They won 48 games and just assume they do it again with no big moves. The big move seemed to be you had to include Keegan Murray in any deal, and nobody wanted to do that at the time. Nobody. Remember, we were asking the question, and people were like, we were like the only two. We were having a good time with it, but they were like, I wouldn't trade Keegan for Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
People didn't. You got to be real with yourself in this situation. At the time, that's what it was going to take to get a Siakam, OG, or Mikal, and nobody wanted to move Keegan. So I'm not trying to stall Monty and them out, but everybody who got all the answers right now, y'all were saying the same things. Like, we didn't want to move Keegan, and rightfully so. I'm part of that. I didn't want to move Keegan for those guys on expiring deals who might not re-sign. That was a risk that I wasn't willing to take. Maybe you should have in hindsight, but at the time, I was a risk I wasn't willing to take. Like I said, the back to the conference thing though, it's just a part of it. That's all. It's just a part. It's there, and it's not even the biggest part. It's just a part of it. The biggest part is the competence or lack thereof, or the savvy of the front office to be able to put together a consistently winning team. That's the most important thing, and they haven't had that.
Nah, they haven't, and that's where, and I think where, I think this all started with Kenny telling me that there are Kings fans that are frustrated with the constant negativity from whether it's me or Matt or whoever else does radio and podcasts that are not feeling great about this team. Is their hope, the people who want to remain positive, their hope lies in seeing something that we haven't seen before. Their hope lies in Scott Perry being able to step in, and there are some people who are just like, and I think part of the just blow it up and tear it down and start over crowd is that it's easier for people to accept losing when you're like, when you've stripped down that, when you can put a label on it, like rebuild. We're rebuilding. People feel better about losing. Oh, I can just enjoy this team and we're going to grow and we're going to get better. And what the rebuild crowd forgets, or the teardown crowd or the tank crowd, what they forget is, when has this team rebuilt something? Like ever. Not in the last couple of years. When did this team rebuild something? Because when they stripped down the 2002-03, when Doug was gone and Chris was in Philadelphia or Detroit or wherever he was at the time, and Mike, went to Atlanta and all of these different, this team didn't rebuild. Okay, we're in rebuild mode. Great. That rebuild took how long? 16 years? Is that what we're telling her? Oh, we're just, you had Grant Napier coming on. Hey, guys, be patient. It's Vladdy's first year. Bitch, this is year 12. What are you talking about? It's the third incarnation of the rebuild. Detroit went from 14 to what, 44? But they got that superstar. Mm-hmm. You can build easier when you know what you're built. You have people talk about building a foundation. You have a foundational piece. Whatever Dallas does with Kyrie and AD and Gafford and PJ and all of those guys they got right, they have a foundational piece in Cooper Flagg now. They didn't feel like Luka could be one, but so we're going to try this other one. We've got a foundational piece in Cooper Flagg that we can build around. Remember, Dallas stunk Luka's first year. Remember, I think Luka's first year was Dirk's last year. I might be off by one.
I think that's how it went down.
I think Porzingis was hurt, right?
Porzingis wasn't even there yet, I don't think.
Okay. So either way, that team stunk. But they had a foundational piece to build around. Detroit has a foundational piece. All of this stuff Oklahoma City has works because in that hostage crisis, they were able to acquire their foundational piece to build around. This organization has never had that foundational piece to rebuild around. And that includes right now. They don't have it. It's not Domas. It's not Keegan. It's not Levine. None of those guys are the foundational pieces that you build around. So so the idea of, hey, strip it down and start over. All right, man. Cool. Just prepare for the first strip down to not work. So you got to do a second one. And y'all never mentioned this part. The process. The process got the Philadelphia 76ers to the same exact spot they were when the process started. We're getting eliminated too early in the playoffs. Let's tear this down. We're going to start all over and build a championship contender. How many conference finals appearances did this process team have? Where are their number one picks? Because they had them. Joe's not one of them, but they had them. Where are they? Out of the league? On their third team? Ben's in the league. I'm wondering is Ben Simmons playing professional basketball in the NBA next year? If you want to talk about the process and you want to talk about a rebuild and you want to talk about starting over, you got to talk about the pitfalls that come with it. If you have Cooper Flagg, go for it. If you have Shea, because what was the conversation with Shea a couple years ago? At some point, you've got to start winning or he's going to start having questions. You have to have that centerpiece. And if you don't have it, All of this rebuild stuff it's a ridiculous conversation. If the Sacramento Kings had won the lottery yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was, if they had won the lottery, you could look at it like, all right, we're going to get this one run this year. If it doesn't work, you can strip that team down however you want to because you have the foundation there. And we don't.
The other thing about all of this is you said something the other day where you talked about how you look at the playoffs right now, and everybody's got that number one, and it usually comes from like a top pick or something like that. And I was like, yeah, that's right. And then I look, because everybody wants to point to OKC as to how to do it, right? Like that's the way you do it. Who are the two hottest teams in the playoffs right now, in your opinion?
The New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers.
Either one of them, Cat, but either one of them got a number one pick.
In the spirit of your question, no.
Cat's the only one.
Yeah.
They barely have lottery picks.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrese was 11, 12 for the Kings.
I forget
and
what number Tyrese.
They
I always
didn't get him.
confusing for Donovan.
Indiana didn't draft him,
Dave
but
Jones.
I will use him as an example. And maybe the most lethal person in the NBA playoffs right now was a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The two most lethal people in the playoffs right now were second-round picks. The Knicks built that team not even through this whole New York free agency thing. They acquired assets. They were able to build up a stockpile, or a war chest of assets, and they made good moves. They made savvy moves, like getting a Josh Hart, being able to go get an OG Anunoby, stockpiling those assets and getting Mikal Bridges and Karl Anthony Towns. Looking at a guy like Jalen Brunson and probably overpaying. I don't think Jalen Brunson went to the Knicks because it's in New York and it's a big market. His dad was in place there and they were about to pay him. If you're Sacramento and you're willing to overpay for a guy like Jalen Brunson, who Knicks, you can call him lucky. You can say they had good insight and they are good at their job, but nobody looked at Jalen Brunson when he was a free agent as the guy he is today.
Sure.
And
Just
they
thought he was good.
Thought he was good. And they paid him $100 million, $125 million. There were a lot of people who said they were crazy for doing something like that. Now look where they are. So you don't have to, you can be in the situation that the Kings are in right now and build a winner from this. You can,
I agree. I agree. No. I agree. You're 100%
Knicks,
right.
Jalen wasn't there the first time, right?
The
Or
first
was
time
he?
what?
When they played Trae Young and that was it was a movie in the Garden.
Yeah, he was there.
No. He was. RJ Barrett was there. It was RJ Barrett. It was Julius Randle, Manuel Quickly, and Brunson was doing that in Dallas.
Oh, Dallas, right.
Yeah, they went to the conference finals that year.
Yeah.
I think 22.
Yeah. And that was right after. That was the first year we could get back into arenas, right? That's how I remember.
Yeah.
Because remember the picture of the Garden with the vaccinated side and the non-vaccinated side, or the non-vaccinated,
like it was
section.
a smoking section.
Right. Now you can say they were in the playoffs, right? So they were a step ahead of but the Knicks weren't.
So
the Knicks were a relatively middling team that had a really good year,
right?
And they parlayed that into having assets, making good moves, and now they're where they're at.
Neither one of those teams tore down and rebuilt.
Right. That's my point.
Okay.
That's exactly my point. Like they were able to get where they are today without tearing things down, without rebuilding. It is possible.
Which is why I don't buy that tanking, tearing down. You have to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
The teams that can do the tearing down or rebuild, you got to have that piece.
Mm-hmm.
And we have good players. I don't think we have that centerpiece.
And to bring it all around, and real quick to that point, the Knicks didn't have that piece.
Do they now?
They do now, but
and it's Jalen.
It's Jalen.
Okay,
but Jalen wasn't looked at as the piece.
For
when
sure.
They signed him.
Since we're here, I want to bring up Sack King 7600. So, in your opinion, D'Lo, who's the Pacers centerpiece? Do you think the Pacers have a centerpiece?
I would say Tyrese. But I
don't think you're buying it.
There's a lot that's got to be around him. It's almost James said it the other day.
But it doesn't matter though. A lot that has to be. So what's that mean? You've got that piece in the middle that you're building around.
Mm-hmm.
That's this. I didn't think Tyrese could be the guy that you built around.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong. I absolutely believe that he can. He has shown me more just in this postseason about what his future might be as a player than he's shown me in the first 3 years of his career, 4 years of his career, whatever it is. I've never believed that Tyrese, it's not even it's longer than that. I've never believed that Tyrese wasn't a good basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
But the franchise, as Kenny Caraway would say, Tyrese is franchise.
For sure.
He's a franchise player.
He's absolutely that. The Kings don't have that. I don't think Domas is. I think he's a little below, and the position matters too. He's not a point guard. Like I think it's a little different and a little more difficult from Domas' spot to be the franchise or somebody you build around, as opposed to your point guard who can handle the ball, get others involved, and score at a high level. But the whole thing that I was going to say was the Knicks and the Pacers didn't necessarily have that at the time, and
I hear you.
They were able to take it there. So when you look at,
so if you can get CAA to run your
or Scott Perry,
well, let's hope so.
But if you can, but this is where, and maybe it's an optimistic look, or I don't even know if it's that. It's just I kind of look at things like, all right, this is what it is. How do you figure this out? It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean, well, no, we're actually in a great spot. No, all right, this is what it is. How do you make this work? The Kings can make it work from where they're at. They can make it. It's been proven. I can make the argument. It's probably been proven as much as it is tanking to make it work from where they're at. And where they're at is you've got these fringe all-star guys. They're kind of good, pretty good. If they're the right team around them, yeah, they're good. But if there are injuries or it's the wrong team, they can go this way. Like I'm looking at Sabonis and Levine. You got two guys where it can kind of go either way. You can go in a very positive direction from where they're at. It's been proven. There are two teams that are showing you how to do it right now. The Knicks and the Pacers. You can do it. You can also do it by stripping everything down and stinking for 3 years and then finding two great players like OKC did. Or finding one great player like Minnesota did. You can do it that way. But the thought
I'm not going to let you get away with Minnesota. I have my feelings about OKC, which we've talked about before, and I'll just continue to say it. You could do all of that if you have a player in demand. Russell Westbrook, Paul George. If Paul George... The Paul George, Kawhi Leonard situation is the greatest thing that happened to Oklahoma City. The absolute greatest. Minnesota, though. Minnesota sucked for just as long as Sacramento did.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler comes in, ends that drought. And then they start all over.
They started over and they got the one. And that's a way to get there.
On the second try.
But we did it yesterday. Multiple teams have had the number one pick and ain't got it right.
Yep.
So just because you have the number one pick doesn't mean you're going to get it right. But they found the number one pick and they got an opportunity.
We'll come back. Daniel, it's my bad. Daniel, don't hang up. I promise, like immediately after the break, we got you. Just hang tight. Want to hear what you got to say. This was all planned. We definitely Yep, definitely plan on talking about the Kings for an hour and 13 minutes and not the games last night. We'll get there. We podding. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, I'm already hungry, man.
One of them days.
Did Kyle steal our crayons?
Yes.
Wow.
Now I'm flustered and I don't have any mental health. I don't take this time. We'll go ahead. We'll do a little mini 13th round. 13th round, what's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big shout out to the dope ones. That's my guy. Big shout out to Jordan Brand. You know, we locked in, man. Shout out Cola Seamoss. And two things happened this week. Number one, it was reported by Mike Coppinger that the Turkey, His Excellency, whatever we're calling him right now, Turkey Ali, I think is his name. He has moved the Canelo Bud Crawford fight from Friday, September 12th to Saturday, September 13th. And now because of that, it's not, well, I shouldn't say it's not, but the thought was on the 12th, it was going to be at Allegiant Stadium. Now that's up in the air. Then they're choosing between 5 locations to have that fight now that it's going to be on Saturday. I think they're not going to be able to have it on Saturday at Allegiant Stadium because the Raiders might play. So that might be a little bit of an issue. But that's neither here nor there. The big story about that is a lot of people thought it was going to be on Netflix. It's not going to be on Netflix. It's going to be on Riot's season pay-per-view. And now there's questions coming into play about the TKO partnership, Dana White partnership with Turkey, and how solid is that? I can tell you right now, TKO, Dana White, the way they want to go about boxing and the business of boxing, it ain't working. So maybe Turkey and them saw what was going on and like, hey, I don't know if this is going to work, or maybe, I don't know who said it, but I can tell you right now, that UFC model, that ain't working in boxing. It's just not working. There's too much money for these boxers to make, and they're too smart in that sense to take the UFC model and incorporate it to boxing. You're going to have to pay them boys. So this is one of the first signs maybe there's a little trouble in paradise. Look, I want to see the best fights. I want to see the best venues. So I hope everything works out. But like I've always said, be careful with this Turkey guy, man. Be careful with this guy. It's the 13th round.
You say turkeys?
Turkey,
yeah,
singular.
Watch them fucking turkeys, boy.
Singular.
Oh. That's really jacked up that Kyle just came in and took the markers.
Just took them like we ain't here.
No, I'm not wearing this one. Jackie came in here multiple times. Was like, when are they going to break? I need to get those markers. And I said, you know what? Bet I got you.
Wow. Wow, Jackie. So much for our mental health.
Saying I don't have any mental health now is one of the funniest things you've ever said. That's so funny. All out, fresh out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also not on the stream, so I don't know if the stream can hear me, but whatever.
All right, you're not.
I just didn't want to log in because then I'd have to kick somebody out, and I didn't want to accidentally, because it doesn't say like Sacramento. They don't all say Sacramento.
Yeah, I just closed out the.
Oh, did you log out of it?
No, I don't know.
Out of StreamYard? Nah.
I just closed it.
Nah. The good news is I talked to the guy who pays for it, Jonathan.
All right.
Yep. And Jonathan's on it.
Jonathan is really the only person in the building that matters.
Minute and a half, by the way.
And they can't hear you.
CP, I do not think Keanu Ellis can be a star, but I think he's a very essential part to a good team. Yeah, I think he in the right situation, he'd be great in Sacramento or anywhere for a winning ball club.
Only thing I remember from that's a big fucking fish. That's such a great scene. All right, man. Big shout out to Kyle Madsen, who's hanging out with us with
man.
Jesse out. It makes for a long day for our man Kyle. And we got a hell of a day tomorrow as KC is out. James is out. We don't know the status of Jesse yet. So it could be
time to see. He's Donovan Mitchell.
Could be. Okay, shout out to Donovan.
I'm a big Donovan fan.
I don't know what they put in Donovan's ankle to let him play last night, but my man did not look. He looked like he was just leaving it all out there.
He still had 40.
That's crazy.
I'm a big Donovan.
Crazy.
It hurt my heart to see him miss those 3 free throws.
It hurt my heart to hear him after the game.
Oh, that was tough, man.
Like Donovan feels like one of the good dudes in
That's
the league.
my boy. That is my boy.
I'm a little bit afraid Donovan Mitchell is going to get damed. Like, he's going to be a player that is a consensus awesome player from his generation and just never gets over the hump to a title.
Might be the case.
Yeah.
Might be the case. That's my boy, though. I'm a big Donovan Mitchell fan. Hate to see that last night.
Let's get to Daniel, man. He's been waiting a long time, and we've just been running our mouths.
Sorry, Daniel.
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Daniel? Appreciate you.
Casey D'Lo. Hey, just want to mention, man, to hear Casey dragging the Pacers, I just got to kind of laugh, man. They're going to the
Daniel. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. When did I drag the Pacers?
It sounds like you are.
You're listening to the wrong show. I've said multiple times. I've said multiple times they're a hell of a team and they're way better than the Sacramento Kings. So I don't know how that's dragging.
A lot of it was lucky. It
did I say lucky?
Well, he didn't say it was lucky.
Did I say lucky?
He questioned whether the conference played a factor, which isn't luck.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you why the Kings are never gonna figure it out like the Knicks and the Pacers have, because the Kings are the Kings, and I'm gonna age myself right here. I was 13 years old when the Kings came here. I'm 52 now. I'm 52. With the exception of 3 years where they got lucky, this team has not figured it out. They don't learn from their mistakes. They haven't figured it out. And now with this ownership group, my history of watching the Kings, this is the worst ownership group we've ever had, because dude can't get out of his own way, and he's not going anywhere for the foreseeable future. So tell me again how the Kings are going to figure it out the way the Knicks and the Pacers have.
Well, Daniel, I don't think we can, because like that wasn't fair. Like they got lucky for 3 years. Like, come on, man.
None of that was fair.
If you said the Kings have been mostly a bad franchise since that's perfectly fair. But to say they got lucky for 3 years, like, no, like Jeff Petrie built a title contender. Like, as a shoot,
they went to the playoffs for 8 straight years.
Jeff Petrie traded one of the most popular players, one in the city at the time, two that the city's ever seen, to take a step forward. He made difficult decisions with this team. He went when it looked like things were weighing. He went and got Ron Artest.
He did it twice.
Mitch Richmond. Yeah, like that's not fair, man. Jeff, it wasn't luck. Like, Jeff Petrie built a title contender here.
And Daniel, I can guarantee you, I don't even know. And Daniel's cool. I don't have no problem with it. But
that's our guy.
I can guarantee you, Daniel, 3 years ago, going into the 2023 season, was saying they'd never make the playoffs with Vivek as an owner. This is where I come in, and it's not about optimism. It's once again, you want to talk about being real. It's real life. The Kings will be good. They will be good at some point. Every team in sports ends up being
It
good.
might be when Reese and Gunnar are having kids, but
it might be. It might be the case, right? But they will be a good team again. And they will be a good team with Vivek as the owner. I can't tell you when that's going to be. I can almost promise you it won't be 17 years again. That was like a crazy anomaly. And for 13 of those 17 years, they were dealing without the play-in. So now the odds are even better that they'll get back into it. But that's what I'm not a fan of, because now you're speaking emotionally, which is okay because we're all fans.
Absolutely, that's what fans do.
And then you're just kind of speaking irrationally, like never. All right, bro. Or they'll get lucky and all right, okay. That this is the talk where it's like, all right, man, speak your piece, do what you do. That's not realistic. People always talk about realistic and being real. That's not realistic. I feel what I'm saying is more realistic. They will be good again at some point. They will be. Could be 5 years, could be 5 months. It could be 10 years. It could be 10 months. I don't know. But to say never, that's ridiculous.
Well, if it's not this year, this conversation is going to be had again.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not the year after that, this conversation is going to be had again. Or the year after that, it's going to happen again and again and again. And then there'll be some semblance of, oh, we might have this figured out. And I think that's another thing that Kings fans are antsy about, is we don't exactly know where this team is going, right? Like we see the roster, and I'm of the belief, I've asked like Ham, and I've asked different people this question. I don't know that you and I have talked about it. I think we have.
Mm-hmm.
We all weren't wrong. I think this team underperformed. Now, to what degree? If we took your 52 floor and the 40 that they actually did and met in the middle, this is a 46-win basketball team. I could stomach that. I told you, I was like, I just really like them to get the 41 win. I don't know. It just feels better to not. You're a 500 team. You're not a losing team. Like, I'm not even asking for 42. I'm just asking for 41.
Mm-hmm.
It's I think there's a middle point of we expected too much and they underperformed.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at the roster and it's like, where are we going? And everyone is resigned to the fact that DeMar DeRozan is being traded for whatever reason. That's how everybody feels.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fine, because it's, I don't know, that maybe it's just talking. I'm not sure, but everyone is resigned their I don't know if it's their hopes on a DeMar DeRozan trade, or if a DeMar DeRozan trade is step one of something they plan on doing, or what.
I think it's partly because when the De'Aaron Fox stuff was going down, DeMar DeRozan was, I think, on Lou Williams' podcast and said, yeah, if De'Aaron gets traded, I've got to rethink some things, because he was one of the reasons I came here. So I think there was an understanding when De'Aaron got traded that, like, oh, DeMar's gone next year too.
Okay.
I think.
It could be. Yeah, that's fair.
Could be the case. Kyle, I forgot Kyle
clarity.
was here. Kyle.
Thanks. That makes me feel good.
In the other moment that I lived through, which is why I know how I have a feeling, I have an idea of how these things go. Kyle, how many times after Tom Sula's year did you hear the Niners will never be good with Jed York as the owner?
Oh, so many.
He just doesn't know what he's doing. He can't get out the way. He can't let his ego get out the way. Now, maybe he may have learned some stuff. Like,
sure.
He may not be the same owner that he was after he filed. Matter of fact, I'm confident saying he's not the same type of person and owner that he was after firing Jim Harbaugh. He learned from those situations.
Mm.
But the sentiment is still the same. The sentiment that you can never win with Jed York as the owner was ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous. And I believe it's ridiculous with Vivek.
I think I think you're probably you're right in that sense. I think saying you'll never win with this guy as the owner is probably too extreme. But with Jed, he chose Trent Baalke over Jim Harbaugh, the winningest coach in team history, who had gone to 3 straight NFC title games plus a Super Bowl and had a down year, and then they fired him. And then they hired Jim Tomsula, who was not qualified for the job, fired him after 1 year, then picked up Chip Kelly, who was worse. They go 2-14, and it was like, oh, this guy's just gonna now he's gonna fire another head coach. You can't trust him to hire another guy. He can't get out of his own way, but he did get out of his own way. He said, I'm going to bring in Kyle Shanahan. Kyle, who do you want to be the GM? John Lynch. Great. There's that. I'm out. And he stepped aside. He let him struggle in 2017. He let him struggle in 2018. And lo and behold, in 2019, they go to the Super Bowl. I think that's what people are waiting for with Vivek. Like, let them struggle a little bit for a year or two and pick a direction and find a lane and develop some talent and form get some level of cohesion, where now they have rebuilt and they have had some struggles and they're building towards success instead of, 2 bad years in a row, fire the coach, let's get a new program in here, which seems to be the pattern.
So, and I will say, and I understand he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt in situations like this, but who's to say he hasn't? He's already done 2 things that he hadn't done before. Hired somebody with experience, not had competing general manager situations. Who's to say he hasn't looked at the last situation that he had with Monty McNair? And you can go back to Vlade Divac, you can go back to Pete D'Alessandro and say, you know what? I'm not hiring a first-time person. I'm not doing that. Let me go get Scott Perry and get a guy that's trusted in this league. The last situation that everybody said.
Vlade was a first-time general manager. Monty McNair was a first-time general manager.
And Pete was too.
And Pete was a first-time general manager.
And who's to say he hasn't looked at it and said, I'm not making that mistake anymore. That hasn't worked for me. I'm going to go get somebody established. We talk about the Wes Wilcox, Monty McNair dynamic and how that was a problem. In this situation, you've got Scott Perry as the guy. BJ Armstrong wasn't interviewed or wasn't considered for the job, wasn't up for the job as far as we know.
As far as we know, no interviews happened for the job.
As far as we know. And he is clearly the second man to Scott Perry.
Hired by Scott.
Which is different from what we saw before.
Not being hired by Vivek. He was hired by Scott.
Right. So the results are the only thing that matters. But I could make the argument. I'm just laying out stuff. I'm not really making an argument either way because I only care about wins and losses. But I can make the argument he's already learning from those mistakes.
You're presenting the optimistic view.
Or it could be realistic. It doesn't have to be optimistic.
No, but
it could literally be what he did. Like, I'm not making that. It's like, it doesn't have to be optimistic. Sometimes it could be, no, he sat there and said, I'm not making this mistake again. This is what I'm doing. They could be the worst team in the NBA for the next 4 years. I only care about the wins and losses, and it could not result in wins. That is very real. I don't know what it's going to result in, but when people talk about the process and what he does, it could just be that he said, hey, I'm learning from this mistake.
By hiring a guy that already worked for him.
Or hiring a guy that has experience.
Well, he worked here for 3 months.
No, I get so I get like you're right. Nothing you're saying is wrong, but I'm also not going to disagree or push back on anybody who's like, I will wait to believe in the Vivek Ranadive ownership group until they hire the right guys to do the right things. Because if they have 4 straight losing seasons, that all comes back to the owner again. Like, oh, hired the wrong guy again. So it's easy for me to see where somebody going, yeah, you know what? They haven't done anything with Vivek yet. And I have a hard time believing that they're going to hire the right guy this time. Like, that's not unreasonable. But it's also, I don't think, unreasonable to go, hey, they did something different, hired a guy with experience. They kept the coach who had a winning record last year in 51 games. So that's a sign of some form of change. Like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Do we think that Joe and Gavin were good owners?
That's always, I guess, a loaded question because they were for a while and then they weren't.
Okay.
Is that an answer? Because that's why I say, like, because when they first got here, they were great owners.
Okay, so we're judging ownership on the success of the team.
Yes and no. I think the way, for me, and I didn't know the intricacies of it, but the way they treated this franchise and they tried to hold up this franchise and were willing to invest in this franchise the first 3-4 years that they got here, that's what made them good owners to me.
But then what?
Then they lost money. And then they started robbing Peter to pay Paul and cutting back on this franchise, and then tried to move it and then do all this other stuff.
Okay. And that's all accurate. And then what? They didn't get that arena built because the city wouldn't pay for it the way they wanted it to.
Very true.
And then all of a sudden, so again, what are we? Everyone is quick, not to pick on Daniel, but one of Daniel's things. Oh, it's the worst ownership group in my 52 years. Perfectly fair. So who was the best one? It's got to be Joe and Gavin, right? Because that's 8 straight years of the playoffs. I don't know how much of that was under Joe. I think if not all of it, a good chunk of it was. At least half of it was.
Yeah,
maybe over half.
When did they came
98?
Was it that early? I felt like they came in like 2000. But I could be wrong. I don't remember.
If only there was a way we could find out.
I love what he said.
But Vivek, again, you can feel how you want to. I just want the argument to be consistent. Vivek said, no, we're not moving this franchise. I'll build the arena. Not only will I build the arena, I'll build the new downtown complex that comes with arenas, because no organization now,
98, good knowledge.
No organization now is just building arenas. You got Mark Cuban talking about, I'm going to turn this over to the experts, because they're talking about building like a Venetian-like resort here with, whether it's the American Airlines Center or something, being the centerpiece of it. You've got resorts and downtown complexes and deer districts and Jurassic Park and Thrive City. You're not building an arena anymore. You're building a destination for an event. Vivek did that. So was he a good owner? How many times does Vivek threaten to move the team?
That's
How
zero,
many
Daniel.
times has Vivek had to climb up to patch a hole in the Golden One Center?
I was there.
That's the rumor. What courtside baby Kenny? Courtside toddler Kenny. What is the barometer for a good owner versus a bad owner? Because if it's team success, you better give that family their flowers. But if it's something else, let's be careful to not criticize.
But I just if I may, on your program,
you may.
Thank you.
I saw your tweet about Bill Simmons, so that was funny. You're giving us the floor.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna. Bill Simmons goes on Zach Lowe's podcast. Ask Zach Lowe what happened in the room where the lottery drawing happened. Zach starts to talk. Bill cuts him off and then goes, "Okay, you have the floor." Like, yeah, no, it's Zach's podcast. He's been at it. Anyways, I think
your boy's an idiot, man. I swear to God.
Me?
No,
absolutely
not.
My boy.
No, so where were we talking about? Oh, Vivek. I think Vivek was viewed as a good owner for all of the things you just mentioned, for keeping the team here, for getting Golden One Center built, for getting Doco built, for all of the things that kept the team here early on. But then at some point, the rubber meets the road, and you got to start winning games. And I think after a while, you stop looking at the players, and you stop looking at the coaching staff, and you stop looking at the front office. And when you start getting into a third, fourth front office, and none of it has been as successful as you would like, and then you hear the stories that Sam Amick is writing in The Athletic about, different things going on at the top of the organization, and Jeremy Lamb's involved, and they're doing X, Y, and Z with all these different guys coming in. It starts to look like, okay, maybe this guy doesn't know what he's doing owning a basketball team. And at some point, the owner becomes the common denominator of losing.
I'll be very drastic with one of my examples, but do we think Donald Sterling was a good owner?
No,
definitely not.
He had a losing franchise, but then he started winning, right? Between the Elton Brand years and the start of Lob City, that was like maybe 4 playoff seasons in 6 years. And I don't even think he changed his mentality. But did he all of a sudden become a good owner?
But that's 4 out of how many?
Out of like 30, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's an F on a test.
But the thought would be, because he started winning, like, oh, he figured something out. He didn't figure nothing out. He stumbled across whatever. He wasn't even putting the right people in position no more. He was still talking crazy to Elgin Baylor. They just happened to get players in here that were able to win. I'll use another example. Is James Dolan a good owner?
Definitely not.
I would make the
He's
argument.
a mess, dude.
I would make the argument he's probably better than people give him credit
He's
for.
a smart businessman. He built that damn sphere.
Well, I'll make the argument. He's probably better than people give him credit for.
Okay, why?
They're winning now, and he headlined what the Garden looks like now. The Garden had to be
the renovated. Oh,
yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
He headlined all that.
Well, he tried to move it. And he was like, sir,
well,
this is New York City. You can't just build an arena down here.
Yeah.
What are you
and
talking
then
about?
He wanted to do it here, and then they weren't letting him. They were like, you can't renovate over Penn Station. And,
right.
You know, and he was like, well, I'll move him then. And then
okay. Yeah. All right, bitch. Where? Go ahead.
The fact that you have the New York Knicks, one of the premier NBA franchises, right? Like they are. That's why Kenny's not a fan, but a supporter. And the fact that they are a punchline or were a punchline for so long under the guidance of James Dolan makes him a bad owner. Plus, you're kicking Charles Oakley out, and there's all the weird stuff that he's got beef with people who sit on the sidelines, and they're not letting Spike Lee in certain entrances. Like, dude, that all goes down to ownership. James Dolan sucks.
I'll ask another question, and this is probably controversial. Is Jerry Jones a good owner?
Yeah, terrible GM.
Yeah, he's a great owner. He's a great owner.
The Cowboys are actually better. Like, they're a better football team than people give them credit for more times than not.
Sure.
In the last 12 years.
Sure.
Yeah,
Jerry's a great owner.
Did they lose in Green Bay because of him? You talking about he's a bad GM. Did they lose in Green Bay? With
I don't
Des
think he's a dumb GM.
Did they lose to the Giants when they were 13-3 because of Jerry Jones?
No, they lost because they said Dez didn't catch it.
Well,
and we all know that Dez did.
He dropped it.
He did not.
He dropped it. No, he dropped it. I saw the replay. He dropped it.
You didn't.
I'm cutting this video out. Did Dez catch it? Really topical. It'll be good.
Hey, you want YouTube shorts?
Yeah, there you go.
This'll do it.
But my whole point is their failures, even when they're good, because number one, you've got to be good in a certain respect to be good, right? Like, they're in the playoffs. They have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl. Like, that's the Kings make it.
But you're asking, I'm sorry.
Is he a good owner?
Yes, he absolutely is a good owner.
I agree. I do think he's a good owner. I even think he's a better general manager than give him credit for.
No,
he's not a good one. And that's where I come to the point where they're good. Not Dez didn't catch it. They're saying in the chat Dez caught it 100. No, he didn't. He dropped the ball. The ref said so.
Okay.
Would you say Jerry Jones is a bad owner because he's too busy meddling with football activities? Because isn't that one of the big knocks on Vivek? Got his hands too much in the football side of it?
But do you
basketball
think
side of it?
Jerry's literally the general manager? So,
but do you think?
But he keeps himself in that position as the owner.
That's
but
right. Yeah, he does.
Do you think that's why they lose these games in the playoffs? Did they lose to the 49ers because Jerry Jones was meddling?
No, because
they wouldn't fire Mike McCarthy.
They lost.
No, because
the Cowboys were scared.
No, because Dak Prescott wanted to take a knee with 3 seconds left and then respike.
Kenny Caraway against taking a knee. You talk about being topical. Cut that. Hey, pal, right here. Wow.
That would have been the first. That would have been the first knee Dak. That would have been the first.
Well, I guess on that note, we'll go to commercial. Steve. That's amazing. That's amazing.
The whole point, because I don't know if we'll go back to Jerry, but the whole point is Jerry's probably better than people give him credit for. All you can do is get them to a point if you're a general manager or an owner.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you got it. Yep.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah. Like, you can only get them there. in those games, they lose because they're scared or just poor decision making. Dak throws 2 interceptions in a tightly contested game the next year against the 49ers. Like, I make fun of them as much as anybody, but they didn't lose those 2 playoff games when they were Super Bowl contenders because of Jerry Jones or his meddling. They lost because of what happened on the field with those players. But they'll lose those 2 games, right? And it'll be, you'll never win with Jerry Jones. Well, he didn't. What did he do in those 2 games? He didn't do nothing. So,
Kenny Caraway, big Cowboy fan.
Cap, big Cap.
Well, not Kaepernick after that line. Man, this fucking Cassie testimony is brutal. This is just awful,
man.
Jerry Jones locking arms with his players and taking that fake ass knee
and looking up at the camera
is one of the funniest moments in NFL history.
If it wasn't so serious, it'd be hilarious. This guy.
Like, all right, bud.
This guy. Boy, oh boy.
It's like, what could we do that's cartoonishly performative? I know.
We had spent 2 hours on the Kings when I didn't think there would be any chance.
There was one thing written.
The Kings might have been in Bump It or Dump It.
And it was based on something Matt wrote or said. Excuse me, something Matt said.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Oh man. Hey, did you see that that email from Ryan?
Yeah.
Did you want to go to that or?
No, you could do it if you want to.
Okay.
That's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuesday at 11. Yeah. I might even still be able to get here. So
yeah, absolutely. We'll hit up Lazy, see if he wants to go with you.
Young Zell, what up, boy? My man, Young Zell. When's the next mini mansion, man? I missed the last one. I was out of town, man. So
Zell said he's working on something. I'm just waiting for that text to go through.
The Young Zell song, the Get Off song.
Oh,
that is in my head.
Fire
every day.
That's one of them.
Just
he did his thing.
The
plot of land and hangs out there.
The fact that he's not performing next Friday at Concerts in the Park is
insane. Insane.
I'm rushing stage.
Well, no,
30 seconds.
No, hang on, Zell. We getting the dude in charge out of the way.
Yeah.
Let us get that done first. Maybe we'll
hold tight, big dog.
We trying.
Yeah, hold tight.
Gonna tell the guy who runs it, get off.
You know, Aldrin, not a huge LaRussell fan. I like his energy. I like his mindset, but yeah.
The only entity taking a bigger L than the rundown we put together is my latest Prize Picks lineup.
Oh man, damn!
I bet with my heart last night.
No,
boy.
Well, I almost helped you because I remember I talked you out of Aaron Judge's home run demon.
Yeah,
that didn't happen.
Russell Westbrook's demon was 14.5.
That was
4.
Hey, that was tough last night. Big dog.
I would have made $8 Wait, hold on. That might be wrong. I would have made. Oh, I'm sorry. I would have made $4 if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had gotten one more point, one more rebound, or one more assist. His number was 44.5. I went more, 44.
Man, come on, man. Well, you weren't alone, though.
The cold streak is freezing.
Last night I had Aaron Gordon 3-pointers at 1.5 made. Evan Mobley at 2.5 dunks. That was a bad job by me. I don't know why I took that one. And I had Shohei Ohtani at half a total base. He got nothing. The only person that came through was Nikola Jokic, who's he's going to handle business damn near every time, it seems like. So I didn't get a dub yesterday, but today is a new day, and I'm guaranteeing a victory today because I got Anthony Edwards, 27.5 points. Give me more. He is going to put the Warriors out to pasture. It's happening. So he's got 27.5 points. I'm going more. Julius Randle, he's owned Draymond Green the entire series, 22.5 points. Give me more on that. Jimmy Butler, 26.5 points. Give me less. Al Horford, 20.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Give me less. I actually think the Knicks close it out tonight. I do. And Cameron Payne, 1.5 points. He'll hit a 3-pointer. Give me more. And that's the picks. I'm going to post them on social media. You guys will be able to see them, be able to rock with them. And once you see them, download the Prize Picks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. It's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with that first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
Wow.
Now, I think it was Hoffa. He did it earlier. I hadn't started my portion, so this one didn't count. The first one, when I started my portion, is when the clock starts. That was Filthy McNasty. He gets another win. This is Filthy's second win on the season.
Filthy McNasty. Imagine Casey gives out a trophy for this, and he's got to go to the trophy store. Yeah, what do you want us to engrave on it? Filthy McNasty. I love Filthy McNasty.
Oh, man, that's our guy, man.
I don't even know. Is his name Phil? I don't even know his name. He shows up at all our events, and it's literally Filthy McNasty.
Hey, Filthy McNasty.
That's what it is. This is the strangest community we've ever built. Like you pull up the Sky River. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, man? What's your name? The baby daddy. Oh, it's the baby daddy. What's good, bro? Of course, it's the baby daddy. That boy Hoffa in the house.
What's your name? The
baby daddy. Yeah, come on, man. Look, Xavier, there's literally a guy we call Michigan Wolverines. Like, we literally, hey, Michigan, what's up, boy? That's literally what we do.
This is all facts. This is facts.
Wild, man. Like our little universe. I don't know, like, hey, guys, I really love what you guys have done with the ESPN 1320. Could you guys, explain it to the company? How would we explain this?
Well, there's this guy, Filthy McNasty.
So there's Filthy McNasty.
The baby daddy.
There's the baby daddy. There's Michigan Wolverines. There's Dr. David. He's not a doctor. There's our man Hoffa. There's Big John Poles. Yeah.
The only one that seems normal is there's Stephen Brown.
Well, there's little 4'2" Stephen Brown. Stephen Brown, one of the little fellas.
Yo, this is an underrated one right here. It's a Fruity Unk. Yo, that's underrated. Fruity Unk.
Oh man!
Come on, man! Don't do that. I think I know who that is too.
Goodness.
I think that might be a parody account. I don't know.
We got to explain how we just, anytime we need a stat, we just call on Will Z to hey, Will, if you're listening, could you do something for us? We ask our audience to be the, research staff of the group.
That's it. It's
terrific, man.
When I get chatty housed off air.
I'm sorry. What does chatty house mean? Well, that's going to take some time to explain. But the number one, just don't get chatty housed.
Never get chatty housed.
And then we got company-wide emails going out. Hey, you know how D'Lo and KC have the chatty house? Do you guys have anything like that? No, man.
I'm not sure if you want the
no, there is not a community in this market like the chatty house.
Not at all, man. Hoffa brings up a good point. Sometimes I ask the right Will.
It's a great question. The other Will just out there busting his ass at Southwest Airlines.
Sorry, Will. Sorry, brother. I said, what's the record when DeRozan shoots more than 19 times? How would I know?
Yeah.
I said, well, I asked you because you would know this stuff. Oh, wait a minute.
And then we end the presentation with B. Perry. Greatest podcast in the world. It's the best podcast ever.
Good times, good times. If anybody wants to call in and talk about Kings ownership optimism,
gonna have to. Frank.
Oh, yo,
Frank, I'm gonna need a better description of what you're talking about, Frank.
Yo. Hey, man, you gotta go into detail here, man, and explain yourself with that one. Explain yourself. Stephen Brown comes and says, I'm actually 6'5".
Well,
all right, little fella.
We also got to explain how we threw someone named Poker Pro Eric out.
PPE was his name.
Then we can explain how multiple members of the Chatty House have gone on to work for the competing radio station. Shied a man out there handing out towels at the playing game. Ramsey over there running the board. What? No, actually, we did create a separate podcast with our. Yeah, no, okay, guys, it's a long story.
Oh man, PPE. Stephen Brown talking about I'm 6'5", 6'5" with them Balenciaga shoes on. That's 6'5", 5'6" with those on.
That's funny, man. I went and looked at them Balenciagas. I'm gonna walk in here 6'1" one day. Just hella. The heel on him is hella. It's like, well, you know how you walk around with those.
Man, they be on them platforms. Good times, good times.
Oh,
Will said I put him in timeout one time. Did I? I probably did because he was talking about the Dodgers too much.
Who? Oh, you did?
Yeah,
you got hella mad at Will.
Yeah, he was talking about Dodgers.
That man, Dodgers team was winning the world. You did it just to be spiteful.
We didn't need all that day. We didn't need all that. No. Once again, timeout, not blocked like I did. Who was it? Victor?
Yeah.
By accident. That was accident. I don't mean to ever block anybody. I just try to put you in a 5-minute, and Victor, the mouse slipped a little bit. He got blocked into the abyss.
Yeah. We found him. But he probably never came back. He's like, man, screw these guys. Well, Zabo, the company will love this. We get the people listening to work for us. Zabo cuts like a 10-hour video every month. That has nothing to do with sports. That's the best part. If you want to hear about Easter eggs or
that is
well,
facts.
as Kenny once called it, a hard release. It's right there on the It's right there on the timestamp.
Aldrin brings up a good point. I don't know if he's banned or he just went away.
Oh, he left us.
Yeah, he did. He's not banned.
No, he just left us.
Yeah, he was.
He
was wild.
I think there were people on this show he didn't like, so he left.
Yeah, he was wild, man. NBA Young Cole was wild. He was nice on the keyboard though.
Oh, that's legendary.
He was nice on the keyboard.
Nice on the keyboard.
Good times. Good times. Like I said though, you guys want to talk about the future state of the King. Matt George will be on here tomorrow, so
Yeah.
maybe you can talk about what's going on. I just to bring it all full circle, I see some people frustrated with what they perceive the constant negativity about the Kings now or in the future or anything else like that. And I understand it. I understand why people are like, all right, man, like you say the same thing every day about this team. We're not asking you to paint a false picture, but tell me how they can get out of this, or the Minnesota Timberwolves winning a series shouldn't equate to like why the Kings are terrible. Like just talk about the Timberwolves then or something like that.
And we'll talk about that in about 15 minutes or so, because that's one thing I appreciate about Matt. Is as frustrated as Matt is, he's trying to find ways for the Kings to be better. And he presented 4 or 5,
I think about 5
different trade proposals for DeMar DeRozan, because remember, it is a foregone conclusion that DeMar DeRozan is being traded this year, this offseason, excuse me. So we'll go over those, and I think that's where I think when you have for whatever reason the DeMar DeRozan thing feels obvious to people, and maybe it's the Lou Williams clip, maybe it's the point he's at in his career and the Kings aren't there for him. It might not make sense for either party to be in the DeMar, might not make sense for the Kings to be in the DeMar DeRozan business or DeMar DeRozan to be in the Kings business. But I think it's harder for fans to hypothesize the difficult decisions. And like everyone loves using the trade machine. All right. Throw Malik Monk in there. Throw Malik Monk into the trade machine with a team that he makes sense for, and find pieces that don't find me matching salaries, because you're going to need that. But find me someone that an opposing team or a contributing party would go, oh, yeah, okay, this works. This makes us better. And the Kings go, yeah, this makes us better. You want both teams to feel like we accomplished our goal here.
Right.
Do that with Domantas Sabonis. Have those difficult conversations. Do that. Everyone says Zach LaVine is untradeable. There is no untradeable contract in the NBA. There's not one. Not one. You can talk about all this. Chicago tried to attach draft picks and all this. I don't believe that for 2 seconds. You telling me Chicago was willing to attach 2 first-round draft picks to Zach LaVine and nobody took it? That's a flat-out lie.
Right.
That is absolute nonsense. Now, you might not have been able to move Zach LaVine, or the Bulls might not have been able to move Zach LaVine. That's perfectly fine. But the idea that they were willing to attach multiple first-round picks and couldn't do it, I don't care who says it. Adrian Wojnarowski could tweet it today. I'm saying, sir, someone is lying to you. Because there is no chance, none, less than none, that 29 NBA teams said no.
Right.
We're not taking multiple first-round picks to take his contract back. Y'all act like Zach LaVine is a scrub. He might not be a championship player. He might not be what you think a championship player is. He might not be the guy that puts a team over the top. But to act like that dude sucks is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And that report about him is just no chance.
Right.
None that it is true.
I agree with you.
Teams are falling over themselves to acquire draft picks. Tell me give me one reason the Washington Wizards don't do it. One.
Right. With, I always say, you guys act like Zach LaVine's on a 40-year contract.
Thank you, Ricardo. Utah would have done that in a heartbeat. Danny. Okay. Zach, welcome to Utah, buddy. Oh, in a second.
And like I said, you guys act like Zach LaVine's on a 40-year contract. He's got 2 years left.
You guys, Sean is saying it's the contract. Marcus, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. There is no chance the Chicago Bulls said, here is 2 first-round picks to go with Zach LaVine, and 29 teams said no. No chance at all.
I agree with you. Now, here's the thing with Matt, and I'm going to make a point with this, and Matt's my dog, so it's love, and I understand it. Matt will come up with these trades to try and make the Kings better.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll come up with the trades like, here are these trades that they could do.
Mm-hmm.
It won't work. They're still going to suck, but here's the trade. That's how he'll go about it. And here's the thing. If that's how he feels, it's okay. It's okay. It is okay.
I don't think that's true.
But I'm just making a joke too. But
you.
for the people who look at it like, hey, this is a hopeless situation, it's perfectly fine for them to feel that way. That's not, it's cool. I don't necessarily feel that way, but I'm not gonna look at anybody, especially specifically in this King situation with like what they've shown in the past and just the landscape of the Western Conference, like we put it. It is okay to look at this and be like, man, I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool too. If somebody is feeling that way, that's fine. I think where some people get upset about it. And once again, I'm not blocking Matt or anybody else. Like, it's fine. I'll read your tweets or read your commentary or listen to your podcast or anything else like that. But where some people may look at it like, every day you're telling us how bad this situation is. Like, I heard you on Monday. That's cool. Like, I want to hear something else or not hear anything at all. I get it. But you can also not log on to Twitter or not, like you could do that.
It's very easy.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to, if you think it's being too negative or something like that, you don't have to consume it every day. So everybody has the right to have their opinion and their POV and express that. It's all good.
I'm very anti-Twitter, but it has its uses. And the Shade Room is doing an amazing job.
They are, man.
The Shade Room is at the Sean Combs trial, and you can't read this testimony without wanting Sean Combs to like burn in hell or on earth. It's, you kind of knew it would be bad. It's way worse.
I haven't seen
way worse.
I haven't seen
than
today.
I imagined.
I got
today is 10 times worse than yesterday.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. I don't know what you're thinking, but go ahead, because we're going to get to the DeMar DeRozan stuff that we actually planned in a couple of minutes, in 10 minutes.
I've been pretty caught up, and once again, I haven't seen today. Dude's a sicko and a terrible human being.
Yeah,
a terrible human being.
Sick.
And morality and karma wise, he needs to spend the rest of his life in jail. I don't know how closely you followed it. I'm not a lawyer, but I think they still have work to do to get him convicted. On what he's being charged on.
That's it. That's it. The problem is that so far there's only one thing I've read from Cassie's testimony that lends itself to sex trafficking. And the racketeering part, maybe they just haven't gotten to it yet. This Cassie's testimony, I think she was called first to basically set the character. And that's, she just might not be the witness to make those other charges like happen.
Right.
And the defense is, well, yeah, sure, he's a domestic abuser. That's not the charge, though. Yeah, he beat the crap out of this woman. Sure, he's a freaky sex guy. Those aren't the charges you brought him up on.
Right. And that's,
we don't have to defend against domestic violence. We don't have to defend him being nasty. We have to defend racketeering and sex trafficking. And so far, it just started. Like, this is a months-long trial. It just started. So far, they don't have anything to defend.
And that's my concern.
Mm,
Like
yeah,
just kind of going through stuff. Like I tried to all the crazy stuff that's going on, but I look and I'm like,
you know who else
that's
is
just kind
concerned
of
about
freaky.
it?
I don't know if that's illegal.
The prosecution is
Well,
concerned about it.
That's the red flag I have when this all started.
That's why they offered him a plea deal.
Yeah.
And
Like
they knew.
What wasn't it like a day before the trial started?
They knew. Oh, was it that recently?
Yeah, I think it was either a day or less than a week before the trial started.
Yeah,
they offered him.
Yeah, I think it was at least a couple weeks ago.
Mm.
They the prosecution knew. They offered the plea deal. The defense immediately was like, "Oh, we're offering plea deals."
They told him, "Do not take it.
We're fine."
And that's, like I said, I've not covered it, but I've kind of got up to date with everything. I mean, just some real twisted, evil stuff, right? And I hope he gets all the time in the world, but I'm just kind of looking. I was talking to a couple of homies, like it's just, I haven't, and once again, I'm not a lawyer, but I haven't seen anything, a smoking gun, so to speak, to be like, oh yeah, he can't get out of that. He's going to jail for that. I think he's still going to get a certain amount of time. But I don't know if, like, I thought Diddy was going under the jail and wasn't going to get out for ever. And I'm not sure so far in the first week that there's still questions about whether that's going to happen. I hope it does, though.
There's enough in Cassie's testimony to lay the groundwork for the sex trafficking stuff. You're going to have to navigate around. This is weird. Again, not planned. You're going to have to navigate around like escorts and how these laws apply to like escorts and what did you pay for and yeah, you're going to have to navigate around a lot of that stuff.
I think I heard they had 3 witnesses. One, I think they can't find anymore. And the other one is, they're hoping, people are hoping that's the one that brings it together. Cassie's testimony and this other person's testimony brings it together. But so far, once again, I haven't read today's stuff, but so far, Cassie alone, I don't know if that's enough.
Today. Cassie stuff today is pretty tough. It's pretty tough. On a lighter note, again, we're gonna go over the trade scenarios that Matt George presented on Locked On Kings coming up here in a couple minutes. Matt George, of course, will be with us tomorrow in the 3:00 hour.
You talked about it earlier. I also want to talk about this Aaron Gordon, Russell Westbrook thing.
Yeah,
because I got some thoughts.
I'd like to do that, and I owe Nikola Jokic some flowers because. Yeah, I had a realization watching him in that fourth quarter last night. It started to percolate in game, I think it was 1, the game where he had like 18 and just like he got his ass beat in the fourth quarter and he just kept going and kept going. I started to have the realization then. Big thanks to Chatty House for tweeting this. The chat summary.
Oh boy. Oh man.
Man, if this doesn't encapsulate D'Lo and KC, I don't know what does. The AI generated chat summary reads, viewers are discussing various topics, including the host receiving PPE.
Oh, whoa, hey, don't put me in jail. I didn't receive anything.
Frank having a super box of puppy tacos. And reminiscing about old segments like the meet and greet. Meat is spelled M-E-A-T.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, man, this freaky AI we got here got to settle down.
Yeah, I don't know if this is Manny's AI or what, but that's a little out of control, man.
Speaking of, I plan on hearing from you, Manny.
Well, Manny, yeah, I should probably text Manny because we're having a little StreamYard issue that might prevent.
Oh, yeah.
It might prevent the the party from taking place tonight. So we'll see if we can work through that before
that summary
Manny has to
crazy.
call anything else. Yeah, that's pretty wild. We'll come back. DeMar DeRozan stuff, and we really do need to talk about the games last night, the games tonight, in that series between the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Is that your bestie?
Oh, the Gigantes.
Oh, brother. I had on a certified Drake Bars shirt. Katie goes, does that say Drake? Like, Drake?
I'm going to ice both of y'all like Gretzky. Impress me. Bro, what? Hey, chill. What the hell's going on? Man, come on, John Pauls. Relax. If it were up to me, I'd 3-team trade DeMar to Miami, Cam to the Kings, and Duncan and Hawquest to the Nets. Why would the Nets do that? I don't think there is any allegedly about it. I think he definitely wanted the background. Or excuse me, wanted Zach Levine. New Balance got an Action Bronson joint. I like what New Balance has been doing in the last 12 months or so. Yeah, I remember hearing that when everything first came out. That was crazy. Yeah, man, they had the I think they had like exclusive access yesterday. I'm broke right now, bro. I can't be getting I gotta build up some cash flow to get them when they originally come out in a couple weeks, hopefully. Oh, wait, what? Lazy, Lazy's the gift that keeps on giving. Lazy, you don't have to give me anything but pizza. Oh man, I saw what happened. I gotta go back and watch it though. I saw there was a cut. Honestly, I don't know. I wanted to stay away from it because I didn't know what the ruling was. So I'm gonna go back and check that out. Probably tonight. I'm broke, man. I'm broke, baby. I'm broke. What you say? I'm broke, baby. I ain't got it. Y'all don't know that. Y'all don't know that. I bet you there's 5 people that don't know this. Or there's no more than 5 people. I'm broke, baby. I ain't got it. Well, that goddamn Otani. All I needed him to do was get on base yesterday, and he couldn't do it. What a bum. We got one. I don't think we won't get 3 people who know it. No, got 2 people. Oh, snap, that's crazy. Ah. Let me give you guys 10 more seconds. Ray Charles could see you shining.
All right. Well, we have other NBA stuff that takes place outside the city of Sacramento. Just not right now. Because, and this is a shoot, we had one King subject like planned today. All right. Yeah. This would be a good topic, and Matt George is really the catalyst behind the topic, so we'll do it. I don't remember how this started when the show started, but Kenny said something about Twitter and people being negative, and here we are.
2 hours and 20 minutes later.
And we got KC to confess that he actually loves Jerry Jones, which
Well,
is not
when
something I was.
When the hell was that said?
Hey, clip it. It was here.
There's nothing to clip because I didn't say that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you weren't.
Oh my goodness, bro.
What didn't you say?
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything. This guy just making up anything.
He won't admit that he loves Jerry Jones.
Why would I love Jerry Jones? Why would I love him? Give me 3 reasons why.
Hour 2 of the podcast is titled Kenny Loves Jerry Jones.
Thank you. That's the appropriate title. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The only reason I love Jerry Jones is because he still owns the Cowboys and they still stink. And ain't gonna keep being sorry. Ain't gonna be sorry again this year.
You're so worked up, you're missing your cue, man. What a shame. What a shame.
KC's talking right now.
Well, that's
what, Kyle? Wait. Oh, we're going to Jerry.
Yeah, we got Jerry Jones on the line. We got him on the line right now.
KC, I know that me and you would have a good time at Morton's because you appreciate that Cajun ribeye. When it comes to the Cowboys, Steven, he played it safe. He played it safe when I didn't get Johnny Football, who all knew he was going to be a superstar.
Why don't you build a better steakhouse than Morton's? You call it Jerry's.
Well, I actually do have a steakhouse called Jerry's, but my good friends over at Morton's, I don't want to put them out of business. You can also get a Pepsi anytime you want one here at Jerry's World.
Can you get mushrooms?
I don't know anything about mushrooms, and I don't know. What do you want me to just build a new Jerry's World? Is that what you want?
Okay, settle down, Jerry. Thank you for your time. Matt George, who will be with us tomorrow in the 3:00 hour, put together a list, so to speak, or a podcast of potential DeMar DeRozan destinations. And since we're in that time of year where we have to steal content, we're going to steal Matt's idea with, of course, full credit. With the idea we're not going to create trade destinations for DeMar DeRozan. We're going to go over Matt's trade destinations for DeMar DeRozan. And, of course, we can talk with him about these tomorrow.
And I thought Matt did a really good job with these because
I thought he did a great job, and he did more than a couple that I liked.
Yeah, I agree. But they're what you talked about earlier. They're real. They're something that both sides could benefit from. You could see both sides saying, yeah, I'd do this and this helps me out, or this gets me off this contract. And I thought he did a really good job with these trades. So we'll go over, there's 5 of them. We'll go over the first one and then we'll just see how you feel about them.
Okay.
Chatty House, how you guys feel. I'll tell how I feel, all this other stuff. The first one, DeMar DeRozan gets traded to the Orlando Magic for KCP and Corey Joseph. I don't like this one at all.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like this one at all.
Okay.
KCP, he might have stole that one last contract, and he might be cooked at this point. And Corey Joseph, bless his heart, such a nice guy. He plays hard every time he's out there. He's a professional. I love Corey Joseph.
100%.
No.
Okay. It wasn't my favorite. I don't think I hated it as much as you do. But that one was not my favorite. The Orlando one was not my favorite.
That's a no.
I also can't pinpoint DeMar in Orlando being significant for the Magic.
They could use some half court scoring for sure. I don't know if he jives with what Franz and Paolo are doing. In that deal, I was imagining when Matt presented it, I was imagining the Kings are also getting some form of draft compensation back as well.
I'm trying to think, because he had a little excerpts for every trade. Yeah, I don't think he said anything about draft compensation. So maybe so too. Maybe
what if you throw in
I'd still say no.
I don't hate it, but let's revisit this once the rest of the trades have come out, because I'll be curious where people rank this one.
Okay. Trade number 2, DeMar DeRozan goes to Detroit.
Okay.
The Kings get Tobias Harris. This was another one I did not like.
Okay.
Tobias Harris, he's too trick or treat. Like
very
way too
much
trick
so.
or treat.
Yeah.
And regardless of how we feel about DeMar DeRozan, he's not trick or treat. Like he's 20 to 25 points every night.
Yeah, but it didn't do anything for you.
It didn't, but trick or treat ain't gonna do nothing for you either.
Okay.
And I like Tobias Harris. Like I like the idea of him in his game and what he brings to the table.
The idea of Tobias Harris is tough. Like to say that I like the idea of Tobias Harris more than that's tough. That is not a ringing endorsement.
He's just not consistent enough.
But he was 13.7 last year. 13.7, 47% from the field, 34% from 3.
Feels like a Willie Cauley-Stein 13.7.
But he's like 6'8". Plays a little defense.
Everything makes it
feel
all
good
makes
if he's shooting an
sense.
open 3. Not going to take shots from Keegan.
Fourth
Might
guy
just
on
be
the
Keegan.
fourth guy on the team. Wow. All right, man.
That was a good one.
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. I think Keegan might be a little bit more consistent than Tobias Harris.
Or is he just been
Keegan's
paid
a better
less?
defender? And
He's a better defender.
It's also Keegan's what, 24 or 5?
Yeah.
Like Tobias is 32. Like Keegan could still get a little bit better.
Yeah.
They said the same thing about Tobias, no doubt.
Yo, Tobias was great. Oh, stop it. Tobias Harris, the Los Angeles Clipper, was really good.
Well, see, now I thought you were talking about Tobias Harris, the Orlando Magic, the Los Angeles Clipper.
We're talking about Detroit Piston. First time.
Tobias peaked at 17.1 points per game with the Orlando Magic. Oh, no, he didn't peak there. He had 18 points per game.
No, what did he average in Los Angeles? You're saying he peaked on his career at 17
he had
points?
19.3. My bad. And a 20. He got traded that year, too. So he had a 19 and a 20 point per game season.
With LA?
Yeah, one with LA and one partially with LA.
I'm not going to lie. I thought it was higher than that.
Put him in the Hall of Fame, man. Dang.
I thought it was higher than that.
Tobias actually has a lot of, like Keegan Murray would do really good if he had a Tobias Harris career.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
He'd do like really good because Tobias has some 17s, 18s, 19. He's like always, for the most part, for a good point of his career, was around anywhere between 16 to 19 points per game. Keegan would have a really good career if he was Tobias Harris.
Yeah, I think the problem with Tobias Harris is everybody kept paying him like there was going to be that leap to 24, 25 a night.
Yeah.
And it just never, he just, was consistently a really rock solid player.
Definitely thought he averaged more in LA. My bad. I'm just gonna shut the hell up.
And he averaged more than I thought in LA.
No, he averaged. Not only did he average less, he kind of averaged way less than I thought he did in LA.
Top 5 NBA scoring.
Man.
That explains your reaction when I was like, yeah, no, he might just, and you're like, what? He's a good player.
I was off by a solid 5 or 6 points. My bad. I see me. My bad.
And see, and he was better than I thought he was.
Buddy, Shavano in this joint. That's my bad, man. Sorry, Jimmy.
Oh, so okay. Trade 3.
Okay.
I think now we start to cook a little bit.
Yep.
I'm not crazy about it, but we cooking.
I actually can't remember who the third trade was.
DeMar DeRozan goes home to Los Angeles.
Yeah. Okay. Which one though?
Lakers edition.
Okay.
Kings trade DeMar DeRozan to the Lakers. They get Dorian Finney-Smith and Gabe Vincent in return. I like this one.
Oh, really?
I like this one.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've always liked
you know
Finney
where
Smith.
this is going.
I've always liked him.
No,
This propaganda that you've had of me and Finney Smith, me being against Finney Smith is just false. I've always liked Finney Smith.
6 months. 6 months of you talking about, oh, we couldn't be good because we didn't get Finney Smith.
There's context.
You Scotty Barnes this dude.
There's context to what I was saying.
Oh, we couldn't win because we didn't get Finney Smith?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now,
you had a damn All-NBA player, 2 All-NBA players, and we couldn't be ninth because we had Finney Smith.
The idea of acquiring the same Dorian Finney-Smith has got you all warm and fuzzy.
I like Finney Smith. I always have.
That's why no one takes this show seriously.
I've always liked Finney Smith.
Unbelievable.
Now,
you like him more than you love Jerry Jones.
Well, I don't love Jerry Jones. See, now you got Kyle believing this.
Kyle heard it. He's got, what are you talking to broadcast? That is a real broadcast journalist. He went to school for this.
I did too.
Did you?
Shout out Cal State East Bay, Mr. Kemp. He was our broadcast journalism professor.
Like you took a class, or this is what you paid
multiple classes. Multiple classes. Shout out Mr. Kemp.
I'm the only one here who didn't do that. Man.
Poor Kyle, don't listen to this guy.
Just this dude.
I'm not listening to you.
No, well, you're not listening to me because I didn't say it.
Man, how many clips do we have? We couldn't win it. We couldn't get Finney Smith.
I think that's on our Instagram.
It probably is.
But once again,
so
I like Finney Smith.
Why?
Because he's a 3-and-D guy. Now he got a little bit exposed in the playoffs. That 3-and-D, the defense was there, kind of. The 3-point shot was not there. But we'll worry about that if we get to the playoffs.
No, you were careful with
that.
that.
No, I had to be.
Man,
I had to be.
That was
He
well
started
done.
to extend that off arm, and then nope.
Yeah, man. That was
I had to be.
Good.
But I think he would match up well, helping out Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Match up well, or not match up, but just play in the same lineup or the same rotation with a Zach LaVine. I think Gabe Vincent, I don't think he's a starting point guard, but you address that aspect. Maybe you could start the season with him as a point guard. Gabe Vincent, shout out to the 209. He's a local guy. Shout out to our guy, Gus. Love to have him back home. But he's had injury concerns in the last couple of years. And that's what gives me a little pause with saying he could be a starting point guard. But I think this is am I crazy for saying I feel like this might be about as good as you can do for a DeMar DeRozan trade?
I don't know. It's good. I like it. I like it. It addresses a need. Do the other one.
Okay.
Because there's an important caveat to the next one that I think this is the one universally everyone will want. I think I could be wrong, but there's a big caveat to it.
DeMar DeRozan goes home to LA. Clippers edition. DeRozan, I guess straight up for Norman Powell. I like it in theory.
But in practice,
I don't know if that works well with a Zach LaVine.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were
What'd
going
you
to say.
think? What'd you think?
Well, why would LA do this? Now, Matt presented a good point. Is LA may feel like re-signing him is going to be a problem. And let me change my wording. Sorry, the Clippers might feel like re-signing Norm Powell might be a problem.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like trading him makes the most sense for that team, given how good he is. Period. How great he was last season.
Now,
but that team might be headed to a crossroads.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Norm Powell was great for that team and did a lot of good things until Kawhi came back. And then his role got reduced a little bit. He dealt with injury as well. And maybe with what he might be asking as far as trying to sign him, they may look at that and be like, well, if we have our whole team here, I don't know if it's the best idea to sign you to that type of contract, knowing that when everybody's here, Kawhi, James, all these other guys, you're going to play a little bit more of a reduced role. So they may look to move off of him in that respect. For the Kings aspect of it, I mean, I like Norm Powell. I think he can work with Zach LaVine, but I don't want to say they're the same player, but it's a little redundant. But you could still probably make that work. You can make that work if you have the right point guard to go along with it. I like Norman Powell. I like the trade. I'll say right now it's not my number one pick, but I like the trade.
Okay.
And
last one.
number 5, the Kings trade DeMar DeRozan to the Bucks. Not for Giannis, not for Dame, not for Bobby Portis, for Kyle Kuzma. Now, can I talk about some benefits to this? If you get Kyle Kuzma, you get, in theory, the stretch 4 that James was talking about the other day to go with Domas. You also get the 4 that allows Keegan Murray to go to the 3, which everybody seems to think that's where he should be. I still have my reservations about it. I don't know if he can guard threes, but that's where everybody wants to put him. And if you want to do that, it feels like Kyle Kuzma would be the type of guy that will allow you to do that. You probably balance out the starting lineup better than you would in any trade that you have right now, or these 5 trades, because Kuzma will be the 4, Keegan at the 3, LaVine at the 2, so Domas at the 5. You go figure out what you want to do with the 1. I think I like that trade a little bit better than most people do.
Yeah, you like it more than I do. I have never objected to the Kyle Kuzma stuff before, but I think I'm good now. I don't know if it was watching him with the Bucks.
Probably so.
Or
because he had an awful playoff series.
Yeah, I don't think he had a good run with him at all. It wasn't just a playoff series. Like, I don't think he had a. Yeah,
could have been a fit situation though too.
I think the yeah, absolutely. I think the Orlando one is the one I like with Contavious Caldwell-Pope the least. This is second. I like the Norm Powell one the most, with the understanding that that's probably not realistic. I like Dorian Finney-Smith second. And then I guess I like Tobias Harris better than everybody else did.
Tobias is the one. That's the number 1 deal for you.
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry. No. Dorian Finney-Smith is the number 1.
Yeah.
But and then Tobias. Well, Norm Powell is the number 1, but more realistically, I think the Dorian Finney-Smith is the number 1 with Tobias Harris after that.
I would rank it Finney-Smith 1.
Okay. Oh man, what a turn!
It's not a turn. Finney-Smith 1, Kyle Kuzma 2, Norm Powell 3. probably say KCP 4 and Tobias 5. The Kyle Kuzma one is interesting because I think you can get him for like cheap. You might be able to get something back, and his contract is it's a declining scale contract, isn't it?
I can pull it up for you right now. 2 seconds. Okay, it's longer than 2 seconds.
And I think that Kyle Kuzma's fit, like I kind of talked about earlier.
Correct. 24.4, 22.4, 20.3.
It places everyone else in a better position in that starting lineup.
Worth pointing out, and I think this is a positive and not a negative, 29 years old, 30 years old, 31 years old. So actually the 29 years old is right now. We're going into the 2025 season. So it'll be 22.4 and 20.3.
Yeah, like I said, I think Kuzma is better than what we saw in the playoffs. I mean, when you think about it, if he is a 4, if that's who he is, just think about it for a second. He was playing in the same lineup, in the same rotation, and in the same starting lineup in some aspects as Brook Lopez, Giannis, and Bobby Portis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is off the top of my head? Like, what is Kyle Kuzma going to do in that situation? How many looks is he going to get? How is that supposed to work? I think they maybe got him thinking he could play a little bit of the 3. Maybe that's the thought process behind it. And I don't think he's a 3. You put him in that 4 slot, that stretch 4 situation with Domas, and allow Keegan to go back to that 3. I like the potential of what he could bring to the table more than others. So I would go with that too. The Finney Smith one, I think that's a really good one. Although there's so the whole Keegan has to move him to the 3 crowd. Like, you're not going to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to stay at the 4, which I don't know. I'm on an island. I think there's guys within those Kings, the walls, who feel the same way, that he should be as a 3. I look at Keegan Murray and I see potentially a great stretch 4. I don't know if he guards well enough to guard 3s. And if he gets in a situation where he got to guard like Ian Edwards or something like that, like I don't want to say no chance, but that's not his strong suit.
Okay, there's a little wrinkle to this. Dorian actually has a player option for the upcoming season. The upcoming season. It's at 15.3.
Mm-hmm.
And he has I'm a little confused by this note from Spot Track. He has a 5% trade bonus, but it may have already been activated. So I don't know that he gets a trade kicker everywhere he goes.
Mm-hmm.
So that may have already been activated, and that's not a thing. But he does have a player option for this season. He's an unrestricted free agent, 26, 27. Okay. So some little footnotes to the different deals that Matt George presented over on the Lockdown.
Shout out to Matt George, man. That was good stuff, though.
Yeah, we'll talk to him about this tomorrow when he joins us in the 3:00 hour. We'll come back. I've got to give, and I promise I will do this next. I got to give Nikola Jokic his flowers. I had a realization watching him last night that I've never had. I don't know that I've been critical of Nikola Jokic. I've just always been like, I don't know that he's my favorite player to watch. But man, not just last night, but really this series has caused me I had to look at myself, as TC would say. I had to be real with myself. And I want to follow up on the Aaron Gordon, Russell Westbrook story and Ramona Shelburne's article in general, because, man, she was right. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. More for Porzingis, huh? Yeah. Some dude was having a meltdown on Twitter for getting blocked by Matt George. Twitter meltdowns are funny. Like, man, who are you even talking to? Relax. That's why the most Twitter is open for me is during the show. Like once the show ends, unless something happens, I probably don't open the app again. Give me the last three. K. PR6. Thank you. I'll save the reveal for the radio. What's the name of that wine tasting facility you went to a couple of weeks ago? Kelly Sunshine, that was Hellwig. It was one of those, I think it was Amador County. One of those Amador County wineries. Very good. I had the little cave. It was nice. Did they really? Huh, that's a bold strategy for an expansion team. Bold. You got it, my man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I couldn't hear him, Leezy. We saw him, but I couldn't hear him. So he did a good job, Leezy. Not that Hellwig, pray for Mojo. Not that one. Oh, David, I see you. Yeah. Oh, she's gonna be, man. I forgot. Juju was injured. Oh, that's good, Leezy. That's good. There you go, Bryce. Back to Disneyland, baby. I was hoping we were gonna have a Disneyland trip soon, but doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. You know who I'm not a big fan of? I'm not a big fan of Jalen. I just do not enjoy Jalen Rose. You know what's the funny thing about the Kings being close in the lotteries? I feel like they've been close in the lottery like 3 or 4 times.
Did you hear that? We played it today on the show. Zach Lowe talking about that.
Yeah.
They're 2 numbers away.
Yeah, I think a year ago or
James,
I think they were. I don't remember.
James said he initially said the
away.
Wemby draft they were 1 away, but then today he corrected and said it was last year.
Okay,
the
so
Reese Day draft.
Okay, well,
that would have been so funny.
Oh my God, Well, no, what will be funny is when they win the lottery in 2031.
Oh.
And the defending champion San Antonio Spurs get the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but that unprotected Minnesota pick, though.
No.
20 seconds, by the way.
I made it before we came back on.
There you go.
Oh, wasn't sure.
I was wondering if I just figured you weren't worried about that. Terry, what's up, boy?
Wow.
I see you in there, man. I appreciate you. I know Terry, a big Wolves fan. He hit me on And just real quick as we get back here, just move some things around.
I love Jerry Jones. Whoa, wait, what the hell? What the hell was that?
Well, you asked for.
I love Jerry Jones.
You asked for.
I
proof.
never said that.
You said find the clip.
I'm sorry.
I love Jerry Jones.
That's not you.
That's not even.
That's not you.
No. When did I love Jerry Jones?
Was that AI?
Yes. I love Jerry Jones.
It was today.
That was literally today in the second hour.
Play it with the whole. What's the whole sentence?
Oh, now you're asking too much. I can't go do all that.
All I got is the.
Wow. I love Jerry Jones.
Wow.
Why would I? Oh no, I did say that. You know what? Because the Cowboys stink. That's why. Yeah.
That's not. That was not the context you said it in. I was hoping when you
Context
said it,
doesn't matter. We've got the sound now.
I love Jerry Jones.
I was hoping when you were saying, "Here's why I," but you had words in between. I love and Jerry Jones, and I didn't want to edit the sound that far. But earlier in the program, you said, "Why would I love Jerry Jones?" So we just took out the first couple words.
Well, we got it.
I love Jerry Jones.
That's amazing.
Oh man, I hate this place.
Absolutely terrific.
Say hate us and love Jerry Jones. Good to know.
Wow.
That's
KC
crazy.
hates it here, but
I love Jerry Jones.
wow. And that goes along nicely with
Okay, Lake Show. That is just
Unbelievable.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
We need to
in my
stop
Coach
that.
Christie era, KC, the biggest Cowboys fan,
Well, we need to stop this
a
nonsense.
Knicks supporter, but a Cowboys fan. Boy, oh boy.
You know what's funny? Because you told me earlier before the show started, hey, Casey, your wallet's in the dash in your car. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta go get it. And then I forgot we were talking about the Kings and being negative, and I just forgot.
I just thought you had so much money you didn't care if someone broke into your car and
Well, no, I don't have any type of situation like that
not what the
whatsoever.
streets say.
But then I was going out there, during the break, whatever, and I, check my pockets, make sure I have my badge to
Bob.
get back in.
Mhm.
And then I was like, oh, I forgot to get my wallet. I was like, it'll be fine. I'll get it during the KSFM show. And then I thought about it, and I was like, no, I probably should go get it because somebody could just leave with the car because the
Cards in
keys
there.
in there. Somebody can just go with everything.
So it's not okay. I did think of this for a second. Okay. Now that you have it,
Yeah.
could I have just opened the door?
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's not. It's
No, I
not
should.
bad at all.
It didn't even
I mean,
dawn on
I
me
wouldn't
that
do that to your car.
It didn't even dawn on me that the card might be in your wallet, because I started doing that. I had a moment one time. I was at a Sac State game. My phone fell through the bleachers, and it was at like the top of the. I'm like,
did it survive?
Not only did the phone, it didn't even scratch, but there was a moment where it was like, I can't get it. Like there's fences, there's like it's gone. Like the phone, I can't get it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I guess I just have to go home. And then I realized I can't. That's how I get in the car. Thankfully, Jason Ross's wife was there. That's who I was visiting in the
ESPN
bleachers.
1320s.
Correct.
Jason Ross.
Who still has a Hotmail address, which I noticed on an email we were sent earlier, which is the most Jason Ross thing ever. And for those that don't know, Jason's wonderful wife, she weighs about 7 pounds. And she's like, how can we get through this fence? And she's like moving stuff. And I'm like, hey, maybe I could and I'm looking away from her. Maybe if I could go get someone to unlock this door, I can walk over here and get it. By the time I get that sentence out, I turn around. She's crawled through a gap that's this big, like Army crawled through it. She was like, no, I got it. Grabs the phone again, completely unscathed, hands me the phone, crawls back, and
she seems like a problem solver.
She is
a fixer.
1,000% a problem.
She's from New Orleans, right? Because
yes, yeah. Famous chef passed away a couple years ago.
Anthony Bourdain?
No. Iconic.
Emeril Lagasse?
No, the black. Okay, forget
I
it.
don't
Now
know.
everybody's
I
got
missed the
jokes.
context. Sorry, hang on.
Everybody's got jokes now. God damn it. Anyways, member of her family. Yes, they're from New Orleans.
So when she got the phone, she's like, "Hey, don't worry about it, Daddy. I can go
That's
get
not
this
what
phone
she
right here.
sounds like
Let me just
at all.
slide over here, get this phone. You heard, Daddy? We go uptown, and then you go over to the third ward, and you go get that."
That's it. Thank you.
If I start talking to her, she'd understand. She'd be like, "I feel right."
No, that's not what she sounds like.
She'd be like, "I
She
understand."
Okay.
I'd be like, "Yo,"
I didn't say she wouldn't understand.
I'd be like, "Yo, let's go get some of these po' boys over here. You understand? I like the shrimp po' boys. I know they're trying to make some other stuff. I go over to Manchew's right over Claiborne. You know what I mean? Go right off of Claiborne, baby, and we do what we got to do all day long. You heard, Daddy?"
The Wake Up Call Live is coming up June 28th at the Crest Theater. I bring that up. Tickets are nearly sold out. This event is selling like crazy. I'm super proud of that crew over there. Again, the Crest Theater on June 28th. If you want to be a part of this event, text live to 916-909-1065 to have a link sent directly to you. Again, text live to 916-909-1065 to have the link to buy tickets to Wake Up Call Live sent directly to you. It appears there will be some interesting topics of discussion going on that night based on some recent Instagram stories I've seen. Nikola Jokic in this series, Nikola Jokic has done a lot of incredible things in his career, like the stats that he puts up. Obviously the MVP season, like he is a phenomenal player. He's never been a guy where it's like, man, I kind of just watch him and I watch him in amazement, but I don't often like, oh, the Nuggets are playing, I'm going to tune in to watch Nikola Jokic. That might have changed. This series, Nikola Jokic has turned a corner for me. And I go back to game one where it wasn't, you know, it was a 42-point performance, if I remember correctly. He had, or 44. He had 18 in the fourth quarter. They roughed him up. That was a very, very physical game, and he fought through all of it and helped his team win that game one. This has been the most entertaining series so far. The Denver Nuggets, the way that they have no business being in a three. They're down 3-2, but they have no business being in a series this competitive against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I had a moment last night, and maybe it was a prisoner of the moment type thing, when Nikola Jokic hit that three. After I reacted audibly to it, and you know I don't do that very often, I sat there saying to the no one who cared, I think he might be the most offensively skilled player in basketball. And I sat there for just a few minutes as I'm like hung up on that shot as Shea comes back and answers. Yeah. And I'm still thinking about Jokic, that he might be the most offensively skilled player we've ever seen. Like the things that he does at this point, they're just like, how does he keep doing this? And this series, if they lose 4-2, is the most impressive Nikola Jokic series I've seen. Because this Denver Nuggets team isn't good enough. And they're not good enough for the reasons that Ramona Shelburne laid out in that article. And we'll dive into that deeper. But the crux, despite some of the nonsense that might have been in it, the crux of the article was, if Russell Westbrook is great, they might win this series. And as much as I love that brother, he was not great yesterday, and they lost by a couple. He had 4 points yesterday. There is no depth to the Denver Nuggets. Absolutely none. Jamal's been good. Michael Porter he's just gone. Like he is not permanently. He is hurt, and he can't offer them anything. A team that has no depth has an injured starter, and it is 3-2. They have a real shot in this series. 3-2, you have a shot, even down, because of Nikola Jokic. And I have not spent enough time on this show giving Nikola Jokic his flowers, and that changes. In a losing, I have more respect for what he's doing in this series that they're losing than I did when they won the title. This is one of the most impressive things I've seen from Nikola Jokic, and I won't but any of his contributions to the league again.
I mean, this said everything.
Because that 3 was ridiculous.
That was crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Me and Reese and Ryan are sitting there watching that moment, and I got on my feet, turned around, put my hands up, said, "Oh my goodness." Reese, oh, I mean, it was incredible. That shot was incredible. And he hit nothing but the bottom of the net with it. And it wasn't, you see that shot and you don't, and rightfully so, you don't think it was lucky. You don't look at it like it was lucky.
It's, oh my God, he did it again.
Yeah. I think right after that I tweeted out, this guy's not human. He's not human. And it's interesting that you talked about what you felt watching him last night, because I had one of the same thoughts as I was, during a commercial break or something like that. I said, yeah, we're going to have a conversation because there might be some accolade stuff that we got to talk about, but we might be witnessing one of the 10 greatest players to ever play the game.
Yeah.
This is a top 10 player to ever play the game.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing to watch. The things that he's able to do out there on the floor it's unreal. And like I said, we might have to have a conversation, because I think you do have to start talking about accolades and resume when you talk about a top 10 guy.
Yeah.
But talent-wise and ability, and I'm living through it right now. I'm living the way he's dominating the league right now in one of the most talented eras of all time. And he's unbelievable.
His teammate minimized it, because not only did he do it, but he did it like 5 times. Averaging 29.6, 12.7, and 10.2. As a big is unheard of. Like don't like minimize this because Russell Westbrook did it. 3 players in the history of the league have done that. It's I mean, that's incredible. I always joke, now you care about triple doubles when someone else does it, because they Russ did it so often, people were like, whatever. This is the exact opposite. I don't think he got enough attention, and maybe it's because the crown had been placed on Shea at this point, but that's not regular. Wilt didn't do that. Magic didn't do it. Those guys who would rack up those, no one did that. No one ever did that at that position, and only 3 guys have ever done it. Like, that deserves, man, he is absolutely insane to watch.
He is
absolutely insane to watch.
I'm just fortunate to be able to live in this era and see a guy like that, because like I said, top 10 player. It's going to be a situation where I don't know if he's going to have enough championships for me to be a top 10 guy. But just living it, watching it, like I will tell Reese and Gunner's kids about watching Nikola Jokic.
Why did you settle on Gunner? Did we ever get to the bottom of that?
It's a fire name.
It is?
And he didn't look like a little gunner.
Oh, the fake. Oh, I didn't realize you actually saw the fake IA baby. Okay.
It looked like a gunner.
Okay. I didn't realize you actually were shown the fake AI baby.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific.
Hey, you wanna hear something funny real quick? Because you talked about how how nobody had ever done what Jokic is doing with the triple doubles and averaging the assists. And when you were saying that, I was like, he's right. I want to see how close Wilt came to being able to do that. So I pulled up Wilt's Basketball Reference and I just look over at the stat line and it goes 27 and no. Okay, the closest he got was like where it was 24, 7.8. This one he was 24.6 and 5. No, I never did it. And then I glanced back over. I said, "Oh, I'm looking at assists and rebounds." That assist and rebounds. Think of the rebounds were the points per game.
No, there's a couple 50s in there.
Oh my gosh. The rebound, one of them was his rookie season, I guess this is 37.6, 27 rebounds a night. Only 2.3 assists.
You know what Jokic has never done is average 54 and 30 in a season. That's what he's never done.
50.4, 20.5, or 25.7 rebounds a night.
Jokic has never averaged 48.5 minutes per game. This is all the same season, right?
Yeah.
Is it 61?
61, 62. Goodness gracious. I'm not even comparing the two. I just noticed that I was looking at the wrong category.
Okay.
And thought it was clearly the points per game.
I'm riding with David Lopez right here. Let's start a fight real quick. Has Joker moved ahead of Shaq?
No, not for me. Not for me. We're talking about a 4-time NBA champion. Unbelievably dominant in his own right.
You say that definitively?
Definitively. Games were different.
I feel like
games were different. Shaq was more.
What do you mean?
Shaq was more.
Oh, their games. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
And the game itself was different too. Shaq played in get the big man the ball on the block, let him back down. I don't go past.
Man.
You pulled up Shaq. Yeah, Shaq went crazy.
So because my goal was to go. I wanted to go 20 to 29. Because that's how old Jokic is.
Shaq
God
was going
damn it,
crazy,
man. It's
Shaq was going crazy.
29 and 11, 29 and 13.
What year is this? Look at 99 2000.
99 and 2000. He's 29.7, 13.6 rebounds.
3 blocks a night.
God bless it. The assist number, that was his MVP year. His only MVP year.
Did you see what else is going on there? He almost did an MJ. He won the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Second in Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep. Yeah.
I never knew he was that close to that. Goodness gracious.
Mike did it. Olajuwon did it. No one remembers Olajuwon because Mike wasn't around. And Giannis did it.
Giannis did do it.
Giannis did it.
Right.
Yep. Giannis did it.
It's always going to be considered.
Amazingly, LeBron never did.
It's always going to be considered a Mike year, though.
It's always going to be considered what?
A Mike year. A Mike season. MJ season. Even though it's
No, for sure. No, absolutely. It's 88.
Yeah. An MJ season.
How I wonder how close LeBron got to doing it.
I would think he was top 3 maybe one year, huh?
No. Yeah, I mean, yes, he was his MVP, it looks like his first MVP. Yep. He was second. He almost did it the first time he won it. He almost did it at the age of 24.
Goodness.
And this to me is LeBron James's definitive year, that 2012 season. He won the MVP and again finished second in Defensive Player of the Year. It's I don't want to go so far as to say it's a travesty It's not a travesty. It's a shame LeBron James never won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, he was worthy of it. He was worthy of it. Chatty House after party. I think Map One says Shaq would destroy Joker. That's what he said. Chatty House after party says Joker would destroy him back. I think Joker would just give buckets. That's what he would do. But I think in Chatty House after party, aka Manny, you should know. You lived it. You know, Shaq before the injuries, the way he could move at that size,
Shaq's crazy.
How strong he was.
These numbers are bananas.
Shaq, I'm not gonna say he would stop Jokic, but I'm just saying Shaq could move.
I was bugging
Shaq
out.
could move.
I have all these basketball reference things open. I was bugging out like, man, the end of Shaq's career is not bad. I'm sorry. That's LeBron James's active career. My bad. Yeah.
Averaging 27 in his life.
Let me get back over here to Shaq. Oh, yes, it was in fact as bad as I remember. Oh, Shaq played 1, 2. Yeah, it's all muffled. It's maybe 4 years where he wasn't great.
Yeah. Shaq. So I mean, the original question, is he past Shaq? I would say no.
And that's fine. And that's fine. The original point was I'll never shortchange Jokic again.
Mhm.
And I don't know why in this series. Maybe it's just I was with you from the jump. I didn't think Denver was good. They're certainly not good enough to compete with Oklahoma City. And the only reason they are is him.
They had the game right there last night.
They did.
That is a tough one. That's a tough pill to swallow right there because they were up 12 in the third quarter, late in the third quarter.
Yep.
And even as much as 9, early in that fourth quarter. And I would have it was
it felt a lot like the Cavs lead yesterday.
Mm.
It disappeared quick. Yeah. Like the Cavs were up. We turned down to do a break on KSFM and looked up, and the Pacers were down 3.
Yeah.
It's like we only talked for like a minute and a half. How did that happen?
Out of nowhere, man. So I told everybody I was wrong about the Nuggets, man. That team is tougher than a $2 steak. A lot of it is attributed to Nikola Jokic and what he's been able to do with that team. Somebody, when I tweeted that out, was like, yeah, he's the real MVP. He's going to get robbed. Well, the real MVP played like an MVP last night too. Don't get it twisted.
Well, yeah, that was
some big time shots.
That was a heavyweight fight.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's the thing. Jokic hits that 3 to tie it, and Shea walks right back. And that was actually the moment where because Jokic hits the 3, and I'm like, man, Denver's going to do this. SGA comes right back, and I was like, no, they're not. Like, if that's what SGA is doing,
right?
They have more. So if they trade baskets to the end of regulation, I don't think Denver can survive 5 more minutes.
Yeah, agreed. I don't feel any differently about that though. I think SGA should win the MVP this year, but Jokic is so this is an all-timer. That was never in question, but let's just reiterate it again. This is a top shelf all-timer that we're watching right now.
A team shot like absolute garbage yesterday. Absolute garbage. 28% from 3. Jamal Murray was 3 of 13. Christian Brown finished with 8 points. Michael Porter finished with 2. They have no depth. They have to rely on Russell Westbrook. He scored 4. He was 1 of 7. It was bad on every front except for one. 44 and 15. The man couldn't even rack up his assist totals because no one could hit shots yesterday. No one could hit shots. And I think he got to the fourth quarter, was like, I'm not passing it anymore. OKC outscored them 34-19 in that game. And that's gutting. Yeah. That's gutting. Because I hope I'm not counting Denver out. I'd love to see this come down to a definitive game 7. But
I think they can win game 6. I can't see them. I've been wrong about Denver the whole time, so I'm probably wrong, but I can't see them winning 2 games in a row now.
I don't care. I mean, I do. I do. I don't know how much. Yeah. I'm rooting for my guy, but like, I just want the 7th game. I want to see SGA and Jokic do that again.
Great.
With everything on the line.
Yeah.
Which we'll get in game 6 because Jokic has got to stay alive. SGA wants to close it out, but you get that true
I love to see
everyone's
against Denver.
chest is a little tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me that. We'll come
I'd love
back.
to see it.
We'll talk more basketball. We'll talk about the games tonight, and we'll talk about the other one that happened last night. The Pacers are headed back to the conference finals for the second straight year. Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Long day for Kyle Madsen today. Long day.
Kyle working our schedule. You know, come over to KSFM too.
I was say, why don't you
think
just
he's
do the
listening.
5 o'clock traffic
Yeah.
jam? Why don't you just mix?
Oh man, it reminds me. I gotta check that.
But I love Jerry Jones.
Okay,
What
oh,
the
she
hell?
would.
What the hell is that?
Switching over to KSFM. All right.
Goodness gracious. What a load of crap.
I'm going crazy. Mm. Yeah. They couldn't have picked a stupider name.
Oh, brother. Goodness gracious.
With a dash of fucking stupid. That's fine. Nah, Bear, quiet time is in 45 minutes when Kenny and I stop talking to each other, unless the mics are on. And that usually gets real heavy around Wednesdays or Thursdays. Someone outside Yeah. Jesus.
We have a game today?
Oh, we do? Oh, that's why. Okay. Someone outside burning donuts on the street outside of my office.
What?
Johnny, where's your office?
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Oh, man. No, it's not that we hate each other. I think we're just tired of talking. That's all.
On top of that, I don't think neither one of us talk that much anyway.
That's facts.
Outside of the show, outside of the job, I don't be talking too much. I'm my only child.
No, man. Gunner is not. No, I don't. No. I don't have a kid, by the way. It's a fake AI baby.
Nah, Aldrin, I wouldn't say I'm an introvert. I'm just I'm at peace with my time by myself. But sometimes I like to get out. I like to, be outside and stuff like that. So I wouldn't call myself an introvert at all. But only child. I like my alone time. I need my alone time. And that's about it.
There's Gunner.
Gunner! Salute! Shout out, Gunner! Shout out, Gunner!
Oh,
Shout out to my boy Gunner.
He do got my nose though. Gunner got my nose. That's hilarious. He got my this kid. This kid got my nose and my ears. Oh man, Gunner, that's crazy. Girl spent $12 to create this. Yep. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're good.
well, we had a see. You should have. Yeah, we had a conversation about that on this kid's name is not Gunner. It's Devontae. that is Demetrius right there. This is first name Devontae, middle name Jackson. Oh man. I'm gonna have to post that picture of little Gunner onto the IG story.
Gunner.
And now we know Kyle's firstborn is gonna be named Jamal.
Oh man.
Jamal Madsen.
Shout out Jamal Madsen. Big ups to him.
Oh, that's so great. Oh man. All right.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh, okay. I hope might make some people upset, but I hope not because I'm from a good place. Can we play the Aaron Gordon audio?
Yeah, do you have it?
I do.
Okay.
Aaron Gordon after the game last night responded to a Ramona Shelburne article that had a source or a teammate talking about back and forth or altercation. I don't think it was ever going to be physical, but like a back and forth altercation between him and Russell Westbrook after game 2. And after the game, he wasn't even asked about it. After the game, he was asked about the game, and he said, I don't really want to talk about that. Here's what he had to say.
Aaron, you know this team and you know the character of this team. Can you win 2 in a row against that team?
Absolutely. But I got to start with 1 at home. But really, I don't feel like talking about the game. Earlier, I caught wind of an article that came out about Russell Westbrook and in our locker room after game 2, which was a completely arbitrary article and pointless and unnecessary by whoever it was that put it out. Russ is one of the most talented basketball players that has ever played the game of basketball. And quite frankly, he's been great for us all year long. We're brothers. We spend more time with our team than we do with our family. Of course, there's going to be disagreements, but that conversation wasn't for anybody other than our own group and the internal workings of our locker room. So that article is just so arbitrary and so far from the truth. Russ has been amazing for us. And not only is he a great basketball player, but he's an even better human being. And he's going to continue to be great for us. And he's going to make a huge impact, and he's going to help us win these next 2 games. And that's all I got to say, guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
So, a couple of thoughts on that. First of all, good for Aaron Gordon as a teammate to stand up for his teammate and for his locker room. That is leadership. That's true leadership. I love that he was able to do that. Second of all, I have nothing but love and respect for Ramona, Sam Amick, Anthony Slaters, Chris Biederman, Jason Anderson, James Ham, all these guys, right? And they have a job to do. They have a job to do. They're putting food on their family's table just like I'm trying to on a daily basis with what the job entails. But I hate that those things get out. That is really, really unfair that something like that gets out. Like Aaron Gordon said, that is meant for that locker room and that team. And the fact that those type of stories get out on a consistent basis about what goes on in that locker room, who's talking about, especially while the people are still there. This isn't the aftermath. Like, hey, 2 years ago when this happened, I remember this. Like, that's a little different. The parties are still there, whether it's Russell Westbrook and Aaron Gordon here, Domantas Sabonis in Sacramento. Unless that person that you're talking about, not the person that even told you, unless the person that you're talking about said, like, this is fair game, you can report on this or you can tell this story, I don't think those things should ever leave the locker room. I don't think that, and I know that's how we even work. Like, we do segments and do our job based off of stories like Ramona Shelburne. But I think that is so unfair that those things get out and become public consumption when they are not meant in the moment and in that locker room for public consumption.
Here's the here's the other part of that. Like, I see, I'm gonna use Stephen Brown's remark here. Stephen Brown says that's what media does, though. They report. Right. But what are you reporting? You're reporting because it's obvious and even stated, because I think it was I don't remember if she stated it as a player or a person or someone. I don't remember how she stated the source in this particular part of the article. I thought she said player, but it could be wrong.
She said she told the story, and then she said a player said that he's so immature. So she didn't even necessarily. I would assume maybe a player told her, but she didn't even say a player told me this is what happened. She said what happened, and then she said a player said he's so immature.
So someone relayed to Ramona their personal interpretation of an interaction that took place between Russell Westbrook and Aaron Gordon. And that personal interpretation framed that part of Ramona's article. And is it reporting? Yeah, I guess, because it's happened. But you're reporting someone's impression of something. You're reporting someone's interpretation of something. If KC goes out there and has an animated discussion with Kyle Madsen, and I'm sitting here talking about the animated discussion with Kyle Madsen, I'm relaying my interpretation of that discussion rather than going to Kenny and saying, hey, and what was that about? Or going to Kyle and saying, hey, what was that about? I'm relaying those two were going at it. I think Kyle hates KC. I can see it. That's my interpretation of it. It's like, no, we was just having a discussion. And when you're in the media and you're looking for something, it's not that hard to find. If you're writing an article on Russell Westbrook's importance to the Denver Nuggets in this series against Oklahoma City, great. What are you looking for? You're looking for comments on Russell Westbrook. One thing you're not going to get with Russ is no comment. One thing you're not going to get from Russ is ambivalence. Just, I don't care. You're not going to get that with him. And so, this happened. That part of the article had nothing to do with anything. It had absolutely nothing to do with what she was talking about, but she got it. And so she threw it in there. And shout out to Aaron Gordon for saying, and that ain't it. It's not what happened.
Or if it is what happened, you don't know the context in the relationship that we have. To have something like that happen and understand that it's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's still love. And then that turns into a situation where, granted, our jobs are different. Our jobs are 100% different. People have to do what they have to do to make their living. But we hear stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We hear stuff all the time from people who know, or people who might have intimate knowledge to what's going on. I, as an individual, and I think you do the same thing, say, it's not my place to go out there and put that in the public. That's just not what I want to do. That's not how I go about things. I heard this, I'm going to go on my show or tweet out or on my blog and say, well, you know what's really going on behind the scenes. That's not my place. Because to be honest with you, somebody told me that in confidence, and what's going on there is not the public's business. I don't believe it is. I could be wrong. That's not a set rule or not. I just don't believe. If I heard something was going on in the Kings locker room with Malik and Keon, that's just going to stay with me. And maybe I'll talk to somebody in a personal conversation. Like, this is crazy what I heard here. That's not for me to come on the radio or even go on my Twitter and be like, y'all, guess what I heard? That's just the way I go about things. And I think there's too much of that today in sports. And it's unfair to some of these players, and it makes situations complicated. Like, they're doing this while people are still in the locker room. You know what I mean? And once again, Ramona, like I said, all respect to her. I got all respect in the world for her. But shame on who gave her that information. Because you know who you're talking to when you say something like that. Or if you say it and you don't say, hey, I'm only telling you this isn't supposed to be reported off the record or whatever. Or shame on you for saying, yeah, you can go ahead and report this. That's whack. To me, all of that is whack.
But you know what happens with that off the record stuff? Ramona can take that to someone else and say, hey, I heard Russ and Aaron Gordon had a pretty heated exchange. What do you know about that? Now all of a sudden that person's talking and it's on the record. And that's the funny thing about some of this is, I mean, even speaking from, you know, again, like I said, if we do this live show, we'll tell the whole story. We'll give you a piece of the De'Aaron Fox thing. That De'Aaron Fox stuff, we found out early that morning. And I don't even think I had the chance to tell you. I called James and was like, hey, what do you know about this? He's like, well, here's what I heard. I was like, okay. So I called one person and got all of it, every bit of it. And didn't do it and just waited. It's like, man, I think there's something happening. So I called one other person, got the same exact story. I think that first tweet went out when the inside, it was like I was sitting right there. It was like 11:45. We knew at like 7. And just, I wasn't sure what was happening until the first call. I was confident. The second one, it was like, well, all right, this is what we're doing. You only need one with some that, and this is major. This is going to shake up the whole. This is just like, hey, I heard Russ and Aaron Gordon got in a little kid. What happened? And all of a sudden, someone says it. They don't say that's off the record. Now you have two people telling you the same story, and you feel like you have something here that you can run with. The the thing that I hate about I don't think there's a single journalist, especially that lies,
right?
That makes story. They don't.
Right.
I think a lot of them are lied to. I think a lot of them, and it's not outward lies. It's lies It's stories that are slanted, that aren't 100% truthful, but protect themselves, their leadership group, their organization, their player, whatever. Like, and once you build a rapport with a source, as they call them, and you get enough, like, oh, okay, I got what I need here. Get a little comfort. Okay, I can run with this. You see it all the time when it comes to this organization that we cover. You see it. I think you hear way more than I do in terms of like gossip stuff with the organization. But the stuff that we hear, man, please get that stuff out of here. Like, y'all really do think we're stupid. You know who you're talking to.
Right.
Like, don't, oh, we're just having a casual cut. No, you know who we are.
Right.
Get out of my face. Right. Like, get out of my face with all of that.
And
because I don't believe you. You're telling me this for a reason.
Yeah.
Get out of my face. Like this, the number one thing, and you said this to begin with, I'll read it. We're not reporters. Go tell that to someone who needs to report, because this information you're giving me, if you think I'm reciting that on you must think I'm a goddamn idiot. Move. But that's one of my frustrations with one of the former general managers, is he thought we were all effing idiots. And he used the media as a way to protect and embarrass. And that's why I've always like, can't rock with this dude, man. Can't rock with him.
Yeah. And it's just when I saw it, like I said, I don't have any issue with Ramona. I think she does a great job. And I'm always sensitive to Sam specifically, right? Because one time something was said, it was attributed to Sam. And I don't know if I know I didn't say like it's just a flat out lie or what I said something to the effect, I think it was Jeremy Lamb, matter of fact. And I was like, this is how rumors get started. And Sam was like, hey man, why would you do that? Like, people took it as I was questioning Sam. And then Sam, I got a great relationship with Sam. Every time I see Sam, it's a love. And I think he's great at what he does. And I said, hey, from everything that I've heard, I think people are able to take what you say and take it a whole different place. That's where I say rumors get started. Not that what you were told or what you know isn't accurate or anything else like that. So I say all that to say I had an encounter with a guy that I really like, respect, and appreciate. So I'm always sensitive, like, hey, I ain't trying to question these people in their profession. But I do look at stuff like what Ramona put in there as I deem it unnecessary. I think it's completely unnecessary to have these kind of, somebody said it earlier, kind of like gossip stories in these articles, especially something that is as intimate as the locker room. To a certain degree, not saying nobody else doesn't.
I think you're really speaking from a player's perspective too.
Yeah, that could be the case too. And I respect the locker room. I respect. What do I always say about all this stuff with the Kings? It's like, we shouldn't know any of this. We shouldn't know what this person did in the locker room or what issue that this person had. Even like when we talk, who had a problem with Mike? Like, we shouldn't know that unless that individual wants it to be known. And that's where we start knowing about that stuff. And I would even say, if, once again, coming from a player's perspective, if, let's just say DeMontis Sabonis, because I don't think that's a secret. If he had a problem with Mike and I'm his teammate, hey, bro, stop putting that out there.
I think there's only one name that hasn't been said. Well, you didn't really have to be a Sam Amick level reporter to figure out DeMar DeRozan wasn't really a big fan of. Time for a change. Oh.
But even then, I don't know if DeMar, whoever he was talking to, I don't think he was going to Sam Amick and be like, I got a problem with DeMar DeRozan or Mike Brown.
Yeah.
He might have been talking to people who would talk to people. And I would tell those people, hey, he told you that in confidence. That ain't for you to go out and talk about.
He traces back to the person I was just talking about. I don't think that stuff was said outside the walls.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one person talk. It's not one. It's definitely not one person.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll confirm something for you. And like, I think DeMar's thing though more was it was less hearing for me, at least from my perspective. Did I hear it? Yeah, sure. But it was more what he said. You can't tell me, oh, we just needed to change. Dude, he's been your coach for a month. What do you mean? And it was like he looked completely unfazed. It was like, oh, okay. All right.
You can read tea leaves.
Yeah, like I again, you don't have to be an investigative reporter to figure this out. Like, okay, the rumblings are true. Like okay, that's fine. It is what it is. It's no big deal.
Right. But DeMar in that situation, he kept that in the locker room. He kept that in house. And that, like you said, I guess that's where maybe that's where I come from. Where I'm like, yeah, it's not for everybody to always get along, but I'm not putting that out in the public. That's family business to a certain degree. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I just saw that from Ramona, and then I saw Aaron Gordon's response, and I was happy he said that because, yeah, sure, it happened, but this is a family.
Yeah.
And don't use that incident to paint my brother, my teammate, in a negative light in this locker room, because that's not what it is.
Yeah.
And I was glad he cleared that up. And I still got love for Ramona, but I was glad he cleared that up.
In another moment that'll be difficult to explain to people if we ever have to explain the Chatty House. Malcolm X says settle. Come on, man. Malcolm X says, once you tell someone a secret, it's not a secret anymore. And I think that's kind of how the NBA operates.
Brother Malcolm.
Well,
brother Malcolm Red. It's not about it being a secret. It's about if I tell Damian something right now, it's not a secret, but it's family business. This isn't for all to know.
I got you. All 90 the station? What, Andy Hawk can't be in on the gossip?
It's not for Alt and Andy to know.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Andy.
It's not for 98 Rock to know.
Yeah. Sorry, Abe.
We talking 1320 1025 family business. And it's not that it's a secret, it's that we're talking family. Respect the family, respect the locker room.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I see and what I say. But I also know, like I said, those people have a job to do. And I'm not going to tell nobody to not put food on their table, not provide for their family.
Well, we're not the gatekeepers of media either. Like, do your job as you see fit. Our job, their job, Ramona, Russell Westbrook, and Aaron Gordon, we're all in positions to be evaluated and judged. I know this is difficult to believe. I think there are some people who don't like us, but that's how we're.
We don't like you either.
That's how we're graded. Like as when we're being judged. Like, oh, I just won't listen to those guys. It's okay to be critical of a reporter. It's okay to be critical of a story, just like reporters or us are critical of players and coaches and general managers. And I guess owners. I mean, not all of us are critical.
I love Jerry Jones. Well,
some of us are. Some of us are less critical than others.
I think I'm going to alt, bro.
I wish you would. I wish.
I think I'm going
you
to
would.
alt, bro. Andy.
Tell Andy you want one shift on alt.
Yeah, that
Please.
was Drive Off the River by who is this?
No,
James Bacon.
Okay, James Bacon. That's right. It's a big, multi-platinum artist James Bacon.
That felt racist to me.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It felt like a shot at Kevin also. Too.
Yeah. Hey. He said James, and he was gonna say ham, and said, "No, I can't say ham." Bacon.
What you talking about? That's Ja. That's my boy Ja.
Do you have any idea what Alt 94.7 plays?
Oh my God, great question.
Avril Lavigne?
Probably.
Nah,
she's probably.
Who are my boys?
And,
who are my boys? My no, don't tell me because I'll know this one.
Jimmy Bacon and the Strips?
No, it's my boys.
The Patties.
Wake me up when September ends.
That's Green Day.
Yeah. That was my boy. They on all?
Yeah, but that was
Come on, man.
Terrible.
Come on.
What's his name? Billy
Come
Joe
on, what you
Armstrong?
talking
That was
about? Give me a
horrible.
show. Give me a Sunday night show. No, he's going to get Andy.
This is 100% happening. Hey, I can't wait for this. I'm so excited for Andy Hawk to come in here right now.
Get Andy. I'm getting a Sunday night show on alt, baby.
This
Let's
is gonna
go.
be incredible.
Let's go.
I'm gonna pull up Alt 94.7 on the free Odyssey app right now, and I'm gonna see if you've ever heard of this song.
Disneyland. Oh damn.
Oh, that's right. I knew that. I actually knew it was in Disneyland.
Give me and isn't it ironic? That's Elena's voice. Said, come on, stop playing with me. Okay. Stop playing with me.
Let's see. I'm gonna turn on Alt right now on the free Odyssey app, which everybody should have downloaded.
Yeah.
And isn't it ironic?
Oh, good. As with the Odyssey app, it is an advertisement.
Of course it is. Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be?
The fact that you got it to play is actually a small miracle.
Yeah, it's because I have it downloaded and I've favorited all our Odyssey stations here.
Good.
AUDACY.
No, that's great. I'm glad you favored him.
How you spell it again? I don't know. Odyssey. What? How do you spell it?
AUDACY.
There you go. Okay, I wasn't sure. I was gonna put I
MOUSE.
Nice, dude.
CITY.
Come on.
What's the my mom always sings like when Reese was a baby and she had to leave, she goes, now it's time for us to how'd it go?
I don't know.
MIC, see you real
time
soon. KEY, why? Because we love you. MOUSE, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse. And she was singing that way because she was sad because she was leaving. Come on, man.
Still on commercials, by the way.
Come on, man.
That's great.
I got it all, man. I got Disney. Stop playing with me.
What does the Eagle play? We go do a show with Ken Anthony.
Let me see. What does the Eagle play? The Eagle plays who were the people that I don't think this is them. I was gonna say where the blimp crashed and I was in the video.
Are you talking about Led Zeppelin?
Led Zeppelin. Is
Yeah,
that
Zeppelin's
on the rock?
on there for sure. On the Eagle?
Come on, man. Come on.
Should I play the song into the microphone and see if Kenny's ever heard it?
Or that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Should I do that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is all.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Oh man.
Artist and title.
Title of the song is "Sit Next to Me."
Okay.
Come over here, sit next to me.
Oh, you know the song.
By Foster the People.
Good knowledge, Kyle. No, I didn't know that one. I got to get caught up on that for my Sunday show. My Sunday night.
Oh, your
alt
Sunday show on the alt.
Yeah.
On alt. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, terrific.
Casey on Saturdays on KSFM.
Yeah.
Sundays on alt.
And don't forget, I might be on the Eagle. Might be on the Eagle.
Well, 98 Rock. That's next. You know that music.
That's Nirvana.
Paul Marshall needs to co-host. I heard.
Smells like Teen Spirit.
You and Paul Marshall can talk about black quarterbacks.
I was thinking about my boy Lamar Jackson this morning, man, because I was thinking
Don't say that on the Paul Marshall show.
Oh yeah, that he sucks. That's what he would say.
The worst thing ever was when he was talking about Lamar and he's like, he fumbles. He's gonna fumble. Watch tonight. He's gonna like second drive of the game. Lamar, ball on the ground. Like, God, Lamar. Come on.
I hated seeing Paul the day after Lamar had a bad game. Hated it.
I would avoid him.
And Paul would just look at me. Hey man,
I told you.
Hey Paul. And that's what he got. Told you. It's like, I know, Paul.
Damn it. Oh man. So yeah, 98 Rock smells like Teen Spirit. You know, shout out to my boy Kurt Cobain as well. R.I.P. R.I.P. That's my boy. He was great.
Name another Nirvana song. One other one. In fact, name the one that you like.
It smells like Teen Spirit.
Okay, name another one.
I can't ever get past that one because I just keep replaying.
What's the name of the album then? With the smells like Teen Spirit.
That's the one where the baby's in the swimming pool.
That's right.
Oh no.
All right.
At least I got the album cover right.
That baby was like, "Hey, I need residuals for this." And that baby Sue, like,
I think I heard about that.
Like,
yeah,
hey, that's me. give me my money. And the name of the album is Nevermind.
Oh, damn. Well, I'll be ready next time.
It's weird. I actually remember where I was when Kurt Cobain died.
I don't remember. What year was it?
I was in, was it junior high? Was it 94?
Wasn't it around the same time as Tupac? Because I remember.
Nah, Pac was 96.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because I thought I remember people talking about, damn, we lost Pac and Kurt Cobain.
Well, I think that's the 27 Club, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1994. April 5th, 1994.
Oh, you know who else would play on Alt? Yeah, Alt, no doubt. I hear a little Gwen Stefani.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Linkin Park.
The funny
album with Jay-Z, Linkin
the
Park.
other day, I heard Beastie Boys playing over in the hallway. Yeah, thank you. In the speaker. I heard it playing in the speaker. And couldn't figure out what station it was on.
Well,
because it could have absolutely have been Alt. It could have been 98 Rock. It probably wasn't, randomly retro or random retro on the end, and it wasn't. I know it wasn't us.
Yeah, I got tripped up the other day. Is Nokia on the end?
It is
because we were doing the show.
I think it just got added.
And there was a different song on.
Yeah,
and I go outside and I hear Nokia. I was like, wait, I know we're ahead, but. I can't be right.
The Nokia just got added to the end, like I think a few days ago, and like trying to draw the distinction between the two stations can be tough.
Yeah, I'm glad
because Luther's a power record.
Luther on the end too, right?
Oh yeah. Luther's an absolute power.
BMF is on both. We don't play.
I think BMF is gone
on 102.
I think BMF is gone. Period.
Oh
yeah, I think so. Yeah, because we got Luther and 30 for 30 playing. So I think BMF was like, all right, goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah. Well, respect to Ramona, but respect to Aaron Gordon.
We didn't spend nearly enough time today talking about the Indiana Pacers. The Pacers are headed to their second straight conference finals. Tyrese with one of his biggest performances of the postseason.
Man,
he's had bigger moments, but
he was cooking.
That performance, man, he is yeah.
He was fantastic.
He was.
Night.
He was like this. He was like, I can guarantee you, this is over.
Yeah,
this series is over.
Fantastic. And
shout out to Donovan Mitchell too. Like, I don't know how he played yesterday.
That's my boy. Man.
I do not know how he played yesterday.
That's my boy. That's a guy I'm gonna be rooting for. I already was, but we root for him. And then when he said in the post game, like, I've never gotten past this point right here. Talking about the second round, he's never been to the conference finals. That's my boy, man. I'll be rooting for Donovan, man. And He just went bad timing, bad luck. Went up against a better team with Indiana, man. So salute to him. Salute to the Pacers. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I won't be here tomorrow, but when we come back on Friday, we will be officially previewing the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Knicks, Pacers. I think the Knicks go into Boston and end it tonight. Both series end tonight.
I think you're right. I think Boston's probably emotionally depleted, destroyed. But I think your Knicks are going to advance.
Go New York. Go New York. Go.
Coming across like a fan, bro. I can't lie.
I'm a supporter. I'm happy.
You
for
said
you.
your Knicks, and he did not.
Didn't
even
flinch.
bat
Did
an
he?
eye.
Didn't flinch. I wouldn't hate seeing a little champions resolve from Boston and going out there and getting one more. I don't care. Like, I really want Oklahoma City and Denver to go 7 because I think if you do, it's game 7, all bets are off. I don't want to see the Knicks. I want to see Boston win one more because I have a ton of respect for Boston.
Right.
And I don't know. They might get one more. They might get one more.
I could definitely see Boston winning. No disrespect, Kyle, before I see Golden State. I think Golden State got no shot tonight.
Oh, I agree.
I'd put them at 7% chance.
I'm staying away from that series because I don't like the Timberwolves. We got to go, though. Thank you so much for being with us. This was a fun day. We'll see you here tomorrow at 10 a.m. with Kyle Madsen on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Lamont Wade. Get this done. Giants down 8-6.
I was going to say, is that game on now?
Yeah, down 8-6. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Lamont Wade at the plate. They were down 8-2 at one point in this game.
Yeah, we did. Man, kind of threw a lot out there, but that kid from the A's is really good.
Yeah, Jacob Wilson, he's the truth.
That kid is for real.
He is the truth. Kyle, didn't he say something about didn't he have he had a strikeout or a non-strikeout streak going on? That was crazy. He puts the ball in play. Come on, man. Come on, Lamont. We need this one. And no spoiler alert here. I'm gonna close the chat for a second because the chat be a little ahead of your boy. Just in case Lamont does something special.
Well, you don't have to worry about the chat because we got to go. We got another show to do. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging with us as always. Have a great Wednesday. Vamos, Brother Malcolm.